The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. It is May the 25th, 2024, and on this day in history, in 1720, the ship Le Grand Saint Antoine reaches Marseille, bringing Europe's last major plague outbreak. Kills around 100,000. In 1810, in the May Revolution, citizens of Buenos Aires expelled the Spanish viceroy during the Semana de Mayo. In 1914, British House of Commons passes the Irish Home Rule Bill. In 1961, JFK announces U.S. goal of putting a man on the moon before the end of the decade. In 1977, original Star Wars movie directed by George Lucas starring Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, and Harrison Ford premieres. In 1878, W.S. Gilbert and Arthur Sullivan's comic opera HMS Pinafore premieres in London, their first international success. In 1935, legendary American athlete Jesse Owens equals or breaks 4 world records in 45 minutes at a Big Ten meet in Ferry Field in Ann Arbor, Michigan, remembered as the greatest 45 minutes ever in sports. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes, and that wide, wild, and woolly little wolf who, when asked to select the guest stars for our show tonight, telephoned the Andrews sisters and said, "Hey,
All right, Costello,
Abbott, oh boy, Abbott.
Calm yourself, calm yourself. What's making you so nervous?
Oh, I just heard some terrific news, Abbott.
You did?
Hitler has a new secret weapon that can end the war in 5 minutes.
A secret weapon that can end the war in 5 minutes? What is it?
A long pole with a white flag on the end of it.
That's fine. That's fine. Now tell me, where were you all afternoon?
Oh, where was I?
Yes.
I went out and got my Uncle Artie Stebbins. Stebbins! I go already. It's so soon in the script, too. Please.
All right, now just take it easy, please.
I just got my Uncle Artie Stebbins a job. It's a swell job, Abbott. He's a bookmaker.
Why, you dummy, he'll wind up in jail. Bookmaking is against the law. That's gambling.
Yeah, but he don't gamble, Abbott. He's a bookmaker in a bakery.
A bookmaker in a bakery?
Yeah, he takes orders for cakes. He's a cookie bookie.
Oh, come on. Costello, I don't know which one is dumber, you or your Uncle Artie.
Well, I don't like to brag, Abbott, but I am. Of course, Artie is lazier than me.
No, you mean lazier than I.
Yes, sir. He's lazier than the both of us. My Uncle Artie only says his prayers one night a year.
No, he must be lazy.
Yeah, the rest of the nights he just hops in bed and says ditto.
Well, let's forget your Uncle Artie. Now, there's something I want you to do for me, Costello.
Abbott, you know there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
And there's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Costello.
And there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
I know.
That's the way it is, folks. We just go through life doing nothing for each other.
Yeah, all right, look. Talk sense, Costello. I just wanted you to be sure to behave yourself tonight because the Andrews sisters are coming over and you've got to be careful how you handle those girls.
Yeah.
They have scruples.
I don't care. I've been vaccinated. I can't catch scruples.
No, you dummy. Scruples are not catching.
No?
Scruples are principles. Scruples make a girl sweet.
They do?
Sure.
Oh, I bought my girl some of them last night.
You bought your girl some scruples?
Yeah, I got a banana split with 3 scruples of ice cream.
Oh. You idiot. No. Look, ice cream doesn't come in scruples. Ice cream comes in scoops.
I thought chickens come in scoops. Chicken scoops.
No.
That one laid an egg.
Oh, Costello, scruples have nothing to do with chicken.
Then how did the Andrews sisters get them?
They didn't get them. A person doesn't get scruples. Scruples are a good trait. Now, do you know what scruples are?
Yes, sir. When I turned in my Chevy for a Plymouth, they was scruples.
No, what has exchanging your Chevy for a Plymouth got to do with scruples?
Well, everybody said it was a good trait.
Oh, well, let's forget about the scruples.
I don't want to forget them. Abbott, you said the Andrews sisters had scruples.
That's right.
Did you ever see them?
No, certainly not.
Then how do you know they got them?
Look, Costello, when I say the girls have scruples, I don't mean they have anything wrong with them. Scruples are a trait, and a trait is part of one's character. And you can't see a person's character. Yet you know it's there.
Oh, when you say they have scruples, you don't mean there's anything wrong with them. Scruples are a trait, and a trait is a part of a character, and you can't see the character, yet you know it's there.
Now you've got it.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
All right, that's enough. Now, what do you intend to do with the girls here?
Well, I am going to sing for them.
You're going to sing for them?
Yep.
Costello, you know nothing about songs. I'll bet you
Oh.
don't even know Dixie.
I do, too.
All right, what is Dixie?
That's the place where they make all those paper cups.
No. Look. I can see you know nothing at all. Look, Lou, if you insist on singing, I'll help you. First, I'll improve your libretto. Soften your crescendo, sharpen your staccato, and smooth your pizzicato.
Well, while you're at it, Abbott, will you check my oil and give me 5 gallons of gas?
No, look, please. Now, listen, never mind that. Listen to this. Look. Now, listen.
Are you going to sing or jump?
Now, wait a minute. Me.
What are you doing?
I'm just loosening up. That's all right. Just take it
I
easy.
thought you were falling apart.
No. Costello, you're just jealous. I've been told that my voice is out of the world.
And I'll bet a lot of people are waiting for you to join it.
No. Would you like to hear me sing in my sweet little Alice blue gown?
Could I have that again?
I said, would you like to hear me sing in my sweet little Alice blue gown?
I'd rather hear you whistle in your pink new nightie.
No. Costello, you're a doubting fool. Why, in my day, as a singer, women threw flowers at my feet. They threw jewelry at my feet. Why, they even threw themselves at my feet.
What have your feet got that you haven't got?
Look, Costello,
Shoes, I'll bet.
just for that last crack, I won't help you.
Oh, you won't, huh?
No.
Well, I don't need your help, Abbott. My Uncle Clarence Porter of Big Springs, Texas, he can yodel. He'll teach me to sing because he's a good yodeler.
Wait a minute. Did your Uncle Porter study yodeling?
No, he taught himself. He just drinks a lot of beer and lets his stomach take it from there.
Costello, that's ridiculous. Look, what kind of voice does your Uncle Porter have?
Oh, he's a chiropractic tenor.
Chiropractic tenor?
Yeah, he sings in all the joints.
No, Costello, I'm not interested in your Uncle Porter singing. I lean toward the classical music.
What classical music?
Well, for instance, Beethoven's first, Mozart's second, Brahms' third.
Just a minute, Abbott.
Now?
Now, you ain't going to pull that stuff on me trying to ring in a whole new team, huh?
No. What
Yes,
team?
you are, brother.
Nah, what team?
Mozart's second, Beethoven's first.
All I said was Beethoven's first, Mozart's second.
You're nuts, Abbott. Everybody knows who's on first and what's on second, and I don't know who's on third.
Get him out of here!
Midnight. A tiny island in the South Pacific, hardly a pinprick on the map. hardly big enough for a small detachment of soldiers and the radar station they maintain. Day after day, nothing but a few scraggly palm trees and the horizon to look at. No amusement, no nothing. Boy, do you get bored. Picture yourself there at midnight, and a GI at the control panel turns to you and says, "You got a cigarette?" Would you give him one? Of course you would, even if it were the last cigarette in your pack. Remember that when your dealer says to you, "Sorry, sir, I'm out of Camels today." You are giving that guy in the Pacific or Germany or Okinawa or wherever he's fighting the Camel he's asking for. Yes, the service first. Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, wherever they go in the winning of the war, they get first call on Camels. C-A-M-E-L-S. The service first. Lovely Connie Haynes sings for her Camel fans tonight the hit song from Central Park, Close as Pages in a Book.
We'll be close as pages in a book, my love and I. So close we can share a single look, share every sigh, so close that before I hear your laugh, my laugh breaks through, and when a tear starts to appear, my eyes grow misty too. For a dream won't come tumbling to the ground. We'll hold them fast, darling, as the strongest book is bound. We're bound to last. Your life is my life, and while life eats away in my heart, oh, we'll be close as pages in a book. Your love and
Now, Costello, you must be on your good behavior tonight. Now, do you know what to do when the Andrews sisters get here?
Oh, yeah. I'll try and make a date with him.
Oh, no. You'll do nothing of the kind. Besides, I know those girls, and you wouldn't get to first base.
No, just give me 5 minutes and I'll be sliding into second. Come in.
Ah, good evening, gentlemen. My name is Melonhead. Better known as Cassava J. Melonhead.
You know, you look familiar. Didn't I see your head on a pushcart? Hey, Abbott.
Hey. Please don't ever say hey. I have hay fever, and every time I hear any word with hay in it, I sneeze. Hey. Oops,
All right.
I said it myself.
That's enough.
Look, remember, Costello, a certain word makes this man sneeze. Have you got that?
I got it all over me.
Now, Mr. Melonhead. Mr. Melonhead, what's your business?
Sir, I'm an attorney at law representing the Andrews sisters. Now, 3 weeks ago, April the 5th, 1945, on this program, you had the Andrews brothers.
Oh, listen, don't talk to me about those guys. I hate them.
You what?
I hate them.
Hey. You said it again.
I said it again.
I'm awfully sorry.
Hey, Abbott, the dam is run for the hills! Oh, too late. Hey, Abbott, run down to the bank.
Oh, but you have no money in the bank.
Who needs money? Get me some blotters.
Quiet, Costello. What were you saying, Mr. Melonhead?
Sir, I said that 3 weeks ago you had the Andrews brothers on this program, and in so doing, you did deliberately and with malice aforethought cause, create, and effect a libel against my clients, the Andrews sisters, hereinafter known as the plaintiffs.
You mean they changed their name to the Plaintiff Sisters?
No. You dummy, he means that the Andrews sisters are suing us for slander. We need a lawyer.
Permit me to present myself, gentlemen. I am a lawyer. Now, what seems to be your trouble?
You just told us what the trouble was.
Yes, but that was when I was representing the Andrews sisters. Now, as your lawyer, I see things differently. The first thing I'll do is keep you out of jail with a writ of habeas corpus.
Duck in the doorway, Abbott! Here it comes!
I stopped it.
Thank you. Double-crossed me again, brother.
I'm sorry, Mr. Costello. I just can't help it.
Well, you don't have to chew licorice.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, where can we talk this matter over?
Well, we can get together tonight at my new colonial home.
Costello, your new home isn't colonial, it's Spanish.
Well, I'm no dope. I'm not going to say hacienda.
Hey.
Will you get out of here, Melonhead? You can't be our lawyer. How can you handle both sides of the case?
My dear boy, I have a split personality. Understand? A split personality. Now, here, take this pen and sign right here, and I'll start work on your case at once.
Mr. Melonhead, I think you dropped your pen.
Whoops, so I did. Well, I'll just pick it up.
Now, whoa! Don't look now, Melonhead, but I think you split your personality.
Well, I'll be suing you, gentlemen. Good day.
It was you who brought those Andrews brothers over here. Now the Andrews sisters are suing us.
Oh, don't worry, Abbott. When they get here, I'll make love to them and square the whole thing.
No, you're going to make love to 3 girls? Do you know what will happen to you?
Sure, it's the same as when you make love to 1 girl. Only I'll get slapped 3 times.
Oh, come in.
The Andrews sisters.
Costello, it's the Andrews sisters.
You 5-gallon jughead.
Abbott, I think she means me.
Quiet, Costello. I'll handle this. Ladies, you must forgive Costello for his mistakes. After all, it's not his fault that he's a dumb jerk.
Well, whose fault is it?
Oh, this dame is dopier than me.
Listen, Costello, we're suing you for $10,000.
Miss Patty, I'm sure we can make some kind of a deal. Suppose Costello and I appear in your next picture. What about that?
Well, I don't know. What can Costello do? He doesn't look like an actor to me.
Is that so? Well, I was born in a theater, and it cost my father 15 cents extra.
What for? What for, Costello? What for?
Huh?
I say, what for?
Well, the stork dropped me in a load seat. You're getting him too fast now.
Girls, Costello's a pretty good dancer.
Oh, yes, I can kick way over my head.
Well, kick it over here and we'll get you a new one.
You know I can sing, too? I sang with Frank Sinatra a few weeks ago.
Sure, I remember. We were home listening to that show.
Yeah, that's right. And when you sang Costello, why, my canary climbed down out of her cage and threw herself at the cat.
Mr. Costello, I think your voice is just too Andy Divine.
This kid is right up my alley, brother.
Listen, kids, if you want to, we'll call off the lawsuit and let Costello be in our picture.
Well, that's wonderful. Costello, now we...
Just a minute, Abbott.
Not what?
Just a minute.
What's
Miss
the matter?
Patty, I'm a fair man. I want this to be a square deal. I must insist on one condition.
Well, what's that?
I'll appear in one of your pictures if you'll promise not to appear in any of mine.
Well, that sounds fair to me.
Oh, this kid's a Lulu.
Get him out of here!
While our heroes Abbott and Costello were on their way to the studio to appear in the Andrews Sisters picture, our lovely guest stars sing for our Camel audience, I'm beginning to see the light.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark. That's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Oh, let me see. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark. That's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see, I'm beginning to see, I'm beginning to see the light.
These days, that familiar old phrase, costlier tobaccos, takes on a new meaning. You see, the demand for Camels is fantastic. Dozens of billions of Camels are being made. But in spite of this huge production, every single Camel cigarette is still made of costlier tobaccos. Only the costlier tobaccos properly aged and blended in the time-honored Camel way. Why, Camels just wouldn't be Camels if green, insufficiently cured tobaccos were used. This brand will not be sold down the river. You can't get Camels every time you ask for them, but when you do get them, they're still Camels. All the rich, full flavor and cool mildness of a superb blend of costlier tobaccos you expect when you light a Camel. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, war or peace, Camels are still Camels.
Well, Costello, here we are at the studio. Hey, look over there. That's that great Russian producer, Cartoony Technikolovich.
Aha! New actors, eh? You, fat boy, stand where you are. Don't move. Now turn slowly around. Now move. Get out of here!
But, Mr. Technikolovich, we're Abbot and Costello, and we're here to appear in the Andrews sisters' picture.
Yes, sir, Mr. Technikolovich. I'm a pretty good actor.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
What pictures was you in?
I don't like to brag, but did you see the picture of Dorian Gray?
I certainly did.
Don't you think it was hung a little crooked? Must have made Oscar wild.
Well, there you are, boys. Come with me. We're just about to start the picture, and you boys will be co-starring.
Yeah, but I think we're making a mistake. When this picture is over, they'll have to accentuate the positive and eliminate negative.
No, never mind that, Costello. When do we start, Miss Andrews?
Shh, they're going to shoot a scene now.
Well, that scene is shot. Let's have another one.
Andrews sisters, we're all ready on the set.
Oh, this is our director, Mr. Cliff Nazaro. Cliff, could you use these two boys in our picture?
Yes, I think so. I need a lover and a stunt man.
Well, I'm a lover.
And I'm stunted. Now, wait a minute, Abbott. You're no lover.
No. What do you mean? When I come on the screen, women sit up and notice me.
Oh, yeah? The women who notice you are too old to sit up.
Oh, Cliff, we're wasting time. Why don't you explain the scene to the boys?
All right. Now, boys, this is a very simple scene.
Yes, sir.
The camera catches Patty and Abbott in an embrace. Costello, you come into the room, and Abbott, you walk over to the saddlepiece, bring out the faucets, put your saddle across his vein, and decapitate the sauce together with the murderous celery.
Now, how can Abbott do that to me? Do I let him get away with that, brother?
Look, you don't stand for it. You grab Patty in your arms, and as you grab her lightly to the faucet, don't reach up too high, the bubble said. Just pull down the castle with a mess of a telebraid and bring in the faucet celery to what he did. Does that paint a picture for you?
Yeah, but you smeared it down the middle a little.
Why don't you pay attention? He's directing you.
Costello, I want you to know that you can insult our director.
Absolutely not. After all, I just told you to capitate the frost, not Belfield or business class with him, Mr. Radiohead. I just want you to capper the girl, pull her to the sassareeds, all the bits with the laboratory, and every horse, that I know what I'm saying. You and nobody else!
Costello, there you go again insulting him. I can't understand you.
You can't understand me. Can you understand him?
Oh, what's the matter with you, Costello? Can't you take direction? Mr. Nazaro is a famous director.
Yes. You mean to tell me you never saw Gone with a Twist of Scleffermurder? And for whom the bells hold the castle built every horseman?
I never saw them, but I saw Guadalcanal did it.
You mean Guadalcanal dit?
No, did it. I seen it twice.
Oh. Yeah, all right. Will you stop that, please?
Well, let's get back to the scene, Cliff. Mr. Costello was just about to make love to me.
All right, Patty. Now, Costello, look. Listen once more. You fall in love with Patty and propose to her. So it isn't just a question of grabbing a horse and giving her that little cap to the restaurant. You grab her in the costume, lift up the Solomon, and go to the cedar retreat. Don't you agree with me?
Yeah, but what about the children?
No, no. He didn't mention any children. Come on.
I know, he could have. I don't know what the guy's talking about.
Now listen, Fatty, I've got a reputation.
Rich!
I've got a reputation. Now listen, Fatty. I've got a reputation, and I don't have to stand for this because 7 years ago, when I first became a director, I spirited forth to the Mallory. I held Belgrade, pulled forth the picture that was the greatest Salafried, and I'll do it, too.
That's right, and he means every word of it.
Look, folks, I realize I lost my head, and there's just one thing I'd like to say. Fritters.
Gee, I'm glad he said that. He's a nice fellow.
Yes, he certainly is, Costello. Just think, after the way you treated him, why, he was big enough to walk back and say, Fritters.
And that means a lot, too.
Yes, Lou. But what have you got to say?
Oh, what can you say after Fritas?
British is a word.
Listen, Lou, if you hadn't been so frantic when he came into Thraldon and Clissophate, he wouldn't be so Palestine.
Palestine? What does he want from me?
What does he want from you? Why, you've hurt his feelings. Why, at this very minute, he may be outside Gilfending.
No, not Gilfending. Yes. No! Abbott, come on, quick. We haven't got a minute to lose.
Where are we going?
Come on, we're going outside and Gilfend with him.
Ah, get out.
In just a moment, we will have a special treat for our Camel listeners. Lou Costello will sing a special song with the Andrews Sisters. So stay tuned for the musical event of the season.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Private James C. Patterson, Jr. of Ridgewood, New York, who won the Silver Star not once but twice, and within a single month for gallantry in the Philippines. His first decoration was won for a foray behind the Jap lines, gathering information which led to the march on Manila. The second was for another infiltration behind enemy lines, culminating in the freeing of more than 2,000 Americans in a Jap prison camp. In your honor, Private Patterson, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 500,000 Camel cigarettes, a total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbot and Costello. And now we bring you Lou Costello and the Andrews Sisters in a special disarrangement of Sonny Boy.
When there are gray skies.
What don't you mind in the least?
I don't mind the gray skies.
What will I do to them?
You'll make them blue.
What's my name?
Sunny boy.
What will friends do to you?
Friends may forsake me.
And what will you let them do?
Let them all forsake me.
And who will you still have in the end?
I'll still have you.
What's my name?
Sunny boy.
Where am I sent from?
You're sent from heaven.
Have I any special valuation?
And I know your worth.
What will I make?
You make a heaven.
For who right here on what?
For me right here on earth.
God bless me!
When I'm old and gray, dear.
Do you want me to promise something?
Promise you won't stray, dear.
Give me a good reason.
I need you so.
What's my name?
Sunny
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
You know, so many hundreds of adjectives have been used to describe the hundreds of brands of pipe tobacco that I just don't know what words to conjure up to tell you how good Prince Albert is. So I'll get right out of the adjective department and tell you one fact that says more than a whole dictionary. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole wide world. What greater tribute could a pipe tobacco get? Try Prince Albert. You'll find rich, full-bodied real tobacco flavor, but without tongue bite. It's gentle to your tongue. Also, Prince Albert is crimp cut for firm packing, easy drawing, even burning. And what a bargain. Just about 50 pipefuls per package. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. For nearly 19 years, bringing the real authoritative American folk music and fun to Southern radio audiences, and now broadcast coast to coast. Remember Grand Ole Opry every Saturday night on NBC.
The Andrews sisters appeared by arrangement with the Nash Kelvinator Company. The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you all a pleasant good night.
We've been called a lot of things.
Whippersnappers!
Dreamers!
Prosperous?
Never!
So-and-so.
The book deal.
Or the movie deal hits.
We remember two things.
Call everybody collect. And
know the code.
Yeah.
Know the code. 1-800-CALL-ATT. It costs less than 1-800-COLLECT.
Always. Now the people we call
might call us thrifty.
Want a price that's always lower than 1-800-COLLECT? Know the code. Dial 1-800-CALLATT.
your true voice.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, here we are, starting another week on CBS Radio.
Any special plans for beginning the week?
I suppose we should begin with music of some sort.
Now, that's what I call a real bright idea for Monday.
Well, you know how Mondays are, Rose. Who's going to grab the bull by the horns here?
Why don't you just stay right there and sing something and I'll move back?
Well, yeah, I can do that. You want it that way, huh?
Yep.
Fine with me. Oh, when the red robin comes bobbing along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Get out of bed. Cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes a bobbing. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Robin red.
Say, Bing, do you follow scientific developments much?
I should say so. I certainly do like to keep up to date on things. You know, I don't like to go to a tea party and sit there like a mope balancing a cup and saucer on my knee. I like to get into the conversation, you know, be on the ball.
You fairly sparkle at a party.
I'm a regular chatterbox.
Well, I got something for you.
What do you got, kid?
You know that there's an electronic device that can pick up a conversation 100 miles away?
Ooh, people better be careful what they say. That's all I can say.
We can all kiss privacy bye-bye now.
Looks like.
Yeah, you know, this electronic ear could bring about a big revival of sign language.
Sure, and letter writing with invisible ink, of course. Yeah, it's got to make a big comeback.
Smoke signals will be in vogue again, too, huh?
And codes.
Oh, code messages will be a must with these machines operating. You just have to go to them.
Mumbling may become a clever form of expression.
Yeah.
Mumbling might. Wiretapping concealed microphones. That's horse and buggy stuff now.
Ain't good that, huh? But I think I'll start studying Chinese.
No, Bing, it won't do you any good. If anyone wants to find out what you're talking about, they'll hire a Chinese detective to grab your conversation with one of these recorders.
Lordy, I'd like to see the Chinese that understand the Chinese that I'll be able to say. Fu Manchu would just befuddled right out of his head.
Personally, I think we're all strapped, then.
Oh, looks like this is a body blow to conversational freedom. Gosh, I can remember the happy days before all these mechanical gadgets. I can remember when if you wanted to get the lowdown on somebody, you hired a detective with big, thick gum-sole shoes to tilt back his derby and fix his Harrier to a thin wall.
And, of course, back then, peeping over transoms and peeking into keyholes was quite effective.
Quite enlightening.
Personally, I'd be just as happy if we were living way back in the days when you had to go to a gypsy fortune teller if you wanted to know someone else's business.
Yeah, whoever would have thought we'd see the day when electronics would replace gypsies?
Oh, we're all going to take it on the chin, I guess. Everybody will have to be very careful what they talk about, huh?
Watch out. Electronic ears are listening.
Of course, this development, however alarming it seems to be, might put an end to a lot of idle chatter, you know, gossip, persiflage. Also, a lot of conniving and formulation of evil plans. Nasty plots could be intercepted before they could be hatched. Eh?
Well, that would be lovely. This electronic ear might cause a big wave of honesty to roll across the country. It'd be something, huh?
Could cause a big wave of silence to roll across the country, too.
We'll become a nation of clams.
That might be all right. Silence, practically applied, could inspire a renaissance of thinking, You know, when people aren't busy gabbing and gossiping, they have time to sit and think.
Oh, we'll be a brainy bunch of clams.
Naturally, we'll have to be very careful what we think about.
Why?
Obvious, isn't it? The electronics crowd could come up with a machine that listens in on our conversation 100 miles away, where the next machine coming up to invade our privacy, the thought wave machine, see?
You could be right, Bang.
You mean they'll have a machine, sort of a gadget that'll read our minds 100 miles away, too?
Cinch. With a gadget-happy country, Ken. Sooner or later, the gadgets have got to take over completely. But, Rosie, why don't you sing something now to show folks we're not as worried as we pretend to be?
Love and affection. I need an awful lot of love and affection. You gotta shower me with love and affection before I give my heart away. I wanna know that you love me, and if you do, you gotta show that you love me. I'll follow anywhere you go if you love me, and I will give my heart away. I'm just a plain Jane, honey. I don't go for trinkets and stuff. Save your money. Trinkets are nice, but they can't ever take the place of love and affection. Just keep your kisses coming in my direction, and in return I'll give my love and affection to no one else but you. a plain Jane, honey. I don't go for trinkets and such. Save your money. Trinkets are nice, but they can't ever take the place of love and affection. Just keep your kisses coming in my direction, and in return I'll give my love and affection to no one else but you.
Orange Beauty, American Beauty, Rose Parfait. This is the year of the Norcross greeting card roses. They're the most beautiful greeting cards you ever sent. And each of these new Norcross greeting cards can express a wish to a special friend or relative of yours. And there's one for every occasion: birthday, anniversary, convalescent. Send a friend a Norcross greeting card rose. And always pick the nicest cards on the rack, the cards with the N on the back.
You know, Rosemary, I might be wrong. I generally am, but isn't it about time we got together on a duet?
Sure. What about I May Be Wrong?
I may be wrong, but I think you're
That's
wonderful.
the one. I think the folks would like that song.
I like it. Buddy, how about playing that one for us?
I may be wrong, but I think you're wonderful. I may be wrong, but I think you're swell.
I like your style, say. I think it's marvelous. I'm always wrong, so how can I tell?
All of your shirts are unsightly. All of your ties are a crime.
Don't like my thread. Well, if dear in you I picked rightly, baby, it's got to be the first time you came along. Say, I think you're wonderful.
I think you're grand, but
I may be wrong. Life to me, just a ball of faces, just open spaces. You might be Zsa Zsa Gabor.
oh yeah, you came along. I think you're wonderful, wonderful. I think you're grand,
but we may just be wrong.
You know, Ben, I'm going to a party tonight. I hope they don't have one of those electronic ears stashed around to pick up smatters of conversation.
Don't be smart, Rosie. Don't take a chance. Don't knock the food or the host or anything. If you do have something private to say it while the band is playing.
Oh, that's clever.
Maybe Buddy will play something now so you can practice for tonight.
about you stepping up here and contributing to the entertainment?
Oh, I'm on again, huh?
You certainly are, pal.
If I am fancy free and I love to wander, that's just a gypsy in my soul. There's something calling me from away out yonder. It's just a gypsy in my soul. I've got to give vent to my emotions. I'm only content having my way. There is no other life of which I'm fonder. It's just a gypsy in my soul. No cares, no strings, my heart flying on wings. If I am fancy free and I love to wander, it's just a gypsy in my soul. Yeah, I'm got to low. Which I'm fonder, just a gypsy in my soul. No cares, no strings, my heart leaping on wings. If I am fancy free and I love to wander, that's just a gypsy in my soul. And now Rosemary joins Buddy Cole in his orch. Orch is short for orchestra because Buddy runs a very short orchestra there. It's short, but it's pretty effective, I might say. Anyhow, Rosemary joins Buddy and the boys in a bit of a song at this time. Right now, yes.
Mississippi is a whistle-stop town. They take in the sidewalks when the sun goes down. It's slow as molasses that drips from a can. But Moonlight, Mississippi is the promised land with their deep South talking that's so pleasant to hear. Like corn on the cob, it's mighty sweet on the ear. There's just 7 houses and 1 yellow hound. For Moonlight, Mississippi is a whistle-stop town. Down round the levee where magnolias bloom, I never seen such a place in my life. The air gets so heavy with the sweet perfume, you can cut it off with a knife. At night on each plantation, cotton green so darn white, stars go on vacation, folks don't need a light. The trains don't stop at moonlight unless they're flagged down. For Moonlight, Mississippi is a whistle-stop town. Moonlight, Mississippi is a whistle-stop town.
And so, we'll be back again, folks, with Buddy and the boys and Ken. Some music, some idle prattle.
Meantime, you take good care of yourselves, you hear?
Yeah, now take it real easy, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music may be heard over these same stations each weekday, Monday through Friday. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again.
This used to be a tough scrubbing job.
What a mess. Need help?
No thanks.
But now there's new Ultra Spick and Span. One tiny capful is all it takes to clean even tough dirt.
Really? I'll do that. I'm fine. All right.
Because it loosens dirt's grip on your floor more easily than most regular cleaners.
Sweetheart? Yeah? I think we should go out to dinner tonight.
Good idea.
New Ultra Spick and Span. Dirt's wiped out. You're not.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days. Listen for details tonight. Tonight, from the home of Ken Murray's Blackouts, the El Capitan Theater, Hollywood, Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Al Jolson.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob 4 every 7 Hope, telling all you people from Maine to Duluth, be sure to put Pepsodent on every tooth, and whether you're as old as Crosby or only a youth, your mouth will never be as empty as a telephone booth. I don't care whether I get laughs tonight or not. My sponsor can't call me tonight. Shouldn't use that kind of language anyway. But anyway, the phone strike has affected the contest for my favorite brunette. One listener sent in a jingle saying, "My favorite brunette, how I wish I could date her. She's my long-distance telephone operator." Didn't win a thing. It's going to be tough getting any messages through, too. I was out in my backyard this afternoon, heard one carrier pigeon say to another, "I don't know about you, Mabel, but I ain't strike-breaking." But I feel wonderful tonight. I've been down to Palm Springs. I had to come back. I ran out of co-signers. Palm Springs. Palm Springs, that's an old Indian expression meaning pale face come and stay in sun to look like red man, him look at hotel bill and go home pale face. What prices for those rooms down there? For $50 a day, you get a room with a view of the mountains, and for $25 a day, you get one with a view of the desert. My room costs $5 a day. Every morning, the bellboy slipped a postcard of a cactus plant under my door. I stayed at a nice place in Palm Springs. You've heard of the Lone Palm? Well, all night the dates kept dropping out of it and hitting me in the head. And in the morning, they don't waken you by ringing your telephone. A bellboy tiptoes in, tickles your toes, and whispers, "It's later than you think." Yes, sir. Of course, I mingled with the 400 while I was there. In Palm Springs, they don't care how many they put in a room. It was a nice room, and the towels were all marked his, hers, and put them back. Everybody was there last week, and boy, that sunsuit Dorothy Lamour had on. She was sitting over there with a copy of Forever Amber in her hand, and the book was reading her. I couldn't get regular suntan oil, so I rubbed Texaco number 30 on my back. It was so embarrassing. A Chevrolet kept coming up and nuzzling me.
Hurry, gather round, friends. You can't see anything standing way back there. Get right down close. That's the idea, close. Of course, not too close. Let's not trample each other. Now, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to give away absolutely free.
Excuse me,
Off
mister.
my feet, Bub, you're overweight. Now, listen, everybody. tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to give away absolutely free 4 Chevrolets every 7 days.
If I may interrupt...
Down the street, Bub, you're blocking traffic. First winner's announced later in this program tonight, so hurry, hurry, hurry.
Say, mister, give me a chance. I'm Wendell Niles.
I told you, that's different. Step right up and tell them all about it.
Yes, folks, hurry. Send your jingles right away if you want to win one of the next 4 Chevrolets. Remember, to celebrate the release of Bob's new picture, My Favorite Brunette, Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days. And our 3rd week's contest closes next Saturday midnight, April 12th. Again this week, as grand first prizes, 4 Chevrolets, brand new Fleetmaster 4-door sedans. Next 8 prizes, new Frigidaire cold walls, big 7 cubic foot refrigerators. Next 10 prizes, crisp new $100 bills. Enter tonight. Here's all you do. Just finish a simple 2-line jingle starting with the words, My Favorite Brunette. Finish your 2-line jingle so the last word of both lines rhyme. Write about anyone, your husband, wife, friends, even your dog. As simple as this.
My favorite brunette is a guy named Joe. I married the man because I love him so.
Mail your jingle with the top and bottom of any Pepsodent carton or toothbrush label. Mail to Pepsodent, Box 3636, Chicago, Illinois. That's Pepsodent, Box 3636, Chicago, Illinois. Complete rules given later in the program, also in Sunday papers and at drug counters. Send your entry before next Saturday midnight. Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days.
Isn't that wonderful about the Chevrolet winners? Now all that's worrying me is why that weed-lipped Kelowna hasn't phoned yet. What a lucky guy he is, getting to meet my 14 favorite brunettes when they got in that train, the Santa Fe Super Chief, and escorting them around Hollywood. Many a guy would give his right arm to be in Kelowna's position. Hello, Hope speaking. Who's this?
Lefty.
Professor Kelowna. Well... Well, so it's Kelowna on that end.
Silly boy, it's Kelowna on both ends.
Yeah. How are you getting along with those 14 brunettes, Kelowna?
Oh, wonderful, Hope. Last night I took them all to Grauman's Theater and paid for all 8 tickets myself.
Kelowna, 8 tickets? That only accounts for yourself and 7 girls. How did the other 7 beauties get in?
Small girls, big mustache.
Professor, how could 7 girls hide under your mustache?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun.
I see. Well, look, Kelowna, I want to know one thing. Are these girls with you? Joan Davies of Detroit, Ollie Lick of Toronto, Betty Lou Heiser of Washington, Ann Trapedi of New York, Ursula Halloran of Pittsburgh, Loretta Summers of Seattle, Jean Devon, Chicago, Rosita Malika, New York, Mary Ellen Fields, Houston, Yvonne Llewellyn, Salt Lake City, Virginia Kreider, Birmingham, Elaine Barber of Petrillo, New York, Betty Marlin, Boston, and Nancy Norton, Cleveland.
Pardon?
I said, is Joan Davies...
Too late. I'm on the next page.
You know, Kelowna, you're an idiot's idiot.
I didn't know you cared.
You feel pretty good, don't you, Kelowna, being the only man with all those girls?
Oh, but I'm not. Naturally, my friend is here, Joe Schlunk, the midget.
Joe Schlunk, the midget? Who's he?
Well, he's the little guy inside the telephone who says, unless this is an emergency, hang up.
That's wonderful. Hey, Kelowna, what's that I hear?
I'm kissing one of the girls, Hope.
You're kissing one of the girls? Gee, why doesn't that ever happen to me?
I'm sorry, thought you'd object to my mustache. But this is a wonderful game, Hope. The girls line up. I close up my eyes and go down the line, kissing each girl and guessing where she's from.
You go down the line kissing each girl and guessing where she's from?
Yes, I'll show you. Now, here's the first one. Miss Houston. Miss New York.
Kelowna, who was that?
Mistake.
Thank you, Professor Kelowna. Yeah. That's Corona. He gets all the beautiful brunettes, and I get... Oh, Miss Vera Vague. Well, Miss Vera Vague, my favorite lunette.
Well, it's Bob Hope, the old para-monster.
Say, that's a very pretty hairdo you have, Miss Vague. Is that for Al Jolson?
Yes, it is, and I hope it lasts for Dan Johnson on next week's show.
Yes, he'll be here.
Ooh, it all makes me feel so good. I can just feel the years start to slip off of me.
Yeah, you better bounce around a little. I don't think they quite made it.
Oh, bless your heart. I tell you to go jump in the lake, but with all that air in your head, you'd probably keep afloat.
Tell me, Miss Vague, what have you been doing this week?
Oh, well, I've been very busy, Mr. Hope. I started chaperoning the 14 favorite brunettes when they arrived here in Hollywood. Oh, my, but they're pretty. I'll bet they created quite a commotion coming out on the train.
Yes, they came out on the Santa Fe Super Chief, and it was the first time the engine ever turned around to whistle.
You know, they really kept me busy, Mr. Hope, as their chaperone. You see, I've been telling them what every young girl should know.
Miss Vague, you remember?
Oh, you merry moron, you.
But while you were escorting the brunettes around Hollywood, Miss Vague, I hope you took them by Paramount and showed them my studio.
Your studio?
That's right.
Yes, I did, Mr. Hope, right after I took them down to Santa Monica and showed them my ocean.
All right, Miss Vague. Just tell me one thing. If you're such a good chaperone, how come Colonna's out with the girls right now?
Colonna's out with them. Oh, my goodness, he'll lead them astray, sure.
Oh, well, don't worry. They're safe with him. He made me a promise. He said, hope to die. Hello? I'm dead.
Well, in spite of that, Mr. Hope, the girls are perfectly safe. I've doused them with a perfume that keeps men away. It's called Burp.
A perfume called Burp. It sounds terrible. What's it made of?
Dad's old-fashioned root beer.
Well, Miss Vague, don't you want the girls to have any dates at all?
Oh, yes, I do, Mr. Hope. I want you to arrange a date for each one of them with Cary Grant during the next 14 nights. Will you do that?
You want me to arrange 14 dates with Cary Grant?
Yes, please. Now, you see, every night a brunette will show up at Cary's home. She'll be tall, dark, and wearing a black veil over her face.
No, wait a minute, Miss Vague. Wait, the 14 brunettes will be on tour the next 14 nights. They won't even be in town.
Oh, well, it almost worked.
That's wonderful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present one of the all-time great names in show business, the man who thrilled us for years on the stage and then thrilled us again in the Jolson story. Here he is himself, Mr. Al Jolson, right here.
California, here I come, right back where I started from, where bowers of flowers bloom in the spring. Each morning at dawning birds sing and everything a sun kissed me said, don't be late. That's why I can hardly wait. Come on, open up that golden gate, California, here I come. California, here I come, yeah, right back where I started from, where bowers of flowers bloom in the spring. Each morning at dawning, birdies sing and everything a sun gives me said, don't be late, that's why I can hardly wait. Come on, open up that golden gate, California.
orange juice is wonderful stuff, isn't it? That was great. Really wonderful.
Well, naturally it was, Bob. You see, that song is from my picture, The Jolson Story. But I saw a picture last night that was out of this world. 20th Century Fox, Alexander's Ragtime Band. A great picture, Bob, with great music.
Yes, it's a wonderful picture.
Yeah.
You know, Al, Desi Arnaz and his boys have copied the exact style of Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Really? Oh, I see. In fact, his maraca players are still wearing the same rags. I noticed that, yeah.
No, those aren't maracas players, Al. They're a couple of rejects from Queen for a Day. But you know, Al, your singing is such a big success, even Frank Sinatra's imitating you.
Frankie is imitating me?
Yes, sir. In his last program, twice he tried to get up on one knee to sing. But it's wonderful to see a healthy singer. I never saw you looking better, and you're so frisky. Tell me, how do you do it?
Bob, a man's just as old as he feels. And the way I feel, I'm going out and get another bowl of pablum. Really, I think so.
Take it easy, Al. I'd have a tough time burping you. I want to tell you one. You look great.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. Let's forget the jokes for a few minutes, will you? You know something?
What?
I'd like to win a Chevrolet.
Don't tell me you said in a jingle.
Sure, listen to this. My favorite brunette is Larry Parks. He makes with emotions while I make with the barks.
Listen to Wendell Niles for a second. He has the winners of those new Chevrolets in Pepsodent's first week's contest.
Oh, I can't wait.
Brand new Chevrolets are on their way to Muriel Killingsworth, University of Georgia, Athens, Georgia, James E. Robinson, 612 East 72nd Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri, Patrick O'Grady Sullivan, 1538 Coolidge Avenue, Wichita, Kansas, Mrs. Pat Thompson, 3383 Clarendon Road, Cleveland Heights, Ohio.
Oh, no.
Winners of the 8 Frigidaires and 10 $100 bills in Pepsodent's first week's contest have already been notified. Congratulations, winners. And now, come on, you folks who didn't win. Here's another opportunity for you. Remember, Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days. Enter now for our third weekly contest, closing next Saturday midnight, April 12th. Just finish a 2-line jingle, starting with the words, "My favorite brunette." The last words of both lines must rhyme. For example,
my favorite brunette is my own dear wife. When she said yes, it brightened my life.
Write on one side of any piece of paper. Mail it with your name and address to Pepsodent, Box 3636. That's Box 3636, Chicago, Illinois. Send as many entries as you wish, each on a separate sheet of paper. Attach to each entry the top and bottom of any Pepsodent carton, either Pepsodent toothpaste, tooth powder, or antiseptic, or a toothbrush label or facsimile. All these prizes each week. 4 brand new Chevrolet Fleetmaster 4-door sedans, 8 new Frigidaire cold wall refrigerators, 10 $100 bills. Entries judged on originality and aptness of thought and become property of Pepsodent, non-returned. Judge's decisions final. Duplicate prizes for ties. Any person in the United States territory may enter except Lever Brothers employees, its advertising agencies, and their families. Act now if you want to win one of the next 4 Chevrolets.
Can my agent get in, do you think?
Entries received after next Saturday midnight will be judged in the following week's contest. Next Tuesday, listen for the second week's Chevrolet winners. Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days.
And here we go!
Come on in here. Come on in here, Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on in here. Come on in here. It's the best band in the land. Say, Bob, come here a minute. Come here a minute, will you? Bob.
Ain't that wonderful?
Oh, you hokum. Listen. Bob, you know that...
shoes on tonight, boy.
Oh, son, you know that... Listen, Bob,
What's that?
I'm sorry I didn't finish it, but that's a great song.
Oh, it's
and
wonderful.
it sends me... I love to sing a song.
I know you like that number, Al. I've heard you on a lot of shows.
Yeah?
In fact, I've heard you on every show. You know that, don't you? You know, you've been making so many guest appearances, Al. Tell me, why don't you get your own radio show?
What, indeed? Where...
Wait a minute.
Oh, you're spoiling it, Joe.
We got a joke.
Bob, ask me that again.
All right.
Ask me that again.
Don't do that. We'll have Skelton up here with us. Wait a minute.
Al,
look. you've been making so many guest appearances. Tell me, why don't you get your own radio show?
What, and be only... Wait a minute, will you? Ask me that again, quick.
Why don't you get your own radio show?
What, and be only air only once a week? That's it. Come on, hurry up, Bob. We'll be on an hour.
Not on this network. You're not kidding, Al. You know, you've been on so many radio programs. I heard the other day a housewife went into her grocery store and asked for a box of Jolsons.
Oh, they're good with mustard. But listen, Bob.
Just how many guest appearances have you made on the radio?
15.
Counting tonight's?
No, I don't count benefits.
Al, look, think. What do you want more money for? You know there's no way you can take it with you.
I know. But by the time I'm ready to leave, maybe Canada will have figured out something. You can't tell.
I feel the same way about Crosby. But you know, Al, we haven't mentioned my favorite brunette for 7 or 8 seconds. How'd you like the picture?
Well, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
You don't?
No, after all, I was older than you when I made my comeback.
Yeah, but it took 2 of you to do it.
Oh, please.
You know, when I was a kid in Cleveland, Al, I used to dream of being like you. So
Really?
I started telling jokes
Yeah.
and more jokes,
Yeah.
and now I'm here in Hollywood, too.
That's right, Bob. Who says crime don't pay? That's what I...
You know, I don't have to do this for a living. I can always sell eyebrow tweezers to John L. Lewis.
Bob, you won't get no coal next season.
We'll need it out here, too.
Ah, but memories are great, Bob. I remember the first time I met you.
Yeah, it was at the swankiest hotel in Cleveland, wasn't it?
That's right, Bob. And one thing I've always regretted. I never got a chance to apologize for not tipping you when you brought up the ice water. I remember.
Oh, think nothing of it. Your pocket was one of the easiest I ever picked. Think nothing of it.
I'll never forget that time we first met. I was playing in Cleveland, and I phoned down to the hotel operator. Operator.
Yes, sir.
Operator, this is Al Jolson.
Al Jolson? Oh, Joey.
And Sinatra thinks he started that.
Al Jolson. Oh, Al, do you send me? You send me. You send me.
Okay, I'd like to send you, but the elevator don't go down that far. Say, operator, where's that bellboy with my thing? Never mind, I think he's at the door now.
Mr. Jolson?
Who'd you think it was, Sophie Tucker?
Here's your suit, Mr. Jolson.
What took you so long, bellhop?
I just got to work and I had to take it off. Here you are, sir.
Do you always carry clothes that way?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't the hanger leave a mark on your nose?
Only when they have overcoats on them.
What's your name, son?
Leslie Hope. I'm trying to be a comedian, Mr. Jolson.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to this joke. It'll kill you.
Yeah.
Every man has a wife, but a nice man has his pick. Isn't that a ball? How was that, Mr. Jolson?
It stinks, but stop tickling me. Listen. What makes you think you'll ever be a comedian?
Well, last night I won first prize at amateur night over at the Bijou.
What did they give you for first prize?
2 tickets for the Rivoli.
Mm.
But I'm sure I'll make a great comic.
Just a moment. Let me give you a little advice, son. Show business is a very tough racket. You go from town to town, knocking your brains out. It's a long, tough grind to the top. And if you get into it, you'll wish you were dead.
Then why are you in it?
The money is great. Now, look, son, I got to get dressed. I have a show to catch.
Well, here's your coat, sir.
But where's the pants to the suit?
Did it have pants?
No, the jacket came with a bubble. Now, look, son, wait a minute. Don't stand there, boy. Find my pants.
I'll phone down and see if the bell captain has them.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, listen, bell captain, Mr. Jolson doesn't have his pants.
Well, tell him to leave by the back entrance. Hey, what does Jolson's pants look like?
You only have one pair like them. They have a padded left knee.
What? Let me talk to the bell captain. Hello? This is Al Jolson.
Who?
Al Jolson. Mammy. Sonny boy.
Dad, I got one man's family on the wire.
What? Listen, you, run to the tailor shop and get my pants pronto.
Okay. What What am I running for? My name ain't Pronto.
Listen, Mr. Jolson, while you're waiting, I'll show you my act.
Yeah? What can I do? You caught me with my pants down. Now look.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I'll show you whether I've got it. Just listen. I'll sing one of your greatest songs.
Okay.
Oh, California, here I come, yeah. Right back where I started from, yeah. Where bowers of flowers bloom in the spring. Oh, these more... Give me a chance, Mr. Jolson. Each morning at dawn and birdies singing everything. A sun-kissed mist said, don't be late, don't be late. That's why I can hardly wait. I wait. Open up that golden gate. Oh.
Opened up the girl. Opened up the pearly gate, too, didn't I?
And here is Mr. Al Jolson, ladies and gentlemen, singing one of Irving Berlin's most beautiful songs, Always.
I'll be loving you always with a love that's true always. When the things you plan need a helping hand, I will understand always, always. Days may not be fair always. That's when I'll be there always. Not for just an hour, not for just a day, not for just a year, but always. I'll be loving you always, with a love that's true, always. When the things you plan need a helping hand, I will understand always, always. Days may not be fair always. That's when I'll be there always. Not for just an hour, not for just a day, not for just a year, but always.
Thanks for the memory of what Easter season brought, indeed as well as thought, the good you did for each crippled kid with the Easter seals you bought. And we thank you so much. And thanks for the memory of this month that's set aside in a drive that's nationwide to help ensure a cancer cure that's bound to turn the tide. And we thank you so much. Folks, a king-size thank you to Al Jolson. Al Jolson, there's the kind of a showman I want to be when I grow up. Showmen like Al Jolson only happen once in a lifetime. Same in the songwriting game. You only get one Irving Berlin in a lifetime. Those wonderful tunes and Alexander's ragtime band surely prove it. Confidentially, Paramount tells me that pictures like My Favorite Brunette only come once in a lifetime, too. And at first, I didn't believe it, but Paramount is a big company, so I guess they wouldn't dare say it if it wasn't true. Well, that's all, except good luck to 14 of my favorite brunettes here in the audience. 14 girls from all over America who won brunette beauty contests and spent their Easter holiday in Hollywood as guests of Paramount and yours truly. I played host, Paramount played cashier. These girls are leaving in 5 minutes to grab the Santa Fe Super Chief, and I hope they go back home feeling as I do, that our little old movie capital is a pretty good burg after all. Look at these brunettes. Aren't they lovely? Yes, sir, no wonder America is such a beautiful country. Next week, we'll have that MGM charmer, Van Johnson, with us. Until then, good night.
Reminding you to send your jingles right away. Pepsodent's giving away 4 Chevrolets every 7 days.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You want everything for your baby to be gentle. Like its first formula. We chose Carnation Good Start. Its protein is specially processed to make it gentle. Remember, breast milk is best, but Good Start formula is made to be gentle.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A 38-year-old woman disappears. She leaves her sister and her 4 children behind. There's evidence of foul play. Your job, find her.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Prove it yourself today. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, June 3rd. It was overcast in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from communications, and it was 8:15 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Joe, what's doing?
Hi, Brian. You seen Ed?
Went down the hall a minute, said he'd be right back.
Oh, thank you. I don't see anything in the book. Nothing new, huh?
Not much. Pretty slow. How's your mother, Joe? I heard she wasn't feeling too well.
No, she's not, as a matter of fact. Doctor says it's anemia. It's going to take a little time to get over it, I guess.
Oh, sorry to hear it. I got to do some checking down at the auto desk. If I get any calls, have them switch it down there, will you?
Yeah, I sure will, Brian.
Thanks.
You betcha.
Oh, excuse me, Ed.
Pardon me, Tom.
Hi, Ed. What'd they give you?
Missing report, woman. How about the mail?
No, there's nothing. That the missing report there?
Yeah, it's all here. Some woman out on 64th Street, name's Rose Baker. She's been gone about a week.
Mm-hmm. Last seen Tuesday, May 27th, 10 p.m. Who's this that made the report? Carl Shelton? Who's he?
It's her boyfriend.
Miss Baker's husband died about 5 years ago. She's been running around quite a bit since then. Had a lot of man trouble.
Well, she disappeared before then, huh?
Yeah, half a dozen times. Never been gone this long, though. Holmes took this report from Shelton. He gathered Miss Baker's not too stable. She's known to drink quite a bit. Doesn't seem to care anything for her home or kids.
Yeah, I see it here. She has 4 children. They're living with her aunt, Mrs. Baker's sister. It's kind of a funny arrangement, isn't it?
Yeah. Baker woman packed her bags and walked out of the house about a year ago. Her sister's been taking care of the kids ever since. Mother comes back for a visit once in a while.
Mm-hmm. This address we've got on Mrs. Baker, it's the same address as her boyfriend, Carl Shelton.
Yeah, that's right. They both have apartments in the same building.
Is this a recent picture, Miss Baker?
Supposed to be, yeah. It's a nice-looking woman, huh?
Yeah. Sister's listed here as the last person who saw her. Well, how's that? Baker woman still wasn't living at home, was she?
According to the sister, Mrs. Baker came over to the house to see her the night she disappeared, sometime around 8 o'clock. 2 of them had some business to talk over. Seems the sister had a check for $400 she got from selling some furniture. Claimed the kids had been sick. She had doctor bills to pay.
You mean Mrs. Baker's sister took care of things to that extent?
Apparently. Anyway, after the sister got the check for selling the furniture, Miss Baker wanted half the money. Sister said that's why she came to see her that night. 2 of them got in the car and went out to find somebody to cash the check. You want a drink of water?
No, thanks, man. Where do you get a $400 check cashed at 8 o'clock at night? Would you know?
Sister said Miss Baker knew somebody who'd cash it for him. Turned out the person couldn't cash it. Sister stopped at a bar for a glass of beer. Mrs. Baker took the car and went to look up somebody else she thought could cash it. That was it. Mrs. Baker hadn't been seen since.
Who was this somebody else?
No idea. Sister claims she doesn't know. Mrs. Baker didn't tell her.
Sounds like Mrs. Baker wanted the whole check, wouldn't you say?
That's what the sister figured when Mrs. Baker didn't come back. She finished the glass of beer, left the bar, and started walking home. 2 blocks from the house, she found her car parked. No sign of Mrs. Baker. Car keys were in the glove compartment, so it's the sister's share of the money, $200 in cash.
Well, how about the firm that issued the check? They get it back canceled?
Yeah, a couple of days ago. Mrs. Baker's endorsement on the back.
Yeah, sounds pretty wild, doesn't it?
Whole thing does. Talked to half a dozen people who saw Mrs. Baker that night. None of their stories jibe.
What do you mean?
Her boyfriend, Carl Shelton, he claims Mrs. Baker told him she was going out of town for a few days with a girlfriend.
They check it out?
Yeah. Girlfriend didn't know anything about it. Then they talked to a woman who works with Mrs. Baker. She said, yeah, the Baker woman was planning a trip.
Miss Baker mention anything about it to her sister?
No. Sister said Miss Baker told her just the opposite. Said she was getting out of her apartment into a new place. She was going to spend the next couple of days moving. They checked the boyfriend, Shelton. She said if Mrs. Baker was moving, it was news to him.
Well, either she's a liar or one of her friends are, huh?
It's all bollock stuff. No 2 stories anywhere near alike.
And what do they figure for a motive? They got a line on anybody who might have wandered out of the way?
Big field to pick from. She fought with Carl Shelton. She fought with his sister, some of the people she worked with. She had 3 or 4 other men around town on the string, too. Any one of them could have wanted her out of the way.
All her relatives been checked out and all her friends, places she'd be most likely to go?
I'll check. Not a trace of her, nothing.
Yeah, I guess we better start moving on it. A lot of ground to cover. See if we can't straighten out some of those stories.
One thing's sure. Somebody's lying.
8:35 a.m. Before we left the city hall, we checked with Sergeant Holmes and Missing Persons, who'd taken the report on Rose Baker's disappearance. He had nothing to add to what was in the report and what he'd already told Ed. First on the interview list was the sister of the missing woman, Bernice Marin. She was employed as a saleswoman for a grocery supply firm. We called at the home where Miss Marin lived with her 4 nieces and nephews, but there was no answer. The next-door neighbor told us that Miss Marin was working, that she usually didn't get home until 4:15 or 4:30 in the afternoon. In the meantime, we figured we might as well check the next name on the list, Mrs. Baker's boyfriend, Carl Shelton. We'd already checked him through R&I, and he had no record. We drove out to his address, a 3-story apartment house on 64th Street. Shelton's apartment was on the main floor rear. He answered the door in his bathrobe and slippers. He told us that he was employed at one of the local oil refineries, and that this particular week he was working the graveyard shift, 11 at night until 7 in the morning. He showed us back to a small kitchen at the rear of the apartment. While we questioned him, he fixed a percolator of coffee and put it on the stove.
You sure about Miss Baker's plans, are you? She never mentioned anything to you about moving out of the apartment house here?
No, never. Somebody's handing you a line there. If Rosie was going to move, she'd tell me about it. Just a minute. I got to get that coffee. It looks about done. You fellas want some Java? Got a whole pot full here.
No, thank you. How long did you say you've known Miss Baker?
Oh, about a year and a half. We got along pretty good. She'd right from the start. Sure don't understand her taking off like this.
Miss Baker ever talk to you much about the family? Her sister, 4 children? I mean, did you see them regularly? Seem to get along with them all right to you?
I don't think I'd know that. Rosie never had much to say about them. The only thing I could gather was that she just got sick of the routine, you know. Keeping up a house, doing the wash, mopping, dusting, taking care of 4 kids. She just checked out, that's all. Let her sister Bernice take over.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask me, she never should have had a family to begin with. Rosie isn't the kind. She's a party girl, likes a good time, you know what I mean?
Something I don't understand, Shelton. You said a minute ago you couldn't figure out Miss Baker's going off like this. When you filed the missing report on her, you said she was planning a trip out of town.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, isn't it possible she might have taken off without telling you?
No, I don't think so. She'd have told me. She's planning a trip, all right, but she wasn't going to leave till the next night, Wednesday night. She's going to pick up this girlfriend of hers, Iris, and the two of them were going to take the bus down to Laguna for a couple of days.
Well, it's our understanding this girlfriend, Iris, didn't know anything about the trip. Can you explain that?
I don't know. I guess Rosie forgot to tell her. Can't figure these women sometimes. Maybe she was going to phone her Wednesday morning. She knew Iris could get away almost any time.
And you think it's possible she might have gone down to Laguna by herself?
No, that's not like Rosie. Besides, before I went in to report her missing, I called a couple of places down Laguna where Rosie usually stops at. They hadn't seen her.
Possible she might have gone some other place?
No, without telling me, no. Besides, she wouldn't go alone. I know that.
Sheldon, we understand Mrs. Baker was friendly with 2 or 3 other men around town. You think it's possible she might have gone someplace with one of them? Sheldon?
No, I can't buy that. If it was 8 months ago, I'd say maybe, but not now.
Why not?
Well, we had it out, that's all. It was all settled. She wouldn't do anything like that again.
Pretty sure about that, are you?
Yeah, positive. I don't get it at all. She wouldn't do that to me, taking off, just packing up and leaving. Rosie wouldn't do that to me.
Well, she's got 4 children.
Yeah.
She did it to them. We questioned Carl Shelton for another half hour, but he failed to come up with anything in the way of a definite lead. 10:40 a.m. We drove to the home of the missing woman's girlfriend, an Iris Kirby. 2 things she was pretty definite about. She knew nothing about an out-of-town trip Mrs. Baker was supposed to have planned for the 2 of them. And secondly, she had no use for Carl Shelton. She told us that Shelton was her ex-boyfriend and that she had introduced him to Rose Baker and that shortly after that he dropped her. A few weeks later, Shelton began to keep steady company with Mrs. Baker. Outside of her personal grievance against Shelton, Iris Kirby had nothing to offer in the way of a lead to the whereabouts of her friend. 11:30 a.m., we got in the car and headed for the factory in the south end of town where Rose Baker was employed. We stopped off on the way for lunch, a bowl of soup and a sandwich. Ed had a cheeseburger and a piece of pie. Before we left, we checked the office to see if there were any calls. Nothing. The place where Mrs. Baker worked was on Santa Fe Avenue, a 1-story building covering almost half a block. They manufactured men's work clothes, shirts and overalls. We checked with the personnel office. We asked if Rose Baker had any friends that she worked with. We were told that there was a Mildred Dunn who was a fairly close friend of the Baker woman. Ed and I waited in the office while they sent down to the plant for Mildred Dunn.
Ms. Dunn?
That's right.
Police officers. My name's Jacobs. This is my partner, Sergeant Friday.
How do you do?
How are you? I'd like to ask you a few questions about Rose Baker, Mrs. Dunn. I understand you're a pretty close friend of hers.
Yes, that's right. I've known Rose ever since she came here. She works on the machine next to me. She come home yet?
No, not yet. You remember Miss Baker saying anything to you about taking a trip, Miss Dunn? I mean, just before she disappeared?
Yes, she did. She'd been looking forward to it. That's probably where she is, don't you think, off on her trip?
Well, we don't know, ma'am. Did she mention anything definite about the trip to you, where she was going, when she was leaving?
Well, I think she was going to Laguna Beach. It's hard to tell. She's always kidding around, Rose is. Once she said she was going to fly to Switzerland for a vacation. San Moritz. She's always kidding around like that.
Oh, that's so?
Like once when she had a date with Fred, she said she was going to the pump room in Chicago. You know, just being funny.
I see. Who is this Fred, Mrs. Dunn?
Fella in the shipping department, Fred Lyons. Nice fella.
He and Mrs. Baker see much of each other?
They used to, yes, quite a bit. I don't know if they were serious about each other. I thought they were till the last month or so. Maybe they had a tip or something. Maybe Rose got tired of him. I don't know.
But you do think the 2 of them were serious at one time?
Oh, yes. It wasn't more than a month ago. Then all of a sudden they weren't sweet on each other. At least Rose wasn't about him. She told me that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess we better check on him, then.
Mm-hmm.
Is this Fred Lyons working today, do you know, ma'am?
Oh, no. He quit last Tuesday.
1:15 p.m. We finished questioning Mildred Dunn, and we went back to the personnel office to get Fred Lyons' description and last known address. We checked out the address, but Lyons had moved out the previous Tuesday and left no forwarding address. We questioned the landlady, looked over his rooms, checked through the neighborhood, and talked to everybody he knew. We found nothing to indicate that Lyons had anything directly to do with Rose Baker's disappearance. But we did find out that he knew Mrs. Baker and that he thought quite a bit of her. We went back to the office, got out a broadcast and an APB on Lyons.
Want to check the book, Joe, see if we got any late calls there?
Yeah, sure.
I'll get it.
Right.
Homicide, Jacobs. That's right. Mm-hmm. Are they sure? What was that? All right. Thank you. Got something.
Yeah?
Hollywood division. Woman's purse found in a vacant lot out there. High school kid found it. A lot of identification inside.
Yeah.
Rose Baker.
3:15 p.m. The purse was brought downtown to the crime lab for detailed examination. Bryan and Barrett from Homicide went out to interview the boy who found the purse and to check the neighborhood where it was discovered. Meantime, Ed and I drove out to talk to the missing woman's sister, 36 years old, Bernice Marin. She and her sister's 4 children lived in a 5-room stucco house just off Exposition Boulevard. We got there shortly after Miss Marin returned home from her job. Her 2 older nephews were out in front cutting the lawn. She showed us into a neatly kept living room where we interviewed her. She was a plain-looking woman, brown hair, gray eyes. She showed little concern about her sister's disappearance.
I gave up trying to keep track of her a long time ago, Sergeant. I haven't any idea where she's gone. I used to worry about her. I don't anymore.
Well, how about that purse of hers that was found this afternoon, Miss Marin? Wouldn't you say that makes it a little unusual this time?
I don't think so. She loses things all the time. I don't know what she does when she goes off on those things. I don't want to know. Gets drunk and does a lot of fooling around, I suppose. She's lost 2 or 3 purses the same way.
What about last Tuesday, the night she disappeared? You notice if she'd been drinking then?
Yeah, I got the idea she'd had a couple of highballs before she came over. She wasn't drunk, but she wasn't feeling any pain. Oh, say, would you excuse me? I want to yell at the kids out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Frank, that's enough of that playing around out there. Let's get started pushing that lawnmower, huh?
Okay, just trying out a new system. Almost half done now.
You better hurry it up. You still got the backyard to do, remember?
Yeah, okay.
The only good thing that came out of that marriage, Sergeant, those kids out there.
Yes, ma'am.
There's 2 more besides Frank and Bobby, the girls, my nieces. One's 9, one's 7.
Mm-hmm.
Marvelous kids. Girls are just as pretty as pictures. I'm glad I have a chance to take care of them. I guess I just like kids. Can't understand it when people don't appreciate them. I don't have a family of my own.
Oh, I see.
Miss Marin, when you were with your sister last Tuesday night, you say she didn't mention anything at all about taking that trip out of town?
No, just the opposite. Like I told you. Said she was moving out of her apartment into a new place. That's why she needed the money.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's the story about this money your sister came to pick up, Miss Marin? I don't think I quite got that clear.
Well, we had this baby grand piano that my mother gave Rose and me just before she died. Kids have been sick the last couple of months, one thing and another. I needed a little money to catch up on some doctor bills, so I sold the piano. I hated to do it, but the bills had to be paid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rose found out about it somehow, and she wanted half the money I got for the piano. She wanted the money for herself. Can you imagine that? She wasn't even willing to pay for her own kids' doctor bills. It'd be different if I was charging her to take care of the kids. I just do it because I like them.
Mm-hmm, I see.
Well, anyway, she found out about it, and I had to split the check with her. The whole thing was for $400.
I understand your sister got the check cashed that night. That correct?
Yeah, that's right. It was 8 o'clock at night, but Rose said she knew somebody who'd cash it. She wanted the money that night. And to save an argument, we got in the car and went to see this friend of hers, some bartender. He couldn't cash the thing, so Rose took the car and went out to look up another friend she thought would cash it. I didn't want to go chasing all over town with her, so I stayed at this bar and had a beer.
Mm-hmm. And that's the last time you saw your sister, is it?
Yes, I waited a couple of hours, and then I walked home. And 2 blocks from the house, I saw my car pulled up at the curb, right on Exposition Boulevard. Car keys were in the glove compartment. $200 in cash right under them. No sign of Rose, though.
Well, what time was it when you got back to the house? You remember?
It was after 11. Close to 11:30, I think. I went right to bed.
And since that time, you've had no indication where your sister might have gone? No phone calls, no letters, no word from one of her friends who might have seen her?
No, not a thing. If she's in trouble, you can understand why. It's been coming for a long time. Last 5 years, going downhill all the time. She's no good, Sergeant. I don't know how it happened. She's just no good at all.
Thank you very much, Miss Marin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, not at all. No trouble. I guess I better get dinner started for the kids.
Well, if you hear anything about your sister, we'd appreciate it if you'd give us a call.
Yes, all right. It's going to be the same old story. Same thing all over again. You can bet on it.
Ma'am?
She'll come back when the money's gone.
5:15 p.m. Ed and I drove back downtown and went directly to the crime lab. The missing woman's purse, which had been found in the vacant lot out in Hollywood, had been examined thoroughly. They'd found nothing that would provide us with a new lead. We checked communications, but there was still no answer to the APB we'd gotten out on Fred Lyons, the man who'd worked with Rose Baker and who dropped from sight the same day she did. 5:30 p.m. We got back to the squad room.
Hi, Brian. You just get back?
Yeah. You get the word?
No, what's that?
Mrs. Baker, they just found her body.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Comparison proves Fatima quality. Prove Fatima quality yourself today.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Friends, to show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee. Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos. If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers now insist on Fatima than ever before.
Insist on the best. Fatima, extra mild and soothing, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Smoke Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
June 3rd, Monday, 6 p.m. The body of 38-year-old Rose Baker had been discovered in the Hollywood Hills area. Approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Mulholland Drive and Oak Knoll Terrace, a dirt road branched off to the left of Mulholland and wound about 300 yards down the hill to a dead-end stop. Just below the guardrail, which circled the edge of the road, there were 2 eucalyptus trees. They overlooked a deep ravine covered with scrub oak and patches of laurel. Halfway down one slope of the ravine, they found the body of the missing woman. There were 2 bullet holes in the left side of the skull. There was another one at the base of the throat. In her clenched right hand, there was a 50-cent piece. The immediate area surrounding the body had been roped off, and Lieutenant Lee Jones and the crime lab crew were making their preliminary investigation. There was no sign of the murder weapon. The coroner arrived, and when the preliminary investigation was completed, the body was taken downtown to the county morgue. All clothing and personal effects were removed from the body and sent to the crime lab for detailed examination. Rose Baker's sister, Bernice Marin, was brought to the county morgue and identified the body. A few minutes after 10 o'clock that night, Ed and I got back to the office. I got it. Homicide, Friday.
Is it Sergeant Friday?
Yes, sir, that's right.
This is Carl Shelton, Sergeant. You were out to talk to me this morning, you remember?
Oh, yeah, Sheldon.
I heard about Rosie just a couple of minutes ago. I got to talk to you, Sergeant. There's something I got to tell you.
Was that so? Do you want to tell me now?
Well, I don't want to tell you on the phone. I'll drive in to see you. I'll leave right now.
Well, yeah, all right. Do you mind telling me what it's about?
Yeah, I know who killed Rosie.
11:08 p.m. Carl Shelton arrived at the office. Ed and I took him down the hall to the interrogation room where he gave us his story. He told us, first of all, that he was well acquainted with most of the regular customers at the tavern where Rose Baker and her sister had first stopped to cash the $400 check. He told us one of these people, a Leroy Hansen, had contacted him after he read in the morning paper about Mrs. Baker's murder.
I've known Leroy at least 4 or 5 years. Used to work with him. He wouldn't lie to me.
And what did this fellow tell you, Shelton? That's Leroy Hansen.
He said he got to the bar a little after midnight. It had to be at least that, because Leroy doesn't get off work till 11:30. He said he saw Rosie sitting in a car parked a couple doors down from the bar. There was a woman in the car with her. He described her just like Rosie's sister. They were having a beef.
And this friend of yours hear what Mrs. Baker and this woman were talking about?
No, but he's smart enough to know a big argument when he sees one. He says they were really going to it.
Is he sure about the time?
He's got to be. Leroy works at a sheet metal plant south of town. He gets off at 11:30. Takes him more than a half hour to get in. Why should he lie about it? He wasn't even going to mention it till he found out she was dead.
This woman he says Miss Baker was with, she fits her sister's description that close?
Exactly. And there was a guy with Leroy. He'll back it up. If the sister says she wasn't sitting in that car with Rosie outside that bar after midnight, she's a liar.
Well, she is if you can prove your story.
Here's the phone. You ask Leroy.
11:22 p.m. We put in calls to both of the men who were supposed to have seen Rose Baker and her sister Bernice sitting in a parked car outside the tavern 6 nights before. Both of them corroborated Carl Shelton's story down to the last detail. They were especially certain about the time. Bernice Marin told us that on the night her sister Rose disappeared, she hadn't seen her after 9:15 p.m., and that she'd walked home and was in bed by 11:30. Both Leroy Hansen and his friend told us that they had seen Rose Baker and a woman answering her sister's description sitting together in a car parked outside the tavern. They were both certain at the time that it was well past midnight. We made a check on Leroy Hansen and his friend. As far as we were able to find out, there was no logical reason why they should lie about what they told us. Ed and I got in the car and drove out to the home of Bernice Marin, just off Exposition Boulevard. It was 20 minutes past midnight. We rang the front doorbell and got her out of bed.
Oh, hello, officers. Didn't know who it was. Come in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, you have to wait long before I answered. I sleep pretty sound.
Afraid we'll have to ask you to get dressed, Miss Marin. I'd like to talk to you downtown.
Why? What's the matter?
Well, some more questions we have to ask you, ma'am. A few more things we have to clear up about your sister. It's pretty important.
Well, I've told you everything I know. I don't like to go out and leave the kids alone at night. What is it you want to ask me about?
Well, you told us the last time you saw your sister was about 9:15 last Tuesday night, Miss Marin.
Yes, that's right.
We've got a couple of people who claim they saw you with your sister after midnight Tuesday. You were sitting with her in your car parked outside a tavern. You're having an argument with her. At least 2 people saw you, and they'll swear to that.
No, that couldn't be right.
They claim it is.
They say it was after midnight and they saw me with Rose?
Yes, ma'am, that's what they say.
And you believe it? You believe it was me?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
You think I killed Rose? Is that it?
Yes, ma'am, we think so. How about it, Miss Marin?
It'll take me a minute to get my clothes on. I want to talk to the oldest boy, my nephew Frank. Would it be all right?
I'll have to go along with you.
All right. This way, down the hall.
All right.
In here. I don't want to wake the other kids if I can help it.
All right.
Frank. Wake up, Frank. Frankie.
What do you want, Aunt Bernice?
I hate to wake you up, Frankie. I'm going to have to go downtown tonight. I'm leaving now. In case I'm not here when you and the kids get up, I want you to take care of everything, all right, honey?
Yeah, okay. What do you have to go downtown for?
Well, it's something about your mother, Frank. Might take a little time. You see the girls get off to school on time in the morning, won't you? Bobby, too. The sandwiches are all made. They're in the icebox. All you have to do is put them in a paper sack, all right?
Yeah, okay. Why do you have to go now? Can't you wait until tomorrow?
No, I'm afraid not, honey. You take care of everything, huh? Make sure all the doors are locked. And don't forget to feed the dog.
No, I won't forget. What's the matter? Is there anything wrong?
No, of course not. Now, if something happens so I can't get back tomorrow, I'll call you on the phone, all right?
Yeah, okay. You be sure and call, huh?
I'll call you, honey. You go to sleep now. It'll be all right. You get some sleep. Good night, Frankie.
Yeah, okay. Good night.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I had to tell Frank what to do. The kids wouldn't understand. I mean, if they woke up and didn't find me here.
Yes, ma'am. What'd you do with the murder gun, Miss Marin?
Out in the garage, I'll show you. I had her 4 kids to raise. It's not easy. You know what it costs to feed them, put clothes on their back? It's not the kids I minded. They're wonderful. I love every one of them. I'm glad to get the chance to raise them. I've never married myself. Never had any of my own.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't been easy at all, working all day, coming home and cooking for them, doing the wash, trying to keep the house clean. Rose never gave me a dime to pay a bill, for her own kids, too. She gave us nothing, and she tried to take everything, tried to bleed me for my last dollar. She cashed the check that night and said she was going to keep all the money. I couldn't stand anymore. We argued, and I killed her.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, ma'am. We'll have to go.
Yes, all right. What'll I do, Sergeant? What'll I say?
I advise you to tell the truth. You'll get a fair trial.
I know that. It's not what I mean.
What do you mean?
Inside there, what am I going to say? How'll I explain it?
Ma'am?
The kids. How do you tell 4 kids you killed their mother?
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 3rd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 92, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I make it a habit to carry 2 packs of Fatimas around with me. One's for my smoking, and the second one's for smokers I see with other king-size cigarettes. All I have to say is, here, compare Fatima. I know they're going to be sold on Fatimas the next time we meet. How about comparing Fatima yourself? You'll find Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters, cools the smoke, all for your protection. You get those extra puffs because Fatima is 21% longer than standard cigarette size. And Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Prove it today. Buy Fatima.
When their aunt, Bernice Alberta Marin, was apprehended on suspicion of 187 PC, the 4 Baker children were taken into protective custody by juvenile authorities. Bernice Marin was indicted for murder and entered a plea of self-defense. She claimed that at the time of the murder, her sister attacked her with a knife while they argued over the division of the $400 check. Bernice Marin was tried in Superior Court by a jury composed of 9 men and 3 women. She was found not guilty. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips, Virginia Gregg, Vic Perrin. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Next, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Halloween's a perfect time for baking spooky cookies. Just roll out Pillsbury sugar cookies, cut, bake and decorate, then feed them to your goblins. So much fun there.
Scary.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, Duffy. Oh, nothing. I'm just going over the mail here. Yeah, got a nice postcard from Nitro McNulty, you know, the safecracker. Yes, he's summering at Alcatraz. Yeah. The card says, let's see, he says, wish you were here, doing wonderful time. Yeah, then we got a very vicious, nasty letter from the health department. Well, I don't know what it says. I ain't opened it yet. Well, look, Duffy, I'll call you back. I want to go over the rest of the mail.
There's a letter here from your girlfriend, Peaches Latour.
Oh, yeah, the striptease, huh? Hey, wait a minute. How do you know it's from Peaches?
The stamp is peeling off. Hey, there's another letter here from the Acme Encyclopedia Company.
Oh, let's see. It says, congratulations. You have been selected as the Genius of the Week by our sales department. Our representative will call on you to present you with a special award. Eddie.
Yeah?
At last, me brains have leaked out.
Amazing.
What do you mean, amazing?
How all them brains could leak out from a head with such a small hole in it. You, the Genius of the Week.
Look, after all these years, you don't seem to realize that there's nothing that I don't know something about.
Yeah, but on the other hand, there's something that you don't know nothing about.
What?
Everything.
Is that so? For your edification, I have forgotten more than I ever knew. I wonder how much this Genius Award will amount to.
Well, the Nobel Prize run up to about $40,000.
Nobel Prize, huh? Yeah, that Nobel Prize is just for foreign geniuses, you know. They work cheap. Look, Eddie, when the representative gets here, I got to impress him. Have we got one of them graduation hats around?
What?
You know, the kind that's round on the bottom and square on top.
All right.
Hello, Finnegan.
So, hi, Arch. Guess what?
What?
My kid brother just started to crawl today.
Oh, really? Gee, that's nice. How old is the little tyke?
14.
14? He sounds very advanced.
Well, he sure is. He can even spell his name backwards.
What's his name?
Otto.
Otto sounds like a fellow genius.
What?
I have just been voted the genius of the week, you know.
Oh, really? Well, I just hope you don't let your brains go to your head.
Why should I? It's just an accident, you know, just a freak of nature that I'm cursed with this mentality. Would you care for a demonstration of me brilliance?
Is it on the house?
Yeah. Ask me a question, any question.
A question. Let me see. Okay. What time is it?
And again, I'm a genius. Ask me something real tough.
Oh, tough. Oh, okay. What's the capital of Ohio?
It's 9:15.
Really? I'd have sworn it was Columbus.
You was probably thinking of the circle.
Say, Archie, is there any mail for me?
Any mail for you? I suppose so. There's 2 billion people in the world.
Oh, stop always trying to be funny.
I'm sorry. Here's a postcard for you.
Oh, let's see. Well, listen to this. Dear Miss Duffy, I guess this is farewell. I have gone to join the Foreign Legion.
Yeah. Who's it from?
MFSA.
Miss Archie.
Huh?
The man from the Encyclopedia Company is here.
Oh, well, good evening, sir.
Wait. That high forehead. That profound expression. Those alert, quivering ears. You must be Archie.
Quite right. I am that him.
I knew it the minute I looked at you. Let me see, what great man is it that you remind me of?
Well, a lot of people say that I'm the the expectorating image of Einstein.
Einstein?
Yes, Sir Isaac Einstein. The guy that invented the apple. But leave us not shilly-dally. Did you bring the money with you?
Money?
Yes, the award.
Oh, well, before we grant this award, I would like to impress you with its importance. The Genius of the Week is a title that we only bestow on men of higher education.
Well, I don't like to brag, but in college I had so many degrees I was known as Archie the thermometer.
You went to college?
It's obvious.
Which college?
Eddie, tell him.
Harvard, class of 25.
Eddie, please, leave us not exaggerate. There was only 19 in the class. Now, Eddie, tell the gentleman about me graduating honors.
He graduated magna cum laude. Now.
What was that?
He speaks broken Latin. I'm always shocked when I hear it.
Shocked? Why? Do you speak the dead languages?
Like a corpse. Now, I'm a busy man. Now, what about this award?
Not so fast. Before you receive the award, our committee requires that you answer a question selected from our encyclopedia.
Okay, shoot the question to me, Herbert.
Very well. Which is more important to life on the Earth, the sun or the moon?
The moon, of course. It shines in the nighttime when you really need the light.
I'm afraid that is not quite correct.
Oh, could I have another crack at it?
No, but our committee is very liberal. I'll give you another question.
Okay, shoot.
What animal is known as man's best friend?
Woman?
No.
Man's best friend. A seal?
No, but you're getting warm.
Man's best friend, and I'm getting warm. You sure it ain't a woman?
Perhaps we'd better try another question, and I'll try to make this one simple.
Okay, make it easy on yourself.
Okay. What is it that is made from flowers that smells good and is called perfume?
Perfume. Finnegan, get out of here, will you? Let's see now. Made from flowers and smells good. Tell me, is it made from wild flowers or tame flowers?
I'll give you a hint. What is it your girl puts behind her ears?
Cigarette butts. But I failed to see what that has to do with flowers.
Look, to save time, if you can think up an answer, I'll try to put a question in front of it.
Sir, us geniuses don't brook no favors.
Very well, we'll try again. Under first aid. When a person faints, what do you place under his nose to revive him?
A tourniquet?
No.
I'm only a bird and a gilded.
I got it.
What?
A bird.
No.
Hey, this is a tough one. Eddie, please stop waving that bottle of ammonia in front of me now.
That's it.
What's that?
What you said.
Stop waving?
No.
In front of me nose?
No.
Bottle of ammonia?
Bingo!
You mean I'm the genius of the week?
Correct. And now I have the great fortune to bestow on you the honor and privilege of purchasing this encyclopedia for only $49.
I paid $49.
Do you realize that this encyclopedia contains 3,000 pages in addition to an appendix?
How much is it if we cut out the appendix?
Look, Bud, I ain't got time to haggle. Do you want to be the genius of the week or don't you?
Well, how much is it if I ain't the genius of the week?
$49.
Now, just a minute.
I know what you're thinking, but the genius of the week only has to pay $2 down.
Oh, well, that's different. For a second, I thought I might just as well be a dope. $2 down, huh? How do I pay the balance?
In one easy installment.
When?
Tomorrow.
But look, where am I going to get $47 by tomorrow?
You're a genius, aren't you?
Well, yes.
That's good enough for me. See you mañana.
Okay. Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, look, have we still got that old bed sheet in the back room?
What?
Well, this encyclopedia, with an award like this, I think we should have a formal unveiling.
That's what I like about Duffy. There's always something normal going on.
$47. Eddie, I'm afraid I chewed off a little more than I can bite.
I thought a little thing like money never worried geniuses.
Well, don't forget, Eddie. Archie's new at it. His head ain't broken in yet.
$47 to be a genius. Look, Eddie, how would you like to be me partner?
Shake hands with the idiot.
Okay, I will. Finnegan?
Yeah?
Look, how would you like to be a genius?
I don't know, Arch. What's the hours?
Well, we can discuss that later. I'm looking for a partner. Now, tell me, have you got $47?
Are you kidding?
Well, is your old man working?
Yeah.
Well, the partner I have in mind might temporarily embezzle his old man's pay envelope.
Well, I don't know, Arch. I think that...
That's the kind of a partner I need, a man that can think. When's your old man's next payday?
Tomorrow.
Come on. Put her there, partner.
Just a minute, Arch. Suppose I swipe the money and then I find out I ain't a genius.
Well, we'll test that out right now. Let's see here. The encyclopedia is open to the B's. see. Tell me, what's a vacuum?
Vacuum.
Yeah.
Vacuum. I got it right in my head.
The answer is absolutely correct. Now, tomorrow you bring in the 47 bucks, and you're a genius.
Oh, that was too easy. Can I have another one?
Well, okay. Here's one on history.
Oh, no. I hate history. That stuff causes nothing but wars.
Well, all right. I'll give you a question about wars.
Oh, that's better.
Tell me, how long did the 30 Years' War last?
30 Years' War.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's a tough one.
Well, tell me, how old is your 14-year-old brother Otto?
He's 14 years old.
Okay. Then how long did the 30 Years' War last?
14 years.
Absolutely correct. I couldn't have picked a more intelligent partner.
All right, Doc. When do I start learning the business, Doc?
Well, there's no time like the present. Now, let's look through the book here.
Okay. Hey, Art.
Huh?
What's that thing there?
Where?
That picture.
Oh, that's a dinosaur.
Gee, he's pretty. Well, what do you call him again?
Dinosaur. It's an animal that lived millions of years ago during the Mesozoic age. Yeah, sort of a lizard with an overactive thyroid.
They lived millions of years?
Yeah. They existed about 20,000 neons ago.
Neon?
Yes, light years.
Oh, I see. How big was they, Art?
How big? Yeah. Well, if we could believe the semantics, the old-time philosophers, these dinosaurs was as big as a house. But since they didn't have houses in them days, nobody knows how big they were.
Yeah. But there's none of them left, though, huh?
No, there's none left. You see, there was very vociferous eaters. Used to eat fishes and fossils, and alligators and mammals, until finally there was nothing left to eat, so they started eating each other, naturally. This is where they made their big mistake. Before they knew it, they had extincted themselves to death. That's why to this date, and again, every time you see a dinosaur, it looks like a skeleton.
I have a little trouble with the water faucet. Better call the plumber.
The plumber? With this encyclopedia, what do we need with a plumber? Well, let's look it up here. Plummer. Don't seem to be here.
Got news for you. The word plumber has a B in it.
Oh, a B. Let's see. B-L-U-M. That don't seem to be here neither.
The B is in the middle. P-L-U-M-B.
Eddie, that's a fruit. Wait a minute.
Right.
What do we need this book for? I'm the genius of the week. And if a genius can't fix a lousy water pipe, he might just as well remain a dope. Partner?
Yeah?
Get a flashlight and a monkey wrench and come on down the cellar with me.
Okay, Art.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Sure is dark down here in the cellar.
Yeah. Hope we can find the right pipe. I think I'll hammer on this one and see what happens.
Ouch!
Sorry, partner. Leave us try this one here. Eddie?
Yeah?
Did the water go on upstairs?
Yeah.
Good.
But now the lights is out.
think maybe we'd better try this one.
Oh, good shot, Art. You busted it right in half.
Hey, quick, give me the monkey wrench
Okay.
there now. Let's see, I'll hook this pipe on here like this. Then I'll move these wires over here. Yep, that should do it. Eddie!
Yeah?
The lights back on?
Yeah, lights are on.
How about the water?
Fine. Coming out the stove now.
Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
What are you going to do, Art?
Send for the plumber. Wait a minute. We'll take one more crack at it. Here, Finnegan, help me lift this floorboard here.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, let's... Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Art?
My foot just hit something here. Finnegan, quick, flash on the flashlight.
Okay.
You're up.
Art, what is it?
Bones, Finnegan. Bones.
Art, you think they're...
What else? Finnegan, remove your hat. You're in the presence of a dead dinosaur. Eddie, look. Look what we found in the cellar.
Huh?
Look, man. The bones of a dead dinosaur.
Oh, that's nice. I haven't seen no pink elephants while you was down there, did you?
Eddie, don't scoff me in the face of science. This is the greatest discovery since Louis Pasteur bit that mad dog. Quick, give me that phone.
Oh, that's right.
Hello? Smithsonian Institute? Start dickering. Well, this is Archie at Duffy's Tavern. I just discovered some dinosaur bones. You don't believe it, huh? Okay, come down here and I'll show them to you in the flesh. You be right down? Okay.
Look, Mr. Bones.
What?
When we gonna get the water faucet fixed?
The water faucet. The water faucet. Eddie, right now I got no time to have water on the brain.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
I am Mr. Wagner from the Smithsonian Institute.
Oh, happy to meet you, sir. Always glad to meet a fellow bone lover.
Just a second. What an interesting fossil.
Mr. Wagner, that happens to be my partner. These are the dinosaur bones over here.
Oh, those are dinosaur bones?
Yeah.
Young man, you are insane.
Sir, we seem to have a difference of opinion. Why don't we leave it to a third party?
Who?
Professor Finnegan here.
Professor Finnegan?
He happens to be an LLD, a PhD, and an AB.
Does he have an MA?
Sweetest little old lady you ever saw. Now, Professor Finnegan, there seems to be a difference of opinion about these dinosaur bones. Tell us, what do you think of them?
I think they're delicious.
Professor, stop nibbling on the exhibit.
Oh, I just thought I'd...
Now, aside from their nutritional value, what do you think?
Young man, I am not interested in these so-called dinosaur bones.
You ain't, huh?
No. But I am interested in the professor here.
I should think you would be. You heard of that famous expedition to find the missing link?
Professor, don't tell me you went out with that expedition.
No, I came back with it.
Professor,
Yes?
Come closer. The shaggy brow. The thick skull. The long arms. The furry neck. I wonder.
Have a banana.
right. The Neanderthal man. Oh, look, Professor, how would you like a job at the Smithsonian Institute?
What does the job pay?
$100 a week.
$100 a week? Professor.
Yes?
Have a banana.
I don't understand.
Well, for $100, I might take a job at the Smithsonian myself.
Sorry, you'd be too unbelievable.
That's what I get for being a genius at a week.
Well, come along, Professor. We've got to get to the Institute to begin our studies.
Okay. What do I study?
Nothing. We study you.
Duffy's Tavern was originally released by NBC, the National Broadcasting Company, for listeners in the United States, and was rebroadcast for American forces overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
A government program out of control. Parents using their kids to get millions.
You can do anything you want with this money. Plus, this confused old man in diapers abandoned at a dog track by the daughter who couldn't care for him. Now, for the first time, she talks and says you might have done the same. Prime time tonight.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Denis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Sharon Douglas, Paula Winslow, Isabel Randolph, Dick Lane, Hans Conried, Charles Dant of the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Denis to sing Dear Old Donegal.
It seems like only yesterday I left the port of Cork, and on a ship from Old Erin's Isle I landed in New York. Without a friend to meet me there and a stranger on the shore, I wore an honest Irish heart and fortune came galore. So here I am going back to dear Old Erin's Isle. The friends, they meet me on the pier and they'll greet me with a smile. There are faces there that I'll surely forget, for I was so long away. But me mother will introduce them all, and this to me will say, shake Shake hands with your Uncle Mike, me boy. Shake hands with your sister Kate. And here's the girl you used to swing down by the garden gate. Shake hands with all the neighbors and kiss the colleen doll. You're as welcome as the flowers of May to dear old Donegal. They'll give a party when I get back, and they'll come from near and far. They'll line the road for miles and miles with Irish jaunting cars. The spirits will flow and we'll all be gay and we'll fill our hearts with joy. The piper will play an Irish reel to greet the Yankee boy. They'll come Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCuffy, Malarkey, Mahone, Rafferty, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dooley, O'Dooley, Callahan, Flanahan, Fagan, O'Hagan, O'Houlihan, Flynn, Shanahan, Lanahan, Hogarty, Fogarty, Kelly, O'Kelly, Shapiro, McGinn. Then I'll shake the hand of me Uncle Mike, the hand of me sister Kate. Oh, I'll hug and squeeze as much as I please the girl in the garden gate. I'll invite all the neighbors to me wedding great and small. And I'll lift and tend and pay no rent in dear old Donegal.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, the dawn of a new year hasn't found any appreciable changes at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, where our young hero, Dennis Day, rooms. His salary at Willoughby's drugstore is the same as it was in 1946, $8 a week. His room rent, too, is the same as in 1946, $8 a week. 1947 also finds Mildred Anderson as determined to marry him as ever, and her mother, Dennis's landlady, just as sick to her stomach at the thought. And now, as we join Dennis and Mildred at the Andersons, we find them looking to the new year with great high hopes, even as you and I.
Gee, 1947. Maybe it'll be our year, Dennis. Maybe we'll even be married before it's over.
Yeah, with a home of our own.
Yes. And then maybe someday, later on, who knows, we may find a visitor dropping in on us.
Oh, no, once I get away from your mother, I want to stay away.
I didn't mean my mother, Dennis. I meant someone much smaller and, well, cuter and prettier.
Your father?
Of course not. The visitor I mean would have tiny hands and feet and a lovely little pink face. And...
Don't be silly. Only babies look like that.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Our visitor will be a baby.
Really? Whose?
Ours, of course.
Mildred, please, remember that I'm mixed company.
Dennis, what's the matter? Don't you want a little one of your own?
Yeah, but it's kind of nerve-wracking when it's ordered so far in advance.
Well, it wouldn't be so far in advance if you'd only demand a decent salary from Mr. Willoughby at the drugstore.
Oh, who needs that old job anyway? One of these days, we'll be on Easy Street with the invention I'm working on now.
Oh, Dennis, no, not another invention. What is it this time?
Well, as you know, there's a terrific crime wave sweeping the nation. So I asked myself a question. Who causes most of the crime in this country? And pretty soon I thought of the answer.
Who?
Criminals.
Well, that seems reasonable.
So I set to work on a burglar alarm that would really do something about the criminal. Most alarms just ring a bell, you know.
But not yours?
Oh, no, you set mine up in your closet. When the criminal opens the closet door, a pair of steel hands come out of the wall and grab him by the throat, while a bear trap snaps on his leg. At the same time, a club begins hitting him over the head, and 2 wires shoot 400 bolts into him.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, a thing like that could annoy even the most hardened criminal.
But are you sure it'll work?
Oh, absolutely. You see, I've been experimenting with it. I've got one all set up in the...
Mildred! Oh, in the living room, Mother.
Mildred, do you know where we can rent a car for a week? I've just got to have one right away.
Well, what for, Mother?
The most wonderful things happened. My Ladies' Aid Society's been negotiating with the Baron von Engel for months. And he just wired he's coming to Weaverville on his lecture tour.
Boy, that's marvelous. You sure are lucky, Mrs. Anderson. Who's he?
What? The most famous explorer in the world. He's just returned from a big game hunt in Africa.
Gee.
He's lived under the most primitive conditions, slept in places no other human being would sleep in.
Why don't you give him my room?
He'll have the best room in this house, our guest bedroom. After all, he's a member of the Austrian nobility.
Wait, Mrs. Anderson, the guest bedroom
Please, Denis? Mildred, I want you to go over to Middletown and hire a car for the Baron's disposal, then meet his train with it at 2:30.
All right, Mother.
Here's $50. That should cover the rental and deposit. And don't come back without a car under any circumstances.
Golly, this is awful, Denis. We've combed Middletown for hours. There isn't a car for rent in the whole city.
I know. And your mother said not to come home without one. Gee, Hey, wait.
What?
Look, that sign across the street.
Where?
There. Maybe we can buy a car. See what it says? Come in and save a fortune on a used car. Buy from the hysterical Hibernian.
Oh, but Denis, we only have $50.
I know, but I read in the paper that prices have collapsed lately. For instance, butter is down to where an ordinary movie star can afford it.
Well, we can try anyway. We've just got to get that car. Come on.
Good day, friends. I'm the hysterical Hibernian. Can I help you?
Well, we'd like to buy a car. That is, if we can be sure you're a really legitimate used car dealer.
I assure you that I am.
Have you got your license from the city and your certificate of insanity and everything?
You betcha. And now's the time to buy, folks, because prices are down to nothing. Now, here, I'll show you what's on the lot. There we are.
Gee, that's a nice little jalopy right here in front. How much is that?
$4,000.
$4,000?
Yes, plus another 1,000 or so for extras. You know, like the motor.
Well, you see, we didn't really want to spend too much money.
What's the price on that windshield over there? I can't read it from here.
That's $500. And let me tell you, that windshield's a steal for only $500.
That's all you get is the windshield?
My dear sir, you didn't expect anything attached to it for that kind of money, did you?
Yes, sir. I guess I lost my head.
Mister, we want to look at something very, very reasonable.
Well, I have a pretty good thing right over here for $800. It'll completely eliminate your gasoline problem.
What do you mean?
It won't run.
Well, what good is a car that won't run?
Well, no good unless you're looking for a place to live.
Look, mister, we're wasting time. All we want to spend is $50.
How much?
$50. Now, what can we get for that?
Well, if you'll crawl up on that grease rack, I'll change your oil.
Dennis, if he hasn't got a car for $50, let's try someplace else.
And just a minute, lady. I think I may have something for you at that. Now, come along here.
This way?
Just keep following me.
Past this junkyard?
This isn't the junkyard. It's the car.
Oh, golly, I've never seen a car like this one before.
Me either. Say, mister, is it a new model?
How old are you, kid?
22.
Yeah, it's a new model.
Gosh, it must be. So they're building them now with a smokestack in the back, huh?
Yep, that saves you gas and oil. When you run out of fuel, you just throw another log on the fire.
Well, it's the only $50 car on the lot, Dennis. And besides, it's nearly 2 o'clock, and we've got to meet the Baron's train.
Okay, sold, mister. Give him the money, Mildred.
Thank you. Now, that'll be $52 with carrying charges.
Carrying charges?
Yes, I'll carry it out to the street for you. After that, you're on your own.
And now, before we continue our story, here's our young hero, Denis Day, singing I'll Never Love Again. I'll never love again if you
forget me. My heart won't let me love someone new. I'll never dream again. How could I go on dreaming if each dream that we made would have suddenly fade in the gloom? I'll never thrill again to someone's kiss. For what good would it do if you I'll miss? My heart is yours alone. So be careful, don't break it. For if you ever should, darling, I never could love again.
Well, the famous explorer Baron von Engel is arriving in Weaverville on his lecture tour. Dennis and Mildred have bought what might charitably be called a car in which to take him from the depot to the Anderson house. We find him now at the station.
Oh, that must be he, Dennis. The tall, distinguished-looking man with the tan coming toward us.
Yeah. How do you do, sir? Are you the Baron von Engel?
Yeah, that is I. You come from Mrs. Anderson?
Yes, sir. We're here to meet you and walk to the house with you. It's only 6 miles away.
6 miles? I was told there would be a car. Why can't we walk to there?
We can if you like, but that's 7 miles away.
What?
Oh, you see, we had a little bad luck with it.
Yeah, we were going along swell until we ran into a little difficulty. Then we decided not to drive it any further.
What happened?
The motor fell out.
But this is ridiculous. Can't I get a taxi?
Oh, I'm afraid there aren't any taxis here. You see, Weaverville's kind of a one-horse town.
All right, then. Bring me the horse. No, really, I don't...
Come on, Baron. We can make it. Here, I'll take your luggage. Well, here we are, Baron. I told you we could make it.
6 miles. I'm ausgeworden. Ich muss downline.
Oh, we'll have you fixed up in a moment, Baron. Oh, here's Mother now.
Oh, my dear, dear Baron. I'm so delighted to see you. Did you have a pleasant trip?
I would like to lie down, please. My feet hurt up to my neck.
Your feet? But the car... What's happened to it, Denis?
The motor fell out. I figured the car wouldn't run nearly as well without it, so we walked.
Someday, Denis Day, I'm going to murder you in cold blood.
No, please. First, I would like to lie down.
Oh, of course, Baron. I'm terribly sorry. Our guest bedroom is right through here.
Mrs. Anderson, wait. The guest bedroom is...
Oh, quiet. There you are, Baron. I do hope you'll have a good rest.
Thank you. I put my things right in this closet.
No, wait. Wait a minute. Let me think. Oh, yeah. I remember. There.
My head. My throat. What happened?
You got caught in my burglar alarm. It worked swell, huh?
Oh, Baron, are you all right?
So, this is the welcome to Weaverville, is it? I am leaving this place now and forever.
Oh, Baron, I beg
you will never see what is left of me. Goodbye.
Oh, Denis Day. Oh, you!
Now, wait, Mother. No one knew he was coming to town, did they?
Everyone in our Ladies' Aid Society knew. He was supposed to take tea at the president's house this afternoon.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I'll be cashiered from the society. They'll ask me to turn in my knitting needles.
Oh, Denis, I have an idea. Come on. We've got to beat the Baron down to the railroad station.
Mildred, what are you...
Never mind. Come on.
Mildred, I don't understand. First you tell Mr. Stewart to go out and have some coffee, and then you put me in his place behind the ticket window.
Look, Dennis, the New York train pulls out in a few minutes. The Baron has to buy his ticket from you, doesn't he? Well, you just delay him here at the window till the train is gone.
But, Mildred...
Oh, and as long as he's stuck in town anyway, he'll probably go to the Ladies' Aid Tea and forget all about your burglar alarm, see?
Gee, Mildred, you have the prettiest brains of any girl I ever met.
Thank you. Now, just keep that eye shade pulled down. The Baron will never recognize you.
But won't he know my voice?
Well, disguise it. Do your imitation of that old character on the Fred Allen program.
Oh, you mean somebody say, somebody knock?
No, not that one.
Oh, I know. No, you were expecting maybe Xavier Kogo.
No, the old man, Dennis.
Oh, yeah, I know who you mean. Titus Moody.
That's right. Now, oh, my goodness, here comes the Baron. I'll duck out of sight. Now, remember, stall him as long as you can.
Okay.
Here, you, ticket seller. Howdy, Bob. Give me a ticket to New York, quickly.
You didn't say howdy, Bob. Can't wait on no one unless they're civil, you know.
Very well. Howdy.
Howdy, Bob.
All right. Now, how about my ticket?
You didn't ask after my folks, Bob. You should do that, you know.
All right. How are your folks?
They're all dead, Bob.
That's too bad. Now, give me my ticket.
Sure thing. Now, where was you aiming to go again, son?
New York.
Which New York you want to go to?
New York, New York.
Steady, Bob. Stop stuttering and tell me where you want to go.
I told you, Dummkopf.
I thought you said New York.
I did, you fool.
Tain't nice to call a feller a fool, you know. You better apologize.
All right, I apologize.
Oh, that's okay, Bob. No apology was necessary.
So please, give me my ticket, will you? What? Good heavens, didn't you hear that? Someone just said board.
Don't do it, Bob. Own a house of your own. Now, my experience has been that you got...
I'll get on the train without a ticket. Wait, please.
Baron, come back here. Come back. And then he jumped on the train, and that's the last I saw of him.
Oh, good golly. And the president of the Ladies' Aid expects him to tea. Now we are sunk.
Yeah, she won't even believe your mother got him. After all, she's never seen him, and I don't...
She's never seen him, that's it.
I said something?
Of course.
Thank goodness. What did I say?
You said she's never seen him, so you can be the Baron yourself.
Me?
Sure. I'll fix you up with a beard and mustache, and you can go right over to the president's house.
Oh, I couldn't, Mildred. I'd be frightened to death.
Well, it's either that or go home and face my mother.
Okay, I'll be the Baron. I guess being frightened to death is cleaner and quicker than the way your mother would do it. Yes? How do you do, mein Herr? I am the Baron von Engel from way down there, Dorten there, in Vienna there, Dorten.
Oh, really, this is thrilling. Oh, I'm so glad to meet you, Baron. Do come in.
Thank you. My, you got a pretty place here, don't it?
Why, Baron, Dankeschön.
No, von Engel.
Oh, yes, of course. Baron von Engel. Jawohl.
I'm glad to meet you, Mrs. Bowles. For me, I call you Ja.
My name is Isabel Courtney. Oh, I understand your difficulty with the language, Baron. It must be quite a problem for a Viennese.
Ach ja, it ain't easy.
Oh, my, I'll bet you wish you were sitting down to one of those wonderful meals in Vienna again, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Remember the Sauerbraten and the Schnitzel Holstein?
Oh, sure. Two of the best hotels in Vienna.
Baron, you're joking with me.
Yeah, let's look at it that way, shall we?
Now, perhaps you'd be more at home if we talked about your exploring.
I doubt it, but we try.
Well, you've been to Africa recently.
Oh, yeah, I go there all the time to shoot tigers.
Oh, but there are no tigers in Africa.
You don't say. I was wondering why my luck was so bad.
Another joke, Baron.
Yeah, I got 1 million of them, I'm afraid.
Well, now, I do want to know all about your trip to Africa. Did you have a good safari?
Oh, yeah. Not pretty, but very intelligent.
So, you're a Baron von Engel?
What a privilege.
I'm beginning to wonder. You're certain you're the explorer who was the first man to go all the way up the Amazon?
Yeah, sure. And believe me, I'll never forget it. When I got halfway up, I nearly fell off again.
No, I know something is wrong here. Who are you, and what do you want?
Please, I am the Baron von Engel. I just came over here to have a couple of...
Come in. Oh, Mrs. Courtney, the most dreadful thing has happened. Yes, Mrs. Anderson? The puppy this afternoon. Indeed. Then perhaps you can tell me who this gentleman is. Huh?
Nun get out, die Schwänze, die Rücken des Katzens, und den auf die Schwänze der Rennen, bereit, als Katze, rein, von Wagen, rein, des Katzens, und den auf die Schwänze des Katzens.
What are you doing in that beard and mustache?
Hold out. Well, goodbye, everybody.
Good gravy, then what?
That's all. The door was open, so I ducked out and ran all the way home. Gosh, your mother will kill me, Mildred.
Well, there's only one thing to do. Stay out of her sight until she gets a chance to forget it. In a few days...
Mildred, I hear her coming now.
Oh, quick, you've got to hide. Get into that room, hurry.
She'll find me. I better get into the closet.
Dennis, no, not the door, Dennis.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's an important fact.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate. Scene, and a young man standing at the foot of a ladder. Looks like an elopement, but what's this?
No use waiting, Jim. My sister positively is not going to elope with you tonight.
What? But she can't do this to me.
Sure she can. It's a woman's privilege to change her mind. Anyway, that's what this says.
Yeah, but why the last-minute switch? Gosh, a guy's got a right to know why he's left at the post.
Well, from what I hear, you better make a resolution to beat feet to your dentist, Jim.
And here's what Jim found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis Day once again with Charles Dant and the orchestra, and This Time.
This time I'm taking no chances on summer romances that fade in the fall. This time I'd rather be lonely if this can mean only a kiss to recall. Last time I surrendered at the very start. Last time it was easy to deceive my heart, but this time I won't let my heart go till you let my heart know that this time it's lost. my heart go. Till you let my heart know that this time it's
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
It's new. It's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dommett, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to save your youth fast.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Tomorrow, the latest on lupus.
Plus, America's funniest videos, Bob Saget, in a new role on Good Morning America.
Tomorrow, here on ABC.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly, brought to you each Tuesday in America and by transcription and shortwave broadcast to our men in uniform overseas. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with a shine on your shoes. If you don't know the best way to take care of the finish of your car, will you let me make a suggestion? There's a Johnson combination product called Carnu, spelled C-A-R-N-U, that both cleans and polishes in one application. If you'll try Carnu just once on your car, I know you'll be delighted with the results. Carnu saves time and work and money. It's a liquid polish. You rub it on, let it dry, and wipe it off. It gives your car back its original showroom shine. Makes it sparkle with a minimum of work. Then, if you want to give added protection to the finish, save car washings, make cleaning still easier, you can add a coat of wax, either Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular household wax. Take better care of your car with Johnson's Carnu. Well, sir, espionage has come to Wistful Vista. At least Fibber Magee thinks so. Every place he goes, there's a small, dark man with a semi-concealed camera taking pictures of this and that. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, discussing his suspicions, we find Fibber Magee and Molly.
I'm telling you, Molly, the guy is a spy. Every place I go, there he is, snapping pictures. Click, 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 all day long, with that little camera.
Well, where, for instance?
Outside the Elks Club, and down by the bridge, and near the railroad station, the powerhouse, and every place.
Well, I don't know, Magee. Somehow I can't think of the Elks Club as a military objective. Though it might be classified as an ammunition dump.
What you mean?
Well, there's so much lead sitting around there.
But the bridge and the powerhouse and the railroad station, them are all military objections.
For that matter, what were you doing around the railroad station and the powerhouse and the bridge?
I was to all them places on business.
What business?
Well, I had to go to the station to mail an important letter. Wanted to get it off on the 142.
Whom were you sending it to?
The National College of Self-Improvement in Harmonica Playing. You'll admit my harmonica playing could be improved.
I'll confess that without being tortured. But what were you doing at the power station?
There was a bunch of linemen down there installing a new transformer.
Yes?
Yes. And I always been fascinated the way them guys can climb up a telephone pole with them spurs of theirs. One guy, a fellow named Joe, got a sliver in his leg. And
Remind me to send flowers, dearie. But I still don't know what you were doing there.
I was watching them, doggone it. The guy can't sit around the Elks playing rummy all day long, can he? And there was this guy with his little clamor. Click, 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 all day long. You know what first made me suspicious of him?
What?
Every time I'd look at him, he'd look away.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
McGee, I love you, but don't get the idea that everybody who doesn't like to look at you for hours at a time is a foreign spy. Heavenly days, the whole country will wind up in a concentration camp.
And just the same, there was something fishy about that guy. I think he's another Harry Matty.
A what?
A Harry Matty. You know, a spy. Harry Matty was shot in the last war when they caught her trying to conceal...
No. That was Matta Harry.
I can't be bothered with little details about...
Come in.
Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Why, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. Do I understand that you called my office this morning?
I certainly did, Latrivia. They told me you were in a council meeting and couldn't be bothered.
Couldn't be disturbed, I believe she said.
Well, what's the difference? You don't seem to realize, Latrivia, that you're working for us. We pay you. You're just a public servant, and we're the public. When we want something, you ought to snap out of
McGee.
your... Huh?
Don't talk like that to Mayor Latrivia. What'd you call him for, anyway?
Yes, I'd like to know, too, McGee. Like most taxpayers, you seem to labor under the delusion that public officials should come running to wipe your little noses every time you sneeze. If Mrs. McGee will pardon my plain speaking.
Mrs. McGee loves it.
Look, Latrivia, I wanted to report a suspicious-looking guy that's hanging around town.
McGee, if we arrested every odd-looking man in this town, Wistful Vista would soon be known as the Deserted Village. It would be a ghost town.
Well, McGee thinks this man was a spy, Mr. Mayor.
He is a spy. I'm convinced. He takes pictures, click, 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 all day long, of everything of importance in this town. He's been following me for 2 days now. He carries a camera under his coat.
Does he look intelligent?
No. Looks like he'd had nothing above his eyes but sinus trouble. But that don't mean that...
I'm inclined to take it lightly myself, Mr. Latrivia, but maybe it would be better to investigate.
Very well, I'll have him picked up for questioning. Do you wish to sign a complaint?
Sure I do.
Oh, well, then if you were wrong, dearie, there'd be nothing against you but a charge of false arrest, malicious prosecution, and invasion of private rights.
That's all. You might get out of it for as little as $100,000 in damages.
Why don't I keep my big mouth shut? Forget picking him up, Latrivia. I'll get the goods on him myself. He thinks he's trailing me. Well, I'll trail him.
Well, what fun. Can I play, too? And if we all join hands, we can keep better track of each other.
Well, if that's all you wanted, McGee, I'd better be running along. Wait a minute. Look out the window, McGee.
Huh? Where?
Under that big tree across the street. Is that the man?
You mean the one looking this way with his hat pulled down over his eyes?
That's him. That's the guy. What's he doing?
It looks like he's focusing a camera on your front door, McGee.
If they come out good, I'll take a dozen.
This is no time for joking, Molly. Look, Latrivia, you walk down the street and we'll see if he follows you.
Me?
Scared?
No. I'll keep my mouth closed so he won't plant a bomb under my bridges.
Oh.
I'll call you from my office and see what happens.
Well, we'll be watching. Goodbye, Mr. Mayor.
Goodbye, Mr. McGee.
And, Latrivia.
Yes?
If anything happens to you, well, I'll always remember you as the best mayor we ever had.
A friend of the people.
He wore no man's collar.
Fearless and independent.
A credit to his party. The working man's
Oh,
pal.
stop it, for heaven's sake. Nothing's going to happen to me. You watch. Keep an eye on him, McGee.
Good luck.
Gee, I hope nothing does happen.
Oh, heavenly days, Magee. What do you suppose?
Oh, my gosh. I completely forgot.
Forgot what?
When I realized that guy was following me, I strung a rope across the porch step.
He didn't follow the mayor at all.
What'd I tell you? It's me he's after.
Well, I don't know why he should be interested in you. You don't have any military secrets. And even if you did, everybody knows you couldn't keep them. Which may be why you haven't got any.
Maybe them guys have discovered what I'm working on.
Well, then they're smarter than I am. What are you working on?
You won't tell?
Certainly not.
Okay. I'm working on an idea for the Signal Corps. I'm going to try and breed a triple-cross bird. I'm going to cross a homing pigeon with a woodpecker and then cross the result of that with a parrot.
With what object in mind?
To get a bird that will fly to the right place, knock on the door, and speak the message.
That's marvelous. Why don't you work an ostrich in there, too?
Huh?
Then if pursued by an enemy, he can stick his head in the sand and they can't hear what he says.
Say, maybe you got something. Oh, no. That ain't practical. I thought for... Uh-oh. Wonder if that's him.
No. He's still across the street. Come in.
Well, I'll be a Horatio K. Boomer.
Hello, Mr. Boomer.
Good day, my dear. And a messy May morning to you, monkey face.
Just what is it that you think you can do us for today, Boomer?
Now, that's no way to talk to a guest. Or anybody else, Magee. Maybe Mr. Boomer has a very legitimate reason for this intrusion, or this visit.
Certainly have, my Pippin, certainly have. Salvaging metal for the government. Wanted to see if you had any gold or silver lying around that you can spare.
Gold or silver?
That's what I said, pistachio puss. Now, let me see. We could start with this gold wristwatch of yours, needle nose. Maybe we...
Let go of my watch, you nimble-knuckled nephew of Nicodemus.
We won't give you a thing, Mr. Boomer, unless you have some proper credentials.
I'll say not. You're as crooked as a plate of spaghetti. I wouldn't trust you as far as I could nudge the Normandy. Let's see your credentials.
Why, certainly. Credentials, have them right here someplace. Now, let me see. Here's a fresh package of bubble gum. Take it, my boy.
What does he want with bubble gum?
Don't know, my dear, but I always carry it in case I meet some little blowhard. How do I put those credentials?
Maybe you forgot to forge any.
No, I spent all yesterday afternoon. What was I looking for? Oh, yes, credentials. Here's a short length of lead pipe, Had to work on a little drip last night. Stubborn fellow. Here's a package of new $10 bills.
Say, what's Lincoln's picture doing on a $10 bill?
Sure, it ought to be Alexander Hamilton.
Isn't that amazing? And that stupid engraver of mine majored in American history at Leavenworth. How are those credentials? Here's a small woman's handbag. Given up trying to take them from large women. And a check for a short beard. Well, imagine that.
No credentials.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Oh, sorry we couldn't do any business, my tiresome little twosome. Better luck next time. Good day, my dear, and cheap cheerio to you, chipmunk.
Say, I wonder where Mr. Boomer's been all this time.
When a guy like him ain't been seen any place for exactly 90 days, you can draw your own conclusions. Hey, look, that spy is still out there. I think I'll go out someplace and see if I get followed some more.
Oh, no, don't, Magee. Something might happen.
Oh, I can take care of myself. I'll wear my badge.
Which one? Junior G-Man or chicken inspector?
Those are just gag badges, Molly. I got a deputy sheriff's badge from Peoria. See?
Oh.
Yeah.
You going to make him follow you all the way to Peoria?
Oh, no. Now, look. Here's what I'll do. I'll walk kind of casual down toward the airport, then out to the steelworks.
Hello, folks. Say, what are you looking so serious about?
Somebody's been following Magee around, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, and he keeps taking pictures of me. Click, 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 all day long. Every place I go.
Oh, who is he?
Well, we don't know. Magee thinks he's a foreign spy.
Say, that's strange. I had an odd experience last Saturday night myself.
Yeah?
I followed a suspicious-looking man all over town.
Heavenly days, I'm getting the creeps. Who was he, Mr. Wilcox?
A spy?
That's what I thought. He first attracted my attention when I saw him come out of a doorway, sort of hiding a bundle under his coat.
Oh.
He looked both ways up the street and then sneaked off down an alley.
Excuse me, boys, while I run up and wash my hair. I might as well do it while it's standing on end.
Wait a minute, Molly. Wait a minute. Maybe Harlow followed the same guy that's been after me.
No, I don't think so, Fibber.
No?
You see, I followed this fellow to the far side of town.
Yeah?
Through alleys, up side streets, over fences, and through vacant lots.
Well, he could hardly go through a lot that wasn't vacant.
Oh, cut it out, Molly. I want to hear this. Go on, Frank.
Well, finally he looked around cautiously and ducked into a garage. I crept up and peeked through the window.
I'll bet he was a bootlegger with a boot for one of his tires, huh?
No, sir. No, sir. He took a container of Johnson's car new from under his coat, and in almost no time, he had a dull, dingy-looking jalopy looking like it just came off the sales room. You know how car new cleans and polishes. One application gives a beautiful luster with a minimum of effort. Well, sir?
Now, wait a minute, Wilcox. What the Sam Hill was he sneaking around town for? Why wasn't he proud to be seen with a container of car new like everybody else?
That's what I asked him. He said he didn't want anybody to tell his mother because he was surprising her by polishing her car for Mother's Day.
Magee, stop gnawing your nails.
Well, it was either that or say something the sponsor might regret. Do you have to take advantage of situations like this, Wilcox? Can't you be honest and manly and come right out and sell car new?
Oh, the trouble with you, Fibber, is you haven't got any sense of dramatic values. What kind of a story would Robinson Crusoe have been if Victor Hugo hadn't built up the suspense? Well, let me know if your spy is carrying car new, too.
Hey, Molly.
Yeah?
Did Victor Hugo write Robinson Crusoe?
Why, of course not. It was written in the first person, so Robinson Crusoe must have written it himself.
Well, that's what I thought. Everybody knows Victor Hugo wrote Sherlock Holmes.
No, dearie. That was Mark Twain.
What did I say, Victor Hugo?
Yeah.
I meant Mark Twain. Well, anyway, Hey, what's the matter?
McGee, that man is still there and still watching this house.
Oh, he is he? Give me my hat. I'm going out and find out.
No, McGee, be careful now. Those men are ruthless and cruel, you know.
What do you think I am? A Casper milkshake? I can handle them. First, I'll chop him across the throat with the edge of my hand like this. Ow.
Say, if you were as dangerous to other people as you are to yourself, I wouldn't let you out of my sight. What are you going to do, McGee?
I'm going to take a walk and see if that guy follows me some more.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Just around town, little.
Well, for goodness sakes, be careful now. I don't... Say, what are we whispering for?
I don't know what you're whispering for, but I hit myself in the neck so hard I can't talk. I'll be back in a little while.
The King's Men sing America's Calling.
Sons of America, your America's calling to you. Father of waters, let your sons and daughters echo the cry, thank God for freedom. Raise island palisades, guard the home of the red, white, and blue. From border to border and coast to coast, America's calling to you. Oh, say, have you seen your America? Have you seen the Swanee shore? Oh, say, have you seen America? From the plains of Idaho down to Mexico. Have you seen the fields of Iowa? Have you crossed the great divide? Have you seen all the glories of Washington? Have you seen the giant redwoods that are California's pride? Oh, say, have you seen your America from the hills of Tennessee? Oh, say, have you seen America from the San Francisco Bay to the Great White Way? Have you seen Dakota's prairie land and the Lone Star's Alamo? Have you seen Valley Forge and the Delaware? Have you seen a certain statue with its giant torch aglow? You sons of America, take your stand for the red, white, and blue. North to the boundary and coast to coast, your America's calling to you.
That guy still behind us, Molly?
Yes, he just ducked into a doorway.
I'm glad you decided to come with me after all. Two of us can watch him better than just one. Think he knows we're on to him?
Yes, I think he began to suspect something when you stuck your tongue out at him the first time.
He even took a picture of that. Click, click, click. I'm getting tired of being a photographer's model for a doggone foreign spy. Click, 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 all day long.
Getting on my nerves, too, McGee. I really think you ought to call the FBI.
Okay, I'll duck into the cigar store down there and call. You wait outside and see what he does.
I will not. I'll come in with you and watch him through the window. I'm not going to be kidnapped and taken to Germany on a submarine. You know how I get seasick.
Oh, they won't do anything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look who's coming down the street. Mrs. Uppington.
I wonder what she's looking so important about.
About 3/4 of the time, if you'll ask me.
Should we tell her about that spy following us?
I think we better. He might take her for overage battleship and scuttle her.
It's unthinkable that she'd be thinkable, though. And hello there, Abigail, darling.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Why, stranger, you know you're in danger?
I beg your pardon, Mr. McGee. In danger of what?
Look, Abigail, you see that fellow over there? He's a spy.
Good heavens, not really. Do you suppose he could have escaped from some Alfred Hitchcock picture?
Don't take this so lightly, Uppy. For all we know, he may be planning to blow this whole town up tomorrow night.
Oh, but he can't do that.
Huh?
I have a bridge party planned for next Friday.
Oh.
Even Boston couldn't put a war off for a tea party, Abigail. This man is dangerous. You know, he's been following Magee all day long, taking pictures and sneaking around like a regular easel.
You mean weasel, Molly.
Yes, an easel is used for pictures.
Well, that's what they're using him for. Now, you be careful, Abigail. You know, he's seen you talking to us, so he may include you in his dirty work.
Yeah.
I think this whole thing is simply ridiculous. I have a good notion to walk over to him and demand an explanation.
You won't think that's such a good notion if he pulls a gun on you.
That is absurd. It's against the law to discharge firearms within the city limits.
Well, maybe so. But now we're telling you, Abigail, he's a dangerous character.
Well, what should I do?
Just walk on unconcerned, Duffy. I'm calling the FBI in a minute.
Yeah, just take it easy, Abigail. We'll let you know what happened.
Oh, well, thank you very much for warning me. Oh, I do hope this spy is caught. I should be so helpless in a concentration camp.
Why you particularly?
Well, Miss Magee, you know how difficult it is for me to concentrate. Well,
Hey, here's the cigar store. I'm going in and phone. You won't be scared.
Certainly now. Now go on in and phone.
Okay, I'll be right out.
Me and my shadow, da-dee-da.
Oh, hello there, Mrs. Magee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple. Say, now, don't look now, but there's a foreign spy over there taking our picture.
Oh, goodness. Doesn't he look repulsive?
Yes. Magee is inside the cigar store now, telephoning the FBI.
It must be quite a wave of crime and espionage in town, Mrs. Magee. You know, I caught a burglar jimmying his way into our house when I came home last night.
Oh, heavenly days, really? What'd you do?
I opened the door for him on condition that he'd go in first.
And did he do it?
Yes. The poor fellow. Sweetie Face thought it was me, and before you could say, "Where's the iodine?" she was shaking salt all over him.
Salt? What was that for?
Oh, that's just a little joke of Sweetie Face's. She likes to tie people up in knots like a pretzel and then shake salt over them.
Oh. Well, you're lucky you didn't go into the house first.
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Magee. Lately, Sweetie Face has been very nice about my coming in late. The minute I tippy-toe in the front door, she gives me my slippers and my pipe and the latest novel.
Oh, she does?
Yes, right in the face.
It's okay, Molly. They got an agent on his way over here right now. Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Magee. My, you seem excited.
Well, I should think he would be.
You better get going, Wimp. There's a federal dick on his way over here, and there's liable to be some gunplay. You better go, too, Molly.
I will not. I'll just stand behind this wooden Indian here.
I'm really not an Indian, Mrs. Magee. My father...
No. She meant this cigar store Indian, Wimp.
Oh. Well, then, if you don't need me, I'll be trotting along, folks. I promised to take Sweetie Face to the circus.
Oh, really? Does Sweetie Face like circuses?
Oh, this is strictly business, Mrs. Magee. One of the gorillas is getting vicious, and they asked Sweetie Face to come over and slap him around a little.
Well, what did the FBI say when you called them up, dearie?
Oh, they said they were getting a lot of phony tips these days, but they couldn't afford to ignore any of them, so they said they'd be right over. Hey, look.
Heavenly days, look at them. They surrounded that man before he even saw them.
Yeah, he's showing them some cards. Uh-oh, they're looking over here. Boy, I bet I get a medal from the government for this. Catching a foreign spy is
Magee,
Huh?
look. They're laughing.
What?
Yeah.
Don't tell me he's got them fooled, too.
Well, we'll soon know. Here comes an FBI man.
You, Mr. Magee, did you call the FBI?
You're darn right I did, Bud. That guy there's been following me around all day, taking pictures. Click, click, click. Every place I went.
And where was that?
Oh, the Elks Club and the railroad station and the airport and the powerhouse.
And that excavation down at 14th and Oak and the softball game on the corner lot at Maple Street.
Yes, every place. He's a spy, that's what he is.
I beg your pardon, madam. We know that man quite well, and he is not a spy.
Oh, no? Well, what is he?
He's a photographer for a national magazine.
Well, then why has he been following my husband around all day?
Well, he told me to tell you he was sorry if he'd caused you any annoyance, but he's working on an assignment.
A likely story. What kind of an assignment could that be?
He says they wanted him to get up a picture story on how a small-town busybody spends his time.
Any old rags or rubber or metal today, ladies? Have you joined the scrap brigade? In this week's issue of Life magazine, there's an advertisement by the makers of Johnson's Wax with suggestions to patriotic housewives on how to salvage valuable scrap materials for war production. You can help your country while you're doing your own spring house cleaning. You'll find suggestions there also on how to make your house cleaning easier all year by the regular use of genuine Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, for protecting your floors, furniture, and woodwork. Wax provides the easy, inexpensive way to take better care of your things. It gives wood, leather, painted surfaces a shield of protection against wear. And as an extra dividend, it gives that much-desired rich, mellow beauty that you find only in wax-protected homes. There are 100 labor-saving uses for Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, in your home. You can now buy Johnson's Wax also in cream form, specially formulated for the care of furniture and woodwork.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
You know what?
No, what?
I think that guy fooled them government fellas. I still think he's a spy.
Oh, you do?
Yes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going out for a walk and see if he follows me anymore.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who arrived late may remain for the next show. This is where you came in.
Good night.
Good night.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night, and reminding you that the government is in urgent need of 55,000 young women to enter schools of nursing this year and prepare themselves for national defense. Ask your state nurses association for further information. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
For the plate with a fruity taste.
Kids go ape for new Jell-O grapes.
You got the wiggles and the jiggles all over the place.
Kids go ape for new Jell-O grapes.
It's the Jell-O grape and it's purple and new.
Kids go ape for new Jell-O grapes.
So you can have your fun and eat it too.
Jell-O purple grape.
Now get $5 by mail when you buy the required purchases of Jell-O ready-to-eat snacks and the Jurassic Park video.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Jack Benny and Henry Morgan, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Finley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. Now that summer is here, every single one of the more than 6,400 Ford dealers would like to get his hands on every car that's going around with unsafe brakes, tires, or lights, and give it a good going over. Your Ford dealer would like to get his hands on your car to put it in shape for safe family driving. So bring it in tomorrow, why don't you? His expert service will be a revelation. It saves so much time, trouble, and money. And your Ford will be a lot more fun to drive when Ford-trained mechanics using special Ford equipment have gone over it by factory-approved methods. Give your car a new lease on life. You'll be surprised how little it costs when you take your car to the man who knows Ford's best, your friendly Ford dealer. Well, it's Sunday night again, and here comes Fred Allen in his new Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred steps out of his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
For
Portland. Well, Portland, have you been waiting long?
Oh, I've been looking at the pictures outside the Newsreel Theater.
Oh, really? What's new in the newsreels this week?
The Gregory Pecks had another boy.
Yeah?
They have 3 boys now.
3 little pecks, eh?
1 more peck, and they'll have a bushel.
Yeah? Yeah? What is that? What is that? What is...
Well, I'd like to start things off with a laugh.
With a laugh, huh? It would be better if you started things off with a joke, you know. It would help.
Oh, a joke.
Yeah.
As the envelope said to the postage stamp, stick to me and we'll go places.
Now, wait a minute. Now, look, wait a minute. Don't...
Well, I'm as hot as last Wednesday.
You are as hot as any corner of an ice cube. That is...
If I can keep up this pace, I'll end up with my own program.
Yes, you will. The way radio is going, that is quite possible. Tell me, what else is in the news?
Milton Berle has a newspaper column.
Oh, I have seen that. I read it from right to left. You know, they have it in the paper where you do.
Milton wants everybody to know he's a columnist.
I know. Berle walks around Lindy's on his knees so that people will think he's Billy Rose.
Milton went out to Hollywood to make a picture for Warner Brothers.
Yes, I saw that, too. It's going to take 3 weeks after the picture's made. He has to pop his own corn to go with the picture. When Berle's picture plays the Strand, it will pack the streets. Well, enough about Mr. Television. Berle is the only comedian I know who uses an air wick for a straight man.
Say, I just happened to think. You told me to remind you about Jack Eigen.
Oh, yes, Jack Eigen. Tonight will be the last time Jack Eigen's name will ever be mentioned on our program.
Are you going to bid him farewell?
Yes, Portland, I am. Let us bow our heads, sister, and face the Copacabana. As for the last time we mention his name, Jack Eigen. Well, Portland, there's nothing more to say. I think I'll pick up my paper.
May I come along?
Sure, let's take a walk down Main Street.
What does the paper say?
Say, here's an ad for that radio program I'm going to be on tomorrow night.
Oh, DuPont's Cavalcade of America, the life of Sue Chan.
You know, he owns the House of Chan, and I'm going to interview him on the program. It'll be very interesting, my dialect and his blending that way. It'll come out. Say, here's an item. Look at this. As the first day of summer arrived this past week, millions of Americans started planning their vacations.
Do you think most people really plan their vacations?
Who knows? Let's ask some people as we're walking down Main Street. This man coming along with the live frogs on his smoking jacket. Pardon me, sir.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well, Senator...
If you're telling forth, you're no gypsy to me. Now, don't hold me up, son. I'm busier than a man with St. Vitus dance trying to put on his long underwear.
You're busy?
Yeah, I'm heading a committee in Washington to track down them 5%ers.
Oh, the 5%ers. Have you trapped any of those 5%ers, Senator?
Well, I got my eye on one little wassup.
Yeah?
He's got a second-hand hearing device. He's still pretty deep.
And he's a 5%er?
Yeah, the Navy ordered 200 boats.
200 boats?
This little deep scissor bill thought they said goats.
You mean the Navy ended up with 200 goats?
With them goats loose in the Navy, son, today it ain't safe to be a rear admiral.
Well, you sure have plenty of problems, Senator.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on them Red investigations.
Say, do you think, confidentially, Senator, do you think communism is spreading, do you?
It sure is, son. Them communists is heading for plenty of trouble.
Trouble?
Russia's taking over China.
Where does the trouble come in?
Them Russians are bringing borscht into China.
Borscht?
Son, when a Chinaman tries to lift that wet potato out of his borscht with chopsticks, there's going to be trouble.
Tell me, Senator, do you think most people plan their vacations?
Americans have been planning the same vacations for generations.
Really?
Everybody in America finally gets to Europe.
Finally gets to Europe, eh?
Every year, our civilians go over there for pleasure.
Every year?
And every 20 years, our army goes over there on business. So long, son. So long.
Portland, come away from that jewelry store window.
I just learned something.
Really?
The diamond is the hardest mineral in the world.
Well, why is the diamond the hardest mineral?
It'll make an impression on a woman.
Say, that's real good, isn't it?
Look who's coming out of Howard Johnson's with the ice cream cone.
Who?
Titus Moody.
Oh, hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody. Mr. Moody, do you think most people plan their summer vacations?
Why, it seems to me everybody spends their summers driving around in automobiles.
You are in a position to know this?
I'd say so.
You would, really?
Yeah. I run a roadside stand for motorists.
Really? What do you sell?
My sign says, genuine farm eggs, strictly fresh.
Well, how many chickens do you have?
I don't have none.
Well, with no chickens, how can you run an egg business?
Every morning I buy a lot of eggs at the A&P supermarket.
At the A&P?
I set the eggs out on my roadside stand in nests.
I see.
Then I dress up as a rube.
You dress up as a rube, eh?
Yeah. I put on a big straw hat.
Yeah?
Tie a red bandana around my neck. Stick a straw in my mouth. Then I go down by the road and I lean on a long rake.
Well, what happens when a motorist drives up to your stand?
Why, I start yelling, well, I swan, by heck, and other rustic expressions. So, the motorist, he thinks he's dealing with a country jay, a pea picker.
A pea picker, hey?
He says, how about it, Zeke? Are them eggs fresh?
Yeah.
And with that, Miss Moody, she's under the counter meditating. She starts clucking.
She's clucking. And the motorist buys the eggs?
I ain't missed a sale in 20 years.
Well, how many eggs do you sell?
Well, I can only sell 60 eggs an hour.
Well, why only 60 eggs an hour?
There's one born every minute. So long, bud.
So long. Portland, let's cross over here.
Look who's turning the corner.
Mrs. Nussbaum. Mrs. Nussbaum, do you think most people plan their vacations?
Not me. In the summer, it's too hot for taking vacations.
Too hot, you say?
Last year at Far Rockaway, my little puppy, a water spaniel, is percolating to death.
Oh. You lost your dog? Well, what did you do?
To my puppy, I'm dedicating a poem.
Oh, really? What is it called?
A puppy on a hot day I wouldn't want to be.
Yeah, it's a little doggerel, hey? Well, how does it go?
A puppy on a hot day I wouldn't want to be. A puppy on a hot day could be someone else, not me. A herring on a hot day I would be. Likewise, a guppy. But one thing I would hate to be on a hot day is a puppy. A puppy on a hot day can wag his tail a minute. This will stir a breeze behind, but the puppy isn't in it. For a puppy, I feel sorry. On a hot day, he will pant. I can take my coat off, but a little puppy can't.
Good night, Mrs. Nussbaum. Well, Portland, walking down Main Street is like reading a dull book. It's good to come to the end.
You haven't found out anything about people planning their vacations, have you?
Well, I tell you, I'll try one more passerby. This little man coming along with the horseshoe crab for a tie pin. Hi, chum. How do you do? Ajax Cassidy.
Stand aside me, boy. I'm celebrating.
You're celebrating what?
Sure, the drought is over. The beer strike ended.
Well, you look as though you've been making up for lost time.
Yeah, I think I drank too much beer.
Really? Why?
Every time I perspire, me perspiration has a head on it.
Well, tell me, Ajax, do you think people plan their vacations?
No, me boy, I don't plan nothing. I have the same vacation every summer.
You do?
To get away from the humdrum routine, the grind of doing nothing all year.
Yes?
For me vacation?
Yes?
I go to work for 2 weeks. Good night, you boy.
So long, Ajax. Let's go, Portland. I'll be late for my date at the music store.
You have a date?
Oh, say, is this a big night tonight? You know, one of the DeMarco sisters, Ann DeMarco, has written the song. Now, Al Goodman and his orchestra and the DeMarco sisters are going to do Ann's song for the first time on the air tonight. It's called Time Doesn't Change a Thing.
Since you have gone, I can't go on. No use in trying. For time didn't change a thing. I miss you so, you ought to know. You left me crying. And time didn't change a thing. My friend said I'd forget you, but I don't know where to start. How can I get you off my mind when I can't get you out of my heart? Come back to me and you will see my love's undying. 'Cause time didn't change a thing. No, time didn't change a
Say, Portland, this is the last time we'll ever walk down Main Street. Let's stop in and say goodbye to the Ford dealer.
All right. He's standing inside the door.
Oh, swell.
Well, Fred and Portland, this is a surprise.
This is our last program. We want to say goodbye.
Yes, Portland and I want to tell you and all the Ford dealers how wonderful it has been to work for you these past 2 years.
Thank you, Fred. What are you and Portland going to do this summer?
Well, part of the summer, we're going to drive around in our new Ford.
Yes, we may sell some cars for you now while we're out on the road this summer.
You don't have to sell Fords, Fred.
No?
The new Ford sells itself. The new Ford is the only car in its class with a V8 engine. The only one with 100 horsepower.
Say, I've heard Kenny say that on the program. Kenny said the V8 is the type of engine used in America's costliest car.
That's right. Yet a Ford with a V8 engine costs hundreds of dollars less than many other cars with six-cylinder engines. The Ford has more power for the weight the engine has to move than any other car on the road.
And Kenny always talks about the new Ford feel.
Yes, Fred, other features that contribute to the new Ford feel are the solid lifeguard body of heavy-gauge steel, the magic action brakes that are 35% easier to apply, and new springs, hydrocoil in the front, Paraflex in the rear.
Oh, Mama says the new Ford is the fashion car of the year.
That's true, Portland. The new Ford received the 1949 award from the New York Fashion Academy.
Say, on the program, too, Kenny says the Ford is a big car.
Yes, the new Ford has more hip room.
And can Mama use that hip room?
Yeah.
It has more shoulder room than any other car in its field, and big picture windows all around.
Oh, Mama likes big windows. She can see what everybody's doing. Mama's nosy.
Say, well, this is all mighty interesting, hearing about all the features of the new Ford. But, Portland, I think we'd better leave.
Well, why, Fred? You bought a new Ford, didn't you?
Yes, but if you keep talking, I'll buy another one. Come on, Portland.
Happy vacation, kids.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
Gosh, it sure is hot out tonight, Portland.
I think I'll stop in the drugstore and get a frozen frosted.
A frozen frosted. Ought to go good now. Well, I'll see you later then.
Good night.
Good night, Portland. Gosh, I'm sure going to miss Main Street, the jewelry store, the grocery, the pawn shop. Say, who is this man in front of the pawn shop with a moose head under his arm?
Hello, Fred.
Henry Morgan. Henry, you in front of a pawn shop?
Fred, when I'm working, I'm in front of the cigar store.
Well, I know.
When I'm not working, I'm in front of the pawn shop. I gotta hock this moose head.
Hock? But, Henry, you've been working all winter.
I know I have, Fred, and I appreciate it.
And, Henry, I just read that you're going back on the air replacing Duffy's Tavern.
Yeah, but that doesn't start until July 6th.
But, Henry, what did you do with all... You worked all winter. What did you do with all your money?
Well, I got tired sitting around on the bare floor of the apartment, so I bought a rug and some furniture on the installment plan.
I see.
First week I was out of work. To make the payments on the furniture, I had to borrow $300 from a loan company.
Uh-huh.
Now I owe the loan company, so I have to pawn my moose head.
Well, Henry, confidentially, that is a pretty mangy-looking moose head you have there.
Fred, please, if it weren't for this moose head, I wouldn't be alive, out of work, and owing $300 today.
You mean the moose saved your life?
Yes, Fred, it did. Last winter, I went hunting up in Canada.
Yes?
Got lost in the woods. For 12 days, I had nothing to eat.
Gosh.
I was sitting by the edge of a lake, watching myself slowly starve to death, when this moose peeked out from behind a tree.
You saw the moose, did you?
I did. I picked up my rifle.
Yes?
I was just about to pull the trigger when the moose looked at me with those big brown eyes.
Yes?
I didn't have the heart to shoot. I put down my rifle.
The moose knew that even though you were starving, Henry Morgan, you had spared his life.
Yes, and he was so grateful, that moose walked over to me and dropped dead.
And you ate the moose?
I tried to eat him, Fred, but I couldn't look into those big brown eyes.
No?
So I went around where the moose couldn't see me.
And you ate your fill?
Took me 3 days.
And when you finished?
Well, there was nothing left but the moose head. Fred, this moose head is my dearest friend. In fact, it's my only friend.
Well, Henry, if this moose head means so much to you, why pawn it?
Well, Fred, I got to raise $300.
$300.
If I don't pay the Mohawk Loan Company by 4 o'clock, I'll lose my furniture.
Well, who owns this Mohawk Loan Company?
I don't know who the chiseler is, Fred.
Yeah?
But he wants his $300 by 4 o'clock today. This morning in the mail, I got a postcard showing a man sitting in the electric chair. Underneath, it said, "Don't let this happen to you. Pay your loan to Mohawk."
Henry, you have got to get $300.
But where?
I think I know where, Henry. Follow me. Well, Henry, here we are.
This is the Chase National Bank.
I'll see if this party is in. Say, guard.
Yes, sir.
We're looking for Mr. X.
Is Mr. X expecting you?
Yes, I'm a friend of Mr. X's.
Go through that iron door and down the circular staircase.
Thank you very much. Come on, Henry.
Fred, who is Mr. X?
Henry, his name is never mentioned.
Yeah, but do you think he'll lend me the $300?
Quiet. Here's another guard.
You looking for someone, gentlemen?
Mr. X.
Is Mr. X expecting you?
Yes, I'm a friend of Mr. X's.
Go down through this trap door and crawl through the tunnel.
Thank you. Come on, Henry.
Gee whiz, Fred, it's dark. Say, how much farther do we have to crawl?
Shh, Henry. There's a flashlight.
Halt. Who goes there?
It's all right, guard. We have some business with Mr. X.
Mr. X is in his personal vault. Straight ahead.
Thank you. Come on, Henry. Help me open this door.
Gee whiz. Fred, look at the money in this vault. It's stacked up to the ceiling.
Shh. I think Mr. X is coming.
Hello, Fred.
Mr. X, Fred, this is Jack Benny.
Well, Mr. X?
You can call me Jack, Fred. I like to keep everything informal around the vault.
Oh, well, thank you, Jack. I hope we're not interrupting.
No, it's all right, Fred. A little rest will do me good. I've been counting steadily since 5 o'clock this morning. I've got a cramp in my tongue from wetting my finger.
Jack, meet a friend of mine.
I'm Henry Morgan.
Morgan? Are you one of J.P.'s nephews?
No, I'm not related to J.P. Morgan.
You're not?
No.
Oh. Well, Fred, what's new?
Nothing much, Jack. How How long are you going to be in town?
Oh, I'll be here counting all summer.
Oh, you will. This is Mr. Benny's vacation, Henry. He always spends the summer in his vault here.
Gee, don't you miss the outdoors, Mr. Benny?
No, it's cool down here, and it's so nice and green.
Hey, you know something? I wouldn't mind spending a summer down here myself.
Mr. Morgan, is this the first time you've ever been in a vault?
This is the first time I've ever been in a bank.
You don't believe in banks?
Banks don't believe in me.
Jack, why don't you show Henry around your vault?
I'll be glad to, but before we start, Mr. Morgan, I have to take a few precautions.
Precautions?
Yes. First, I'll have to examine the bottom of your shoes.
For what?
For chewing gum. See, last summer, Rudy Valley came in here with chewing gum on his shoes, and when he left, 20 $10 bills were missing, and Rudy was 4 inches taller.
Henry, why don't you take off your shoes?
All right, I think I will. Mr. Benny, you mind if I go through in my bare feet?
No, not at all. I'll carry your shoes just in case.
Oh, thank you.
Now, before we start, Mr. Morgan, are you a student of money?
Well, Henry knows what money is.
But I haven't been exposed to it lately.
Well, I generally give this talk with a pointer.
Well, do the best you can.
All right, I'll use one of my fingers. A long finger.
A long finger would be helpful.
Now,
yes.
Mr. Morgan, over here are my 5s, here are my 10s, here are my 20s, and this stack here is Confederate money.
Jack, what are you doing saving Confederate money?
Well, if the South ever comes back, brother, I'll be the John D. Rockefeller of Atlanta.
Tell me, Mr. Benny, what is this in the glass case?
Oh, that is the first dollar I ever made.
Well, it looks like a string of beads.
It's wampum.
The first dollar you ever made was wampum?
Yes. A nearsighted Indian passed through Waukegan when I was a boy. I sold him my mother's shawl for a blanket.
Oh, I see. Jack, don't you ever think of anything else but money?
If I ever do, I'll go right to a psychiatrist.
Tell me, when did you first think of money, Mr. Benny?
The day I was born, I was a bottle baby.
I know, but a lot of babies were bottle babies.
Well, I was the first baby that ever got a nickel back on the bottle.
And you've dedicated your entire life to the accumulation of money?
Yes, my boy, I have it. It's my fond hope that when I die, I'll go to Fort Knox.
Well, Jack, the reason I brought Henry over...
Yeah, Mr. Benny, you see, by 4 o'clock...
4 o'clock? What time is it now?
It's 3:45.
The boy should be checking in. I wonder... Oh, that must be one of the boys now. Come in.
Number 1 reporting, Mr. Benny.
Okay, number 1.
We had a big day, 4,682 nickels.
Good.
So long, Mr. Benny.
So long, number 1.
Say, Jack, what are all those nickels?
I run my own turnstile in the subway.
But nickels?
Since the city went to a dime, I'm cleaning up.
Mr. Benny.
Excuse me, Mr. Morgan. That's probably one of the other boys. Come in.
Here you are, Mr. Benny.
Oh, thanks, Mert.
We had a big day today, 7,600 nickels.
Good.
So long, Mr. Benny.
So long, Mert.
Jack, another turnstile?
No, I also run my own slot at the automat.
But how do you...
I have a compartment with a live herring in it.
A live
See,
herring?
when someone puts a nickel in the slot and the little window opens...
Yes?
The herring feels the draft and slaps the window closed with his tail.
Jack, you mean?
I trained this herring, and it was time well spent.
Well, how long have you had the herring working for you in the automat?
Only 6 months. He's already brought me in over $800.
Say,
Mr. Benny, by 4 o'clock, if I don't have $300...
Excuse me, Mr. Morgan. Come in.
Here it is, Mr. Benny.
Thanks, Pop.
I got a whole chimney full today.
Good.
Merry Christmas, Mr.
Merry Christmas, Pop.
Say, Jack, what is that Santa Claus doing in here?
Why, he works for me, Fred.
A Santa Claus working in June?
Yes, for people who do their Christmas shopping very early.
Mr. Benny, the reason that I'm here, you see,
Jack, look, Henry has to borrow $300 by 4 o'clock, or some shyster with a loan company will take his furniture and his moose head.
Yes, Mr. Benny, see, we thought that maybe you would...
$300.
I'm a good risk, Mr. Benny. I've been working all winter.
Yes.
You worked all winter and you're broke?
I'm flatter than something that's been stepped on.
Mr. Morgan, this is rather a personal question, but what do you do with your money?
I spend it.
I see your problem already. How do you spend your money?
Well, after a hard day's work, I generally go into a bar for a cocktail.
Yes?
I buy drinks for everybody, and then we go to dinner.
We?
After buying a few drinks, I suddenly acquire a crowd of friends.
And you buy everybody dinner?
Well, if I bring guests in to eat, I have to pick up the check, don't I?
I've heard of it.
Well, after dinner, the whole gang follows me to a nightclub. I pay the check and tip everybody wearing a mess jacket. Always end up broke. That's why I need $300.
Mr. Morgan, if you would do as I do, you wouldn't need $300.
Well, what do you do?
Well, after a hard day's work like you, I go into a bar.
And you buy a drink?
First, I let out a shriek so everybody sees me, and then I faint.
You faint?
A crowd gathers. Somebody gives me 3 or 4 brandies to bring me 2. I get up off the floor, shake hands all around, and leave for dinner.
Do you eat alone, Mr. Benny?
No, I usually find a group of friends at a table, and I sit with them.
Who pays for the dinner?
Well, all during the meal, I keep feeling my pat of butter.
You keep feeling your butter?
Yes. When it comes time to pay, I reach for the check. While my hand is slipping around, somebody else picks it up.
Well, I'd like to know something. After dinner, do you go out to a nightclub?
Always. I order champagne for everybody. Then just before the floor show finishes, I swallow 4 sleeping pills fast.
4 sleeping pills?
Yes. I don't know how the party ends up or who pays the check. I just wake up in bed the next day well rested.
You see, Henry, Mr. Benny really knows how to live.
And nobody ever made me this cheap on my own program.
Well, Mr. Benny, I'll certainly follow your advice in the future. Oh, there's just one more thing.
Yes, Mr. Morgan.
Can you let me have $300?
Yes, Jack. Henry has to have $300 by 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock? Why, it's 5 after 4 now. Excuse me, that's the phone. I'll answer it in the booth.
Fred, it's 5 after 4. I'm ruined.
Now, Henry, don't go to pieces.
Well, Fred, my furniture, my moose head, the Mohawk Loan Company will take everything.
Henry, I'll go home with you. Maybe I can talk to the shyster who's president of that Mohawk Loan Company.
Oh, I'm sorry, fellas. I have to leave. That phone call was urgent. Some business just came up.
Well, let's go, Henry.
Maybe I can give you fellas a lift. Which way are you going?
Well, I'm going home. I live on East 61st Street.
Really? I'm going to East 61st Street.
I live at 331.
Now, that's a coincidence. I'm going to 331.
Then you must be coming to my house.
I don't know. I have to pick up some furniture and a moose head.
Jack said he. Besides running a turnstile in the subway, a slot in the automatic...
I also happen to be the shyster who's president of the Mohawk Loan Company.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. WNBC and WNBC-FM, New York. FM, New York. FM, New York. FM, New York.
You can follow your recipe to the letter, but for the crispiest, juiciest chicken, you need a really great oil. That is why I only use Crisco. You can trust Crisco to get chicken crispy outside, juicy inside, every time. The taste is so light, never heavy, never oily. And you know Crisco is 100% pure vegetable oil. To be sure your chicken is crispy, make sure your oil is Crisco.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Builders with the miracle tip. King size, regular. Both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Say, look in the window over there. In the restaurant, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Doc's got himself a girl.
What? Well, I'll be. I never saw her before, Chester.
He's waving at us. He wants us to come in.
Oh, all right. Look, you come in and say hello and then go on out of the telegraph office, huh? Might be important.
Okay, sir. That girl must be a real good friend, Mr. Dillon, if Doc's buying her dinner.
Yeah, if he is.
He better be. Say, she ain't half ugly.
I wouldn't put it exactly that way to her.
Hello there, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Well, Abby, this is Marshal Dillon. And Chester Proudfoot. Abby Twilling.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Miss Twilling.
How do you do?
Sit down.
Well, thank you, Doc.
Well, I'll be back directly, Doc. I got to go across to the depot. There's a telegraph waiting for Mr. Dillon.
I'll be here, Chester.
Okay, sir. I'll hurry.
Doc's been telling me about you, Marshal.
Oh?
Oh, now, don't look at me like that now, Matt. And she wants to know all about Dodge. And I've been trying to tell her what to expect.
Well, in Dodge, you can expect almost anything, Miss Twilling.
So I hear.
But Abby's seen her share of violence, Matt. She was a nurse in the war.
Oh?
Well, that's how I met Doc. We worked in the same hospital for nearly a year.
Oh, best doggone nurse I ever saw. Yeah, I'm trying to talk her into settling down here. Oh, Dodge could use somebody like her.
Are you moving on, Miss Twilling?
Why, I haven't any plans, Marshal. I've been working in St. Louis, but it's lonely, and I got restless and decided to ride the Santa Fe as far west as it goes. I'm on sort of a vacation, you might say.
Somebody on the train mentioned my name, and she looked me up right off.
Well, it's been a long time, Doc.
Oh, yeah, too long. Oh, you stay here, Abby. We'll keep you busy. Oh, yes, and who knows, maybe we'll even find you a husband. My, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Doc. You see, my husband was killed in the war, Marshal, the first year. That's why I went into nursing.
Oh, I see.
Well, I think I'd better get back to the hotel.
I'll take you, Abby. Yes. You going to wait here for Chester, Matt?
Oh, he's coming now. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Twilling.
Thank you, Marshal. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you later, Doc.
Sure, Matt. This way, Abby. Well, Chester.
Miss Twilling, Doc. Well, I got it, Mr. Dillon. Here you are.
Oh, thanks, Chester. Sit down while I read it.
Who's it from?
It's from Wyatt Earp out in Arizona.
Tis? Is he coming here?
No. No, it says, Coney Thorne released from state prison last week. I hear he's looking for you, so you better go on wearing that gun a while longer. Good luck, W. Earp.
Who's Coney Thorne, Mr. Dillon? What's he want of you?
Well, I expect he wants to kill me, Chester.
What? What for?
Well, I arrested him out in Arizona a long time ago. He was one of the suspects in the stage holdup. So I had to bring him in, even though I thought he had nothing to do with it.
Well, then why'd he go to prison?
Well, I wasn't on the jury, Chester. And anyway, I left that part of the country before he was tried. I heard later that he was sent to prison.
Well, you didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, I arrested him. And according to this telegram, he thinks I had a lot to do with it.
And he's really coming here, huh?
Coney Thorne wasn't a bad man, Chester. But prison may have changed him some. Yeah, he'll probably be here next week sometime.
L&M filters are sweeping the country.
L&M, the filter-tip cigarette everyone's talking about. Everyone's changing to.
Here's what John Robert Powers told us. I never realized a filter cigarette could taste this good, and at the same time filter so much more effectively. I'm convinced this is it.
And Patricia Morrison says, I changed to L&M filters, and I'm so glad I did. Because here's a filter cigarette that really tastes the way a cigarette should.
David Wayne wrote, L&M's have the best filter of them all. Miracle Tip is right. There's nothing like it.
Yes, L&M filters are truly sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts, and no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip. Notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes. L&M filters, new king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the Miracle Tip.
So join the trend to L&M.
King size, regular, both at the same low price.
There were a lot of things I didn't like about being a lawman, and having to face a man who was out purely for revenge was one of them. It didn't matter what his reasons were. When Coney Thorne arrived, I'd have had to shoot it out with him. A man who'd traveled all the way to Dodge City from Arizona wasn't going to be put off by argument. However, a week passed, and he didn't show up, and I began to hope that maybe he'd changed his mind. Until one day when I was sitting with Kitty watching the crowd from the porch of the Dodge house.
Well, must be supper time. Here comes the noon stage.
The way he's driving those horses, he shouldn't be late.
He's never been on time yet unless there was an Indian scare going on. Not many passengers. 3. No, another one getting out.
Yeah.
All strangers.
No, not all of them, Kitty. Not to me.
What?
That last man I got out. I've been waiting for him.
Coney Thorne?
Well, I might as well get this over with right now. Look, Kitty, you better go inside, huh?
Yeah, I sure will. Good luck, Matt.
Yeah. Hello, Coney.
Dillon?
What took you so long? I was expecting you last week.
How'd you know I was coming?
You must have told somebody.
You got friends everywhere, ain't you, Marshal?
I never thought you had anything to do with that holdup, Coney. I told you at the time I was sorry I had to take you in.
I've been 5 years in prison, Marshal, no matter what you thought.
I'm not apologizing. But you're free now, Coney. Why do you want to die?
What makes you think I'm going to die?
Well, a man in prison doesn't get much chance to handle a gun. You must be pretty rusty by now.
A lot of ways to kill a man, Marshal.
In the back?
Think about it.
Now, you've changed, Coney. You were a man once.
5 years in prison, Marshal, wasn't any good. Nearly went crazy. I would have till I got to thinking about who put me there. That saved my mind, kind of.
Yeah, but you're out now. It's all over.
No, not yet. I ain't going to fight you, Marshal. Not till I'm ready. Not till I figure out how to kill you. I'm going to make you go crazy waiting the way I done. And I'll sleep all the better knowing you're going to have one eye open every minute from now on.
You're not the first man who's wanted to kill me.
Maybe not. But I'm going to be the first to do it.
Oh, good morning, man.
Hello, Doc. Well, how come you're up so early?
Well, I got a call last night, Matt, about 3 o'clock. A fellow of the Dodge House was keeping everybody awake.
Huh? Well, it sounds more like they should have called me.
No, he wasn't drunk, Matt. He was delirious. It was brain fever, most people call it.
Oh?
Well, I couldn't leave him there alone, so I got Abby Twilling to take a room next to his.
The first chance you got, you put her to work, huh?
Well, a man that sick has to have care, Matt.
You talk like he's going to die.
Not with Abby working on him. No, he isn't.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, the man's name is Coney Thorne, Matt.
What?
Yeah, he won't be up and about for another week, though.
Yeah, I thought he looked sick when he got off the stage yesterday.
Well, he was.
Or maybe it was the fever that made him talk like he was planning to shoot me in the back.
What's that?
Yeah, that wasn't like Coney. He was never that kind of a man.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon. Doc.
Oh, good morning, Chester. Oh, where'd you get that mail at this hour?
It ain't mail, Doc. It's a telegraph here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sometimes I wish they'd never invented the telegraph.
But maybe it's Washington, Matt, offering you a raise.
If they'd send me last month's check by mail, I'd be satisfied.
Well, what is it, Mr. Dillon?
It's from a U.S. Marshal in Phoenix. He says if Coney Thorne has left Arizona, he's broken his parole. And if he turns up here looking for me, to arrest him.
I didn't know he was on parole.
No, neither did I. But they're willing to pay the expense of sending him back under escort.
You going all the way to Arizona with him, Mr. Dillon?
No, of course not. I'll hire somebody.
Well, you can't put that man in jail, Matt.
Now, why not?
He's too sick. And I won't have Abby nursing a man in jail. It's bad enough in the hotel.
Well, as long as he can't run away.
He'll be in bed for a week. And if you don't tell him about this, he won't run anyway.
Okay, Doc. I'll leave him alone. For a week. I kept track of Coney's progress through Doc. And the rest of Dodge did, too. Everybody in town knew he'd come there to shoot me, and it seemed like they were all waiting for him to get well and try it. And there were a number of men who would have been right happy if he'd done it. I waited for over a week, and he was still in bed. So finally, I went over to the hotel to have a talk with him.
Oh, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Abby. Can we come in?
Why, of course. Come in.
Thank you.
Hello, Chester.
Hello, Miss Twilling.
Oh, where's your patient?
Oh, this is my room, Marshal. He's right through there. I have it arranged this way so he won't be disturbed.
Now, is he still sick, Abby?
He's better.
Well, Doc says that he could get up.
Please, Marshal, give him a little more time, a couple of days. It's very important.
It is?
I know what he came here for. It doesn't matter to you if he stays in bed a while longer, does it?
No, but if he's well, why are you keeping him in bed?
It's good for him. Coney needs a rest like this. You've no idea how much he needs it. Please, Marshal.
Abby.
Yes?
You got to know Coney pretty well, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
What kind of a man would you say he is?
He's a good man, Marshal. But he's suffered a lot being in prison the way he was, and, well, it's like soldiers I've seen who've been through too much. They change for a while, anyway. But if they're given a chance, the right kind of a chance, they find their way back sometimes.
That's what you're doing, giving him a chance, huh?
I'm trying, Marshal.
Well, how does he feel about it?
I'm not sure yet.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I changed my mind about talking to Coney. Come on.
Okay.
Thank you, Marshal.
I guess I'll know how you make out, Abby. One way or the other.
I swear I don't understand what you was talking about, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I don't understand it either, Chester, but my guess is that Abby's fallen in love with him.
What? that don't make sense.
That seldom does. That doesn't keep it from happening.
No, sir. My, kind of scary, ain't it?
Well, Abby's a little scared. She's not sure about Coney. But anyway, he trusts her enough to have told her about being out on parole. That's why she figured I'd heard about it and had come to arrest him.
What you gonna do?
Well, Abby asked for a couple of more days, Chester. I think she deserves them. What? Well, evening, Kitty. I just coming in to say hello.
Oh, the air's better out here, Matt. I never saw that saloon so crowded as it is tonight.
Oh, a couple of new herds arrived today.
Yeah, I know. I've danced with every cowboy that came with him. I had to get out of there while I could still walk.
Well, as long as they're dancing, they're not fighting.
Oh? You ever dance with one of them, Matt?
Well, is it that bad?
Oh.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, Miss Kitty.
Evening, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, right across the street there. I just seen Coney Thorne.
What? Well, where was he headed?
He was knocking on the front door of the stage office, and nobody didn't answer, so he went around back.
Oh. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure.
It's like Coney's trying to run off, Mr. Dillon.
There's no stage till tomorrow morning, Chester. Besides, he doesn't know I'm going to arrest him.
Well, at least he didn't come gunning for you as soon as he got out of bed.
Well, maybe he wants to be sure of a seat on the stage first. He said he went around to the back of the office.
Yes, sir, right up the alley here.
Yeah. Look, you better stay back a little, huh? Being in bed so long might have made Coney a little nervous.
Well, yes, sir.
Chester!
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
No, he didn't hit me. But I didn't hit him either. He had a horse waiting out there. Come on, if we hurry, we can still follow him.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes, L&M filters. You king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip.
L&M filters are sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day.
The reason? It's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Effective filtration.
Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
Buy L&M King Size.
Buy L&M Regular.
Buy L&M's by the carton. King Size, regular, both at the same low price. L&M, light and mild.
With the full moon to help us, Chester and I didn't have much trouble staying on Coney Thorne's trail once we hit it. We pulled up now and then and listened, and we could hear his horse running hard, not too far ahead of us. But he didn't run long. Coney had made a poor choice in the mount that he'd stolen and had sold on him within an hour. We found the horse standing riderless with his head down, his legs weak and quivering.
That poor horse is plumb bedrock, Mr. Dillon. He ought to be shot.
Now, never mind the horse, Chester. Let's find Coney.
He can't be very far. There's no place to hide out here.
There's something over there, Chester. Off to the left there.
It ain't moving.
Yeah, well, let's take a look. Look, you ride straight from here, and I'll come in on an angle.
Okay, sir.
All right, ride in, Chester, but be careful.
Is he dead, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester, but he's all through shooting. Yeah, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Been down here, take a look.
Why, that ain't Coney Thorne.
No. You ever see this man before?
No, sir, I don't know who it is. He ain't dead.
No, but he's bleeding pretty bad. I'm afraid he soon will be. Who are you, fella? Hey, what's your name?
Marshal.
Yeah, that's right, I'm the marshal. Now, why did you try to shoot me back in Dodge tonight?
Can't do nothing to me now.
No harm in talking.
Heard that fellow was going to shoot you.
That Coney Thorne?
I don't know his name. I don't know nothing about him.
Well, then what's he got to do with your trying to shoot me?
Nothing. Only I figured I could do it, and they'd blame him.
Oh, why? I never saw you before. Why did you want to shoot me?
Kill a marshal? That'd be pretty good, wouldn't it? Kill a marshal?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Didn't work. You killed me. He's dead, ain't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
A darn fool. What good would shooting you have done him?
Well, it made him feel better for some reason, Chester.
But why?
I don't know. Just the idea of shooting a marshal and getting away with it, I guess. He didn't have any more sensible a reason.
No, sir.
Well, let's get him buried. It'll be daylight before we get back to Dodge, as it is. I still got to find Coney.
There's the stage. Mr. Dillon is just about to leave. We got back just in time.
Now, why would Coney be taking the stage? He hasn't finished his business here yet.
No, but he was trying to get in the office when I seen him last night.
By heaven, there he is.
Yes, sir, and Abby, too. Now, what are they up to?
Now, let's ask him. Let him stand, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, don't you do a thing, Coney. It'll be all right, I tell you.
Why do you have to come back now?
Good morning.
Good morning, Marshal.
You, going someplace, Coney?
Well, I heard about last night, Marshal. But it wasn't me shot at you. You know it wasn't.
I found the man that did it.
I ain't gonna kill you. That's all over, Marshal.
It is?
It was like being crazy, Marshal, for a long time. And I got the fever, and Abby was there talking to me all the time, taking care of me. Now, somehow, I ain't mad at nobody.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Coney.
Being in prison so long when I was innocent, it was bad, Marshal.
Yeah. Look, Coney, you shouldn't have left Arizona. You broke your parole. I'm going to have to send you back.
He's going back, Marshal. Right now. With me.
What?
We're going to be married. And then he's going to turn himself in.
Is that true, Coney?
I'll get another year, but Abby says it's the only way.
You're going to get married, huh?
We'll make out, Marshal. But please don't arrest him here. Let him go alone with me. It isn't much. You can give him that.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go over to the telegraph office and write something out and send it to the marshal in Phoenix, huh?
Well, what'll I say?
Tell him thanks for the warning. And tell him if Coney Thorne did leave Arizona and came here to shoot me, I'd arrest him quick. But knowing Coney, I think he's learned his lesson. He's got more sense.
Yes, sir.
Now get going. All of you.
Now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. Everyone agrees L&M's are just what the doctor ordered. The first filter that really does the job and a real good taste to go with it. Maybe you'll prefer L&M's king size, as I do. But either size, I know you'll like 'em, and I know you'll stick with 'em. L&M's. Try 'em.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, and James Nusser. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The makers of L&M filters also present for your television pleasure the new Stu Irwin Show. It's a happy half hour with June and Stu Irwin, which begins October 20th in most cities. Please check your local television listings for time and channel for L&M's Stu Irwin Show. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great new Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
You know your dry skin is really bad when it keeps you from enjoying the things you love. Mine hurts so much, I finally went to see the dermatologist. I asked her to cure my dry skin. She said there is no cure, but there is Curel. Curel is serious therapy.
Clinical tests prove Curel moisturizes better than even Lubriderm or Carry.
Curel sure feels like a cure to me.
Until there's a cure, there's Curel.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Daydreams from the picture Gold Diggers in Paris. Some of these lovely warm spring days, don't you feel like forgetting everything and just getting out into the open for a long, carefree day? But there are meals, and you're afraid you haven't the time. Well, here's a tip. Jell-O will help you give you that time, for Jell-O is delightfully quick and easy to prepare. It dissolves instantly in hot water, it sets quickly, and you can just tuck it in your refrigerator, and when you're ready, there it is, a treat for any meal. And Jell-O is a treat, served in any of a dozen different ways. Perfectly plain in a colorful, shimmering mold. Garnished with rosettes of whipped cream, dressed up with fresh, ripe strawberries. Jell-O brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. So get some from your grocer. And tonight we want to salute your grocer and retail grocers everywhere. They're holding a National Rally Day on May 10th, and we want to extend our best wishes. And when you go to your grocer tomorrow, be sure to order Jell-O. That was Daydreams played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being Mother's Day, we bring you the mother of the Jell-O program, Jack Benny.
Thanks. again. This is Mrs. Benny talking. And, Don, that introduction may have been spoken in jest, but there's an element of truth in it just the same.
Well, Jack, I thought it was very apropos. You are sort of a mother to the gang here.
Yes.
We honor and respect you, and you're the first one we come to when we need money.
That's right, Don.
At 6%.
That's right, too. But, Don, you know, of all the children in my little radio family, you're my favorite. I mean that. No kidding. I think the world of you.
You mean because I'm such a good boy and I always am so nice to you?
No, because you're less of a heel than the rest of the gang. That's why.
Well, anyway, Jack, I think Mother's Day is a marvelous idea, don't you?
Yes, Don, it's a great thought. But you know what burns me up with some children?
What's that, Jack?
Well, take the ones that are away from home. Now, some don't even bother to write their mother a letter all year. And then on this one day, they send her a telegram and scare the dickens out of her. Here comes the black sheep of my family, folks. Hello, Philip.
Hello, Mammy.
Mammy, eh? Listen, sonny boy, Mammy's gonna slug you if you don't behave tonight. Anyway, you're a fine son. I bet you didn't even send your real mother anything today.
I did, too. I sent her a picture of my band with me standing in front of it.
Oh, well, that was a sweet thought.
Yes, sir, and I wrote on it Phil Harris and his orchestra. She'll be mighty proud of that.
She probably will, but you might have put Phil Harris and his orchestra on the Jack Benny program.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that, Jack.
Why not?
She thinks I work in a beer parlor.
Oh, I see. You don't want her to know that you're slipping.
That's it exactly.
Shut up. Anyway, that's a nice present to send to your mother. A picture of you and those 18 headhunters. They look like any minute they're going into a war dance.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. The only savage in my band is the drummer. I picked him up in Pango Pango.
Oh, a real savage, eh? How'd you happen to meet him?
I used to go with his sister.
Well, I can believe that, but you know, Phil, your drummer seems to be fairly civilized. He doesn't look so vicious.
You should have seen him before I had his teeth pulled out.
Oh. Well, you sure have a novel organization there, a drummer from Pango Pango. But at that, he looks mild compared to your guitar player. My goodness. Oh, really, where'd you pick him up?
Waukegan.
Oh. Now, that's a lie. Look at him. We don't wear rings in our noses in Waukegan.
Well, he's gone Hollywood.
Oh. Well, if they're the rage, I must get one. Here comes my little daughter now. Hello, Mary.
Daughter? What are you talking about?
Well, this is Mother's Day, and you're all my kiddies. You see, Mary, I'm like a mother hen, and the rest of you are my little chicks.
Gee, is Don Wilson one of your chicks, too?
Yes, he is, Mary.
What'd you use for a nest, the Hollywood Bowl?
You don't get the significance of it at all. By the way, Mary, did you send your mother a telegram today, or flowers, or anything?
Yes, and I've been trying to get her on the long-distance phone all afternoon.
Well, why don't you call her from here, Mary?
Now, wait a minute, Don. Calls made from the studio are all charged to me personally. What are you doing, Mary?
I'm calling Mama. But don't worry, I'll pay for it.
Oh, go ahead. I'll treat you. But talk fast, will you?
Operator, get me Plainfield, New Jersey. Goose liver, 8400.
I don't mind goose liver, but 8400 is unbelievable. Wow.
Yes, that's it. I want to speak to Mrs. Bubbles Livingston.
Bubbles, yes.
Hope Mama's home.
Yeah.
M is for the million things she gave me. O means only that. Yes, operator.
She's growing old.
T is for the tears she... Hello? Oh, hello, Mama.
Well, you finally got her, huh?
Mama, this is Mary. I said this is Mary, not Harry. Mary.
Oh, hurry.
Listen, Mama. Mary. M is for the million things you gave
An
me.
encore on my money.
Yes, Mom, it's me. I want to wish you a happy Mother's Day. Did you get the package I sent you? You did? Isn't that wonderful? Congratulations.
What is it, Mary?
I sent Mama a one-piece bathing suit, and she was just elected Miss Plainfield.
Say, that's marvelous. Did you hear that, fellas?
It must have been foggy.
What else is new, Mama? He did? Oh, isn't that cute? You want to hear something sweet, Jack?
What?
My little brother gave Mom a baseball bat for Mother's Day. She's so happy.
Oh. Does your mother play baseball?
No, Papa's been acting up again.
Oh. Now, hurry it up, Mary. That costs money, will you?
Well, Mom, I just called up to say hello. I better hang up because Jack is paying for the call.
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
Hold the line a minute. Mom wants to talk to you, Jack.
Oh, I'm busy, Mary.
Well, you better talk to her.
Oh, all right. Hello, Mrs. Liv? Yes? Yes, no, goodbye.
That's a fine way to talk to Mama. You certainly gave her the rush act.
Well, she asked me how I was feeling. How do I know at $7 a minute?
Well, Mama's very sensitive.
I don't care how sensitive she is. We've got a program to do.
Jack, remember, you're a mother yourself today.
Oh, that's right. What am I thinking of? Play, Phil. Now, where did I put my knitting? Morocco, played by Phil Harris, and his Pango Palookas. Say, Phil, I meant to ask you, you flew down to Louisville for the Kentucky Derby. Did you have a good time there?
Oh, marvelous, Jack. There was a big crowd and a lot of excitement.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't go on along with you. Who'd you pick in the Derby?
Well, there was a little blonde sitting in the...
I don't mean the Brown Derby. Who'd you pick in the Kentucky Derby?
Well, I didn't know who to bet on, so just before the race, I went in the clubhouse to think about it over a mint julep.
Oh, over a mint julep, huh? Who'd you finally bet on?
Fighting Fox, they tell me.
Oh, I see. Say, I can believe that. I've had a couple of those mint juleps myself, and they're dynamite.
What are they like, Jack?
Well, Mary, after 2 mint juleps, you sneer at tigers, which you see.
But why do you sneer at the tigers?
Because you hope they'll start something. Anyway, Mary, this talk is for us men. You don't know anything about the Kentucky Derby.
I do, too. I had a little bet on a horse called Mountain Ridge.
Oh, so you bet on Mountain Ridge, eh?
Yeah, but the moon came over him before he got in.
Well, I know that horse ran last, Mary, but it wasn't after dark when he came in.
It wasn't, eh?
No.
Then why was the jockey wearing a nightshirt?
I don't know anything about that, and leave me alone.
Hey, Mama, here comes your problem, child.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello.
Well, how's my youngest son tonight?
Son? What are you talking about?
Now I have to go through that again. Look, Kenny, this is Mother's Day. I'm a mother hen, and you're all my little chicks.
A mother hen? I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
Lay an egg for him, Jack.
I won't. I'm not in the mood.
Mood nothing, you can't.
Well, of course I can't. I'm not really a Ken, Henny. I'm not really a hen, Henny. I only said that because I thought it would be cute on Mother's Day, that's all.
You know, Jack, I made up a swell riddle, and it just fits Mother's Day. Want to hear it?
Well, a riddle, yes, if it'll make you any happier.
All right, here's the riddle.
Oh.
Why did I send my girl a hot dog on Mother's Day?
I don't know, Kenny. Why did you send your girl a hot dog on Mother's Day?
Because she's a red-hot mama. Mama, don't you get it?
Now, wait a minute, Kenny. Control yourself.
Say, Jack,
What?
I've got a riddle, too.
Here we go, folks. What is it?
Why is Kenny's head like a ping-pong ball?
I don't know, Mary. Why is Kenny's head like a ping-pong ball?
Because it is, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Hey, that's not bad, you know.
That Mary's a riot.
Yes, she is. Say, this is fun, you know. Let's all get in the game. How about you, Don? Have you got a riddle for us?
No, Jack, but I've got a song that I've been working on, especially for Mother's Day.
Oh, well, we must hear it.
I wonder what it can be about.
Oh, the suspense is awful, huh? Go ahead, Don.
Give me a chord, boy. J is for the Jell-O, so delicious. Delicious. E is for each flavor, extra rich. L is for that lemon, oh so tempting.
Oh, so tempting.
L is for that lime, just try a dish.
Just try a dish.
O is for that orange, so delightful. Strawberry and raspberry as well.
And cherry too. Wah, 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 woo.
Put them all together, they spell Jell-O. A word that means the world to
That was Jello, sung by Don Wilson, who from now on will sing in his bathtub. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have another musical selection sung by Kenny Baker. What's it going to be, Kenny?
Oh, boy, Red Hot Mama. Wow!
Now, forget that riddle. What about your song?
Oh, you mean my sideline?
Yes, what are you going to sing?
It's a brand new number written by Pinky Tomlin called Lost and Found.
Well, go ahead. What children? We have more trouble than the Jones family.
Lost and found, lost my heart the day that I found you. You brought a different world in view, and a feeling that is new. Lost and found, lost the moments that seem oh so long, but found my heart could sing a song since the day you came along. Losing a heart isn't pleasant, my dear. It's something that we can't spare. But I didn't mind losing my heart to find that you really care. Lost and found, lost my heart the day that I found you. You brought a different world in view, and a feeling that is new. Lost and found, lost the moments that seem oh so long, but found my heart could sing a song since the day you came along. Gone is the dark stormy weather that was clouding my dreams of love. Now life is light as a feather, all because of you and your love. Now I find what I thought I lost was all my gain. A rainbow came in place of rain. Lost my heart when I found you.
That was Lost and Found, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, folks, I have a little surprise for you. A very dear friend of mine who was on my program once before is here in Los Angeles on a vacation. And again, I have persuaded him to appear with us. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present once again a young fellow I went to school with and who is now the mayor of Waukegan, Illinois, the Honorable Mansell Talcott.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And it wasn't an imposition, Jack. I'm very happy to be here.
And we're glad to have you, believe me. Well, Bitey, that's what we used to call him in school, folks. How are you enjoying California, Bitey?
Just fine, Droopy.
Droopy?
That's what we used to call Jack.
They sure did, folks, until I got suspenders. Those were the happy days when we were all just kids in school. And now you're the mayor of Waukegan, and I'm a movie star.
Well, I'm a mayor anyhow.
Hey, that's pretty good, yes, sir. But, Bitey, will you ever forget the day we graduated? Remember that funny-looking suit you had on with cuffs on the sleeves and was too tight on you? Where'd you ever get that suit?
Your father sold it to me.
Well, I always traded across the street. Well, things have changed plenty in Waukegan since then, haven't they?
I'll say they have. You know our fire department.
Yes.
Well, we've got a hose now.
You have? What did you do with the buckets?
Oh, we put geraniums in them.
Oh, well, isn't that marvelous? Say, Bitey, you met Mary and Kenny and Don last year in New York, and now I'd like to have you meet our orchestra leader, Phil Harris. Phil, this is the mayor of Waukegan, Mansell Talcott.
Glad to know you, Mr. Harris.
Same here, Your Honor. You know, my band played in Waukegan once.
You did?
Yep, the whole town turned out, and we still lost money.
Now, Phil, Waukegan is a big town.
Hey, Bitey, you want to hear a riddle?
Kenny, it's Mayor Talcott, and he doesn't want to hear a riddle.
That reminds me, Jack, I've been listening to your program tonight, and I couldn't get all that stuff you were saying about Mother's Day. I couldn't figure out whether you were a hen or not.
Well, it's very simple, Bitey. I was just making a comparison, that's all.
I still don't get it.
Gee, if he can be a mayor, I can.
Kenny. Now, look, Bitey, I have a little surprise for you. As soon as I heard you were going to be up here tonight, I thought it'd be nice to do a special play in your honor. And that's just what we're going to do. Now, you're going to be the star of the play. You know, the lover.
Oh, goody.
Stop jumping up and down. Now, Mary Livingston is going to be your leading lady.
Well, what about Loretta Young?
Bitey, don't be unreasonable.
Yeah, listen, Mansell, you're no Gable, you know.
Mary, quiet.
Well, if he wants Loretta Young, let him have her.
Oh.
I didn't mean that, Mary. You're better than Loretta Young any day.
That shows what you know.
All right, now I've had enough of this. The next one that insults the mayor has to vote for him. Now let's go on with our play. Here's what it's all about. It's a modern love story about a wife who has more boyfriends than Snow White has dwarfs. Now look, Bitey, I play the husband, Mary is my wife, and you, Don, Kenny, and Phil, and the orchestra will be her boyfriends. Here's your part, Bitey.
Thanks, Jack. I better look it over. I want to be good.
Oh, you will be. Don't worry. Now, the scene of our play is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Mortimer J. Bookend in the thriving little community of New York City. As the curtain rises, we find Mrs. Bookend with her husband for a change. Curtain. Music. Well, darling, it's almost train time. I'll be leaving in a little while for Altoona. Will you miss me?
Of course, Mortimer. How long will you be gone?
Oh, just a few days.
Can't you make it longer? I'm lonesome.
All right, 3 weeks, then. There's the phone. I'll answer it.
You better not, or you won't go to Altoona. I'll take it. Hello? Oh, hello, darling. What, dear? In a little while, honey. Yes? Yes? All right, darling. Goodbye, sweet.
Who was that?
The gas company.
The gas company? Well, they're getting awfully fresh.
Oh, Mortimer, why are you so jealous?
Oh.
Why, don't you trust me? Is it because you find cigars around here and you don't smoke?
No, it's because I find hats around here and they don't fit me.
Well, put some paper in them and shut up.
Okay. Well, Faith, I must leave you now. Goodbye, Faith, dear. You'll be true to me while I'm gone, won't you?
Yes, Mortimer.
Oh, Faith, my darling, at last we are alone.
You don't come in yet, Bidey.
Oh, pardon me.
Fine mare. Well, goodbye, Faith. I'll write you every day.
Never mind. Just wire me when you're coming home.
I sure will. So long.
We now take you to the same house 3 seconds later.
Come in.
Hello, honey. Has Bookend left yet?
Yes, Philip, my angel.
They think I've gone, but I'm really peeking in the window, folks. I'll lift it up a little and listen.
Oh, Phil, darling, I feel a draft. Close the window, will you?
Okay, honey lamb.
Ouch, my nose.
Oh, Phil, I can't tell you how much I've missed you.
I know, dearest. I had to come here tonight as there's something I must ask you.
What is it, Philsy Pie?
Oh, Faith, my darling, at last we are alone.
Not yet, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me.
I wished he'd wait. I'm sorry I put him in here.
Tell me, Phil, what were you going to say?
Listen, Faith, how long can this go on? Why don't you give up Mortimer and fly away with me?
You've got something there. Oh, quick, hide. It may be my husband.
Your husband? I'll hide in the clothes closet.
No, Fred Allen is in there.
Fred Allen? What's he doing here?
It's town hall tonight. Quick, hide under the sofa.
Okay.
Come in. Oh, Kenny, my love.
Faith, darling, has Droopy left yet?
Yes, he's on his way to Altoona.
Ah, little does she know who lurks beneath this window.
With a broken nose.
Quiet.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Faith, I love you. How long can I go on waiting? What do you see in Mortimer?
Nothing.
Then why don't you give me up and marry him?
Oh, what a cluck.
Oh, quick, hide. It may be my husband.
Your husband? I'll hide under the sofa.
No, Phil's in there. Hide in the ash can.
Okay, I'm not fussy.
Hurry, Kenny. Who's there?
Oh, Faith, my darling, at last we are alone.
Wait till you get in the house, will you?
Oh, pardon me.
Mansell, at last you're here.
Yes, Faith, why don't you give up Mortimer and marry me?
Marry you?
Yes, then we can go on our honeymoon to Waukegan Falls.
But, Mansell, there are no falls in Waukegan.
There are two. The WPA just built some.
Say, that's news to me.
Quick, Mansell, it may be my husband. You must hide.
Where? It's crowded already.
Come on in the ice can. It's fun.
Yes, and don't slam the lid. Hurry, Mansell, quick. Who is it?
It's me, your husband.
Who?
Your husband. H is for the house so full of fellows. U is for you better get 'em out. Here I come, ready or not. I got you this time. You thought I went to Altoona. But I know what's been going around here, and I'm going to put a stop to it.
Mortimer, what are you going to do?
I'll show you what I'm going to do. Come on out, all of you, or I'll let you have it.
Mortimer!
All right, then, take this.
Mortimer, what have you done?
I just shot the gas company. Play, Phil, if you can.
here's some news about a swell dessert made a swell new way. It's a grand new way to serve fresh strawberries combined with delicious, fruit-rich strawberry jello. It has a tempting name, Fresh Strawberry Supreme, and it has a tempting look and taste. And here's the way to make it. Dissolve 1 package of strawberry jello in hot water and chill until cold and syrupy. Then place the jello in a bowl of cracked ice and whip it with a rotary egg beater until it's fluffy. Arrange sweetened sliced strawberries in individual sherbet glasses, and then pile the whipped jello on top of the berries. It's a swell dessert, for whipped strawberry jello has the prettiest color you ever saw, a beautiful deep rose. It's light and frothy like whipped cream, and it tastes as grand as it looks. For jello brings you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, so deep and rich it rivals the flavor of the fresh, ripe berries themselves. So get some strawberry jello tomorrow and serve Fresh Strawberry Supreme for dessert. Just be sure to get the one and only genuine jello.
This is the last number of the 32nd program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And I want to wish all you mothers everywhere a happy day every day. And, Bitey, I want to thank you very much for taking part in our little play tonight. Perhaps something you're not used to, but we did have a lot of fun.
We certainly did, Jack, and I hope I did all right as an actor.
Why, you were swell. You were really marvelous. It's been nice having you here in Hollywood, Bitey. I suppose you'll be going back to Waukegan soon.
Yes, if I don't get in the movies.
Well, I'll see you down at the station, Bitey. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
America first came to J.C. Penney in the early days, stayed with us with the good old days, right through to the present day. And to show our appreciation, we give you J.C. Penney Days, a store-wide sale with the season's best values, the kind of values that day after day, year after year, have made us one of America's favorite stores. J.C. Penney Days, going on now.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Irene Dunn and William Powell in Love Affair. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A chance meeting between the right people starts a good many things in this world. It may determine the fate of nations, make or lose $1 million, or begin a romance. I'll let you guess which of these results from the chance meeting in the play called Love Affair. It's a drama that's both gay and serious at the same time. Gay because the parties to the romance are such good company. Serious because love is like that. The success of Love Affair on the screen put another feather in the cap of Leo McCary, who produced and directed it for RKO. And by this time, Leo's cap must look like an Indian war bonnet. In our production tonight, we have the same lovely star who played the part of Terry McKay in the picture, Irene Dunn. And Irene has left a memory of many fine performances in the Lux Radio Theater. The other half of Love Affair is William Powell, who played the role of Michael Marney. We heard that MGM cameras had captured Mr. Powell for a new picture beginning tomorrow, and that meant he'd be pretty busy for the next couple of months. So a week ago, we bearded Bill in the MGM Lion's den and put him to work with us. Behind the marquee lights which proudly announce these stars is your support of our product. Lux toilet soap. That's what keeps the lights aglow, just as Lux toilet soap helps millions of women keep the glow of beauty. Now the lights are up, our stars are ready to enter, and the curtain rises on Act One of Love Affair, starring William Powell as Michael Marney and Irene Dunn as Terry McKay. It's said of certain people that they have less privacy than a goldfish. But Michael Marney of Paris must have gazed with envy at the placid goldfish bowl, for compared to him, the Finney resident was a hermit. On a night not long ago, the radio gossipers burned up the airways from America to Singapore with the latest news of his unprivate existence. In Paris,
the women of the world will be desolate at this report. Michael Marney sails tonight for America to marry Lois Clark, American heiress, to a fortune of 600 million francs.
In New York,
Michael Marney, the French heart crusher, sailed incognito tonight from Naples on board the Napoli. Why? Because Lois Clark and her 20 million smackers will be waiting for him on the dock in New York City. And this time, it's marriage.
In London,
It is rumored that Michael Marney sails from Medica tonight to enter into matrimony with one of America's industrial nobility, Miss Lois Clark. I think that's all.
on the steamship Napoli, the subject of all this excitement paces the deck slowly, reading a radiogram. Suddenly, a gust of wind takes it from his hand and whisks it around the corner of the deck. Monsieur Marney gives chase, and rounding the corner, pulls up short as he sees a very pretty girl reading a radiogram.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but I think you're reading my radiogram.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes, the wind blew it here. My radiogram, I believe you're reading it.
Oh, just a moment. I want to finish. My. Well, how do I know this is yours? Can you identify yourself?
Well, I'm Michael Marney.
Don't tell me you're the fella. The one they've been talking about on the radio.
I'm afraid I am.
Well, can you tell me what this message says? It's frightfully personal, and I'd like to be sure that, well, you know.
It says, remembering a warm, beautiful night, a thunderstorm over Lake Como, and you.
And you. That's you?
Yes.
It was all right, huh?
Uh-huh.
It was nice?
Uh-huh.
Do you think it will ever take the place of baseball?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, never mind, no. Here's your radiogram, Mr. Marney. Good evening.
Oh, wait, please. I'm in trouble. Serious trouble.
Well, I could have told you playing around Lake Como. The poor thing.
I must talk to someone.
Well, I'm not very good at that sort of thing. I talk a lot. I'm trying to break myself of the habit.
I can see you have an honest face. Yes, I can trust you, can't I?
Well, I guess so.
Come with me.
But the captain has an honest face, too.
Shall we go to your cabin or mine?
Well, mine. It's not that I'm prudish. It's just that my mother told me never to enter a strange room in months ending in R.
Your mother must be a very beautiful woman.
Here it is.
What's your name?
Terry McKay, and I'm traveling alone. Was that by any chance what was troubling you?
Why, of course. How did you guess? Well, this is fine. You know, you saved my life. I've been bored to death. I haven't seen one attractive girl in this boat since we left. Not one. Can you imagine 9 days like that? Why, it's terrible. Life should be bright. It should be beautiful and bubbly like pink champagne. I got scared. I said to myself, don't beautiful women travel anymore? Evidently not. And then I saw you. Cigarette?
No, thanks. Have you been getting results with a line like that, or would I be surprised?
Well, if you were surprised, it would surprise me.
Well, that sounds like a nasty crack. I could make a few, too, if I felt like it.
I'm sure you could.
I know I can.
That's what I said.
I think I will. How's your fiancée, Miss Lois Clark?
She has a cold.
Oh, too bad. Got it at Lake Como?
No, she wasn't there.
Then the lady of the lake is
No,
not...
that was her best friend.
Oh, chummy bunch.
You know, this boat's going awfully fast. Only 8.5 days till we get in. Is there any reason why, from now, it shouldn't be pink champagne?
Well, do you like that picture on the table?
Oh, yeah. Friend of yours?
A very good friend.
I see. He's nice, huh?
Very nice.
He's all right, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Where is he now?
New York. He sends me on a buying trip every once in a while. You see, he's my boss, too.
Oh, you don't think he would approve of pink champagne?
No, I don't think so.
I think it's very touching, you and him. Very beautiful. I like that. He must be very engaging.
Well, you can just imagine how attractive he is when I can resist so charming a person as you.
Let's see. That's the door I came in. Well, I still have deck tennis, keno, and shuffleboard.
Don't tell me you're embarrassed.
Yes, to my embarrassment. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take my pride for a walk. Unless by chance you'd care to have dinner with the two of us.
Yes, I'd love to.
And you mustn't believe all you've heard of me.
Oh, I couldn't believe all, Mr. Marnet, but I gather that you've known quite a few women. Or maybe few's the wrong word.
Maybe.
And I guess you haven't much respect for them.
Maybe.
But, of course, you've always been fair in your judgment.
No, I've been more than fair. I idealize them. Every woman I meet, I put on a pedestal. But the longer I know her, the better I know her.
Oh.
And the better I know her... Let's talk about you.
No. We'll talk about me another time. I think I'd like to take a walk on the deck.
Of course.
Signore Monet.
Dear boy.
Oh, radiogram, Signore Monet.
Oh, another one?
And your name, Signorina?
Magee.
Oh, there's one for you also. Here, Signorina.
Oh, thank you.
From New York?
Mm-hmm. Yours from New York, too?
Mm-hmm. Well, now, where were we? Oh, yes. What's the name of that strange place you were born?
Kansas.
And from there, where did you go?
Well, from there, I went to New York and got a job singing in a nightclub from 10 to 3 in the morning, and then the manager used to chase me around his office till about 4, and then I went home. And then one night, he came along.
Oh, yes, the man in the picture.
Mm-hmm. And he said I didn't belong in a place like that. He said,
That you should improve yourself?
Yes. So I studied hard.
So that someday you would be a charming, lovely wife.
Yes, that was more or less the idea. Well, that sort of brings us up to date.
I beg your pardon. Will you turn it this way, please?
Who are you?
The ship photographer. Grazia. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's bad. A picture of us together.
Oh, wait a minute. I say, that's a beautiful camera you have there. May I see it?
Oh, yes, signore.
Takes nice, clear pictures, huh?
Oh, very clear, yes. Signore, you took the film out.
Oh, does that spoil the picture? I'm so sorry.
Give me my camera back.
Here you are.
Thank you, signore. Thank you very much.
I guess it's no good for either one of us to be seen together. Right or wrong, people talk. So it'd better be goodbye.
What's the matter? Afraid?
Of you? No.
But after all, we're on the same ship. There's still 8 days to go, you know.
Well, you can take nice long walks in the sunshine. We'll be in Madeira tomorrow. The sun always shines in Madeira.
What do I do if it rains?
Oh, no. No, it's no good.
I see. It's particularly no good for you.
Yes, that's right. Being seen with you is news, and I don't want to get my picture in the paper. So I guess we'd better spread out. Good night.
Good night.
Passengers will please be back on board at 5 o'clock. The boat will leave Madeira at 5 o'clock. Passengers will please be back on board at...
Hello? Going ashore?
Oh, hello, yes. Yes, I'm calling on a lady this afternoon.
Oh, even in Madeira?
You're wrong this time. It's my grandmother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. She lives way up on that hill. I'd like to come along and meet her. No photographers.
Oh, I'd be happy to come.
This is her house. That's a little chapel over there. Way down the hill, you see those toy houses?
Mm-hmm.
That's the village.
Oh, what a divine place. I want to meet her.
I'll see if she's here. Oh, Mimi! Mimi! She must be in the chapel.
What is there about this place? Something makes you feel you want to whisper. There's such peace here. It's like another world.
Yes? My grandmother's world.
Tell me a little more about her.
Well, my grandfather was in the diplomatic service. This was his last post. He died here, so she stayed on to be near him. He's buried there beside the chapel. She must be waiting, I think, a little impatiently, the day she'll join him.
Michael. Michael, my dear.
Mimi, darling.
Why didn't you tell me you were arriving?
Oh, Mimi, I wanted to surprise you.
Oh, I am very surprised. So, you are going to be married, Michael. Is this the girl?
Oh, no, darling. This is Miss Terry McKay.
Oh, how do you do? She is very charming, Michael. I like her.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad.
If you'll excuse me, I'll sit down for a moment. I'm longer at my prayers nowadays, and my knees, well, they are as old as I am. Tell me, are you English?
No, I'm American.
American. Do you know, I have a special fondness for America. It was my husband's first post after we married.
Really?
Yes. In fact, we went to Washington on our honeymoon.
Uh-huh.
My husband was in the French embassy. Mr. Grover Cleveland was your president. We met him, a great, hearty man. He got married while he was in the White House, and we all went to the wedding. There was great excitement. I remember the lovely bride. I remember it caused a sensation. She did not wear a bustle.
Oh, you have a lovely place here.
Thank you.
I could stay on forever.
Oh, you are too young for that. It is a good place to sit and remember, but you still have to create your memories. I see you looking at my chapel. Would you like to go in?
Oh, may I?
But of course.
Thank you.
How long has it been for you, Michael? Since you were an altar boy. Then you better go in, too. It won't hurt you. I'll prepare tea. Come in, my dear. Tea will be ready in a moment. Where is Michael?
He'll be right along. May I help you?
Thank you, my dear.
Where are your cups?
Over there. I'm sorry I had to let my maid go. You see, I planned on dying when I was 75, but here I am 77. So if I'm not going to die, I should start saving my money.
Oh, what a lovely painting.
You like it?
Yes, it's charming. Who did it?
Michael.
Michael?
He painted it for me.
But it's good.
He is very talented. Unfortunately, he's also very critical. The artist in him would create, the critic destroy. As a result, he has not done anything since.
Oh, what a pity.
Michael is too busy living, as they call it. Things come easy to him, and he is always allured by the art he is not practicing, the places he has not been, the girl he has not met.
Maybe I shouldn't have met him.
No. You are different. I don't mind confessing to you, my dear, that I have been worried about him. I am frightened sometimes.
Why?
That one day life will present a bill to Michael, and that he will find it hard to pay. But when I see him with you, I feel better.
Oh, I wish I could share your confidence.
You will have it when you need it. There is nothing wrong with Michael that a good woman could not make right.
Hello. Well, how have you two girls been getting along?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Yes, wouldn't he?
I'll bet Mimi did all the talking.
Mm-hmm. She's been telling me that when you were a little boy, if you didn't get your own way, you'd lie on the floor and kick and get red in the face.
Oh, what did you say?
Well, I said you didn't do that anymore. And now if you don't get your own way, you just get embarrassed.
Oh. May I have some tea? She was a great pianist once.
I think she's wonderful right now.
She is.
Not so loud, I can still hear.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm afraid that's for us.
I do not like boat whistles.
Mimi, darling, I'll come back and see you soon, I promise.
Please do.
You're shivering. Don't you want your shawl around you?
Thank you.
My, it's a beautiful shawl.
You like it?
Indeed I do.
I will send it to you someday.
Oh,
Goodbye, Michael.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, my dear.
goodbye.
God bless
Mind if I come in with you for a moment?
If you like.
It's getting pretty windy on deck.
Yes.
Well, I just want to thank you for a grand evening.
And I want to thank you for the loveliest day I've ever known.
You were very sweet to my little grandmother.
I'm going to write to her.
Oh, that'll be nice. You know, I'm really very grateful to her.
Well, you should be.
I think perhaps she's made you see me in a more favorable light.
She has.
You're wondering, of course, why I'm not better. I am.
I think you're all right.
As far as you'll go.
Well, that's as far as I can go.
Terry.
Feel how the boat's rocking. We must have changed our course.
I think we have.
But only for a while. Good night.
Terry, listen to me.
No, don't. Don't. We're heading into a rough sea, Michael. Good night.
Good night. Hello. Terry.
Hello. If you say a penny for your thoughts, I'll jump overboard.
What are you doing out here? Couldn't you sleep?
No, too near New York to sleep. What about you?
All I seem to do is turn and toss.
Dreaming?
You couldn't call it dreaming. I'm awake. I'd call it wishing.
My father used to say, wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. He used to drink a lot.
You know, I wrote a song once about wishing. It was rather nice.
Oh, it was? How does it go?
I forget, but it said that if you wish long enough in your mind, and if you wish strong enough in your heart, and if you keep on wishing long enough and strong enough...
You get what you want for Christmas?
Yes. Well, we'll get in the morning in New York. Will he be waiting?
Mm-hmm. I just had another radiogram. What about her?
I had one, too. Terry, I guess if we have something on our minds, we'd better say it now.
Yes.
You know, I've never worked in all my life. All my life, I've never worked.
I've been thinking about that. What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did, too. You said I was very fond of expensive things. Furs and jewels and things.
Or did I say that?
Mm-hmm. I guess you and I have been more or less used to a life of pink champagne. It might be a little difficult to change. Do you like beer?
Yes, I do.
I know. My father used to say, it's a funny thing. The things you like best in life are either illegal, immoral, or fattening.
Your father?
Yeah. I told you he drank like a fish.
I wonder what your father would think of me. Never working. Not one day.
Well, just because you haven't...
Oh, that doesn't mean that I couldn't. No, of course not. But I might not find out all at once. It might take me 6 months to find out if...
If what?
Well, it's hard to say. After all, it's unfair to ask you to take a chance. But, Terry, if I worked hard enough and long enough, and wishes came true, where would you be?
What are you trying to say, Michael?
I'm trying to say that it would take me 6 months to find out if I'm worthy to say what's in my heart.
Oh, that's just about the nicest. Oh, well, I think I'll turn in now and do a little more rolling and tossing. I'll think about it and let you know in the morning. Going my way?
No, I think I'll walk a little.
You know, marriage is a very serious thing.
Yes, I know.
Do you like children?
Yes. Yes, I do.
So do I. Michael.
Oh, there you are. I was afraid you left the boat without telling me.
Oh, no, Michael, listen. If everything goes all right for both of us in 6 months, I mean, that's July.
July, yes.
Now, look, I've written out these directions. Read them carefully so there won't be any mistake.
My dear darling, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Meet me on July 1st, 5 o'clock, 102nd floor, top of the Empire State Building.
Yes. Now, there it is. See? Over there. It's the tallest building in the world. You can't miss that. It's the nearest thing to heaven we have in New York. Oh, yes, darling. Be sure to take the elevator.
In just a moment, William Powell and Irene Dunn will return in Act Two of Love Affair. But now, what have we here? Am I seeing things, or have we six very lovely girls, all standing in a row?
We're not just six girls, Mr. Ruick. We stand for something. We're sort of symbols.
Oh, symbols. I see. Well, is it all right for me to say you're certainly the best-looking symbols I've seen in a long time? But suppose you tell our audience what your symbols are. Now, we'll take you one at a time. First, the girl with the nice red hair. Tell us what this is all about.
Well, you see, Mr. Ruick, we stand for 6 special qualities in Lux toilet soap.
Well. Lux Toilet Soap is proud of you. You really are about the best-looking 6 girls I ever saw together in one small space. It's too bad, in a way, that you're just symbols. But as I understand it, each of you girls stands for one of the qualities that make our product what it is. The complexion soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use. So why don't you, now, one at a time, girls, tell our audience about yourselves. That tall, slender girl first now. What do you stand for?
I stand for Lux Soap's mildness. When a woman has sensitive skin, that's terribly important.
Next, the young lady with the blonde hair.
Lux Soap's purity. That means only the finest ingredients are used in Lux Soap.
And you?
Whiteness. Women love to use Lux Soap because it's such a luxurious-looking cake. So white and so smooth and well-made.
And you?
Active lather's what I stand for. That means Lux Soap cares for the complexion very gently, but very thoroughly. And that's awfully important because it makes Lux Soap such a wonderful beauty aid, such a wonderful help in keeping skin smooth and soft, and, you know, really lovely.
Very good. And now the girl with the red hair again.
I stand for the Lux Soap perfume. It's very choice and distinctive, a blend of 34 costly ingredients. When women use Lux Soap for an active lather beauty bath, it leaves a delicate, clinging fragrance on their skin.
Good. Now, the girl next to you.
I stand for long-lasting quality of Lux Soap. That means it's thrifty, a firm, hard cake that gives a wonderful lather.
Thank you, girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ruick.
And do come again. You know, I only wish our audience could see you as well as hear you. I'm sure they'd say with me, Lux Toilet Soap is proud of you. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Love Affair, starring Irene Dunn as Terry McKay and William Powell as Michael Marnay. The excitement of the landing is over. Michael and Terry have been rushed away from the dock under the protection of their respective fiancés. Now, a few hours later, Terry stands on the balcony of her penthouse apartment, gazing dreamily at the majestic tower of the Empire State Building. Behind her, in the room, the door opens quietly.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Ken.
Well, darling, how does it feel to be back?
Oh, fine. Only, Ken, I wanted...
Sorry I had to rush away this morning, but I've got my business all cleaned up, and right now there's not a thing on my mind except that I'm in love. Kiss?
Mm-hmm.
And I've got a surprise for you, Terry. Wait a minute. Kiss me again, will you? Mm-hmm. Remind me to ask you later what's happened to your kisses. Maybe you're just out of practice. I hope. Oh, by the way, take a look at the paper. Your picture's on page 3.
Oh? Marnay wedding off.
Think of it. Your picture right under the headline. They could have said, beautiful Terry McKay comes between the famous Marnay and his fiancée. Or maybe they should have.
Should they?
Well, after all, darling, you were on the boat with him, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you meet him?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Must be a fascinating chap.
Yes, he's
and he's not nearly as bad as people say he is.
Darling, if there were only some way without hurting you.
Uh-huh. I get it. I'm sorry.
Oh, Ken.
Terry, darling, how can you do such a thing? It doesn't make sense.
I know.
You must be losing your mind.
I know.
Well, Terry, what are you going to do?
We're giving it 6 months to see if we're both sure what we want. I'm leaving New York. I'm going to get a job somewhere singing, and, we're going to meet in July.
Terry, listen to me. I won't let you do this. You're too fine. I wanted to marry you. I brought the ring. That was my surprise. I should have brought it a long time ago, but, well, it's not too late. It can't be too late. Sweetheart, look at me. Can't you see I'm in love?
I know, Ken, darling, but so am I.
How am I doing, Chief? Does Cafe Society like me in Philadelphia?
Well, that noise is applause, isn't it?
Well, maybe they're applauding your $2 dinner.
Oh, you've got the job, Miss McKay. Now, if you'll step into my office, I'd like to talk about a nice long contract.
Only 6 months.
6 months? That's not a long time.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, there you are. There's a whole lot of them. What do you think?
11 paintings in a few weeks. You've been working hard, Michael.
That's right. Now I want you to work hard, Courbet. I want you to sell them for me. You can go to work on this one first.
Still alive.
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
No, but I tell you, if you signed it Michael Marnay instead of Andre, I could sell it to plenty of women.
No. This is the new Marnay, whose name is Andre. I was hoping you'd like this.
So was I.
Well, it's been so long time since I, Funny. Painting seemed so easy before. And probably because I didn't care then.
Well, what do you expect in 2 or 3 months? You mind if I help myself to this apple?
If you don't mind it being only half an apple.
Oh.
That was my lunch. Do you care to have dinner with me?
No. I'll take a cigarette, though.
Sorry, I quit smoking.
Oh? Mm-hmm. What's the painting on the easel?
Oh, that's not quite finished.
Ah, it's a woman.
Thanks. You like her?
Well...
I know. You wouldn't like to be seen with her.
You did this without a model?
Women are more expensive than apples.
Well, I'd finish it, though. You shouldn't have any trouble getting a model.
This is the new Marnay. Well, I suppose if I can't sell my paintings, I'll have to get a job.
Oh, I wouldn't give up your painting.
Oh, I'm not going to give it up. It's the only thing I know. I have to make money. A lot of money.
Oh, of course. But how?
Say, look, Courbet. You ever see those fellows who work up on scaffoldings? Huh? You know, they make pictures, pretty girls, automobiles, beer.
Sign painting?
Yes, that's it. How do you get that kind of work?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you need an agent, huh?
Maybe. I'll have to find out.
Say, look, Bud.
Huh?
I don't know how much of this kind of work you've done, but when you're standing on a scaffold 4 flights up, you stand quiet, see?
Oh.
You don't go dancing around like the Queen of the May, or you land up on the sidewalk.
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. It's just that I'm happy. How do you like my streamlined siren? She'll look down on all New York and sell beer by the gallon.
Michael!
Who's that?
There's a guy down there waving at you.
Courbet! What is it?
I have been looking all over for you. I have good news. You know the woman I would not be seen with?
Yes?
I sold her for $200.
200? My friend, I'm a painter.
Yeah? So am I.
March 29th to July 1st. 3 months more. 3 months.
April 2nd. 2 months to go.
May the 4th. 1 more month.
2 weeks from today.
Only 1 more week.
Next week.
Thursday.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Today.
Today.
Hello? Oh, is this Mr. Kenneth Bradley? Well, this is Miss Lane at the Salon Moderne. Mr. Bradley, I thought I'd call you. Miss McKay came into the shop this afternoon for some new dresses. Yes, and I was wondering if her credit was still good. I mean, we used to send the bills to you at... Oh, of course. Anything she wants. Yes, sir. What? Well, I'll try to hold her here. How long will you be? All right. Goodbye.
No. It's no use, Miss Lane. I think I have enough right now. Nothing else, thank you.
Well, if you're sure, Miss McKay. Where shall I have this sent?
Well, I don't know at the moment. I'll have to call back and let you know. Now, let me see. That'll be $134. There. I think that's right, isn't it?
You mean we're not to charge this to...
To Mr. Bradley? No.
No?
No. Goodbye.
Hello, Terry.
Why, Ken.
How are you, Terry? Where have you been hiding all these months?
Why, Ken, what are you doing here? How on earth did you know I would... Oh, Miss Lane. I see. What time is it, Ken? I'm late.
It's 5 minutes to 5.
Oh, heavens. It's good seeing you, Ken.
It's good seeing you, Terry. There's so much to talk to you about.
Yes, I'm sorry I'm in such a hurry.
But there's so much I want to say to
you.
you.
Well, call me up sometime. Oh, no, you can't do that either when I'm going to be married.
You're going to be married?
Yes, Ken, and I'm late. What time did you say it was?
4 minutes to 5. Looks like I came all the way down here just to tell you what time it was, doesn't it?
Yeah. Goodbye, Ken.
Goodbye. Good luck.
Driver, can't you hurry?
Sorry, miss. Traffic jam. I can cut across 30 seconds.
Oh, no, never mind. I think I'll save time if I get out here. I'm in a hurry. Here you are.
Hey, what's the big rush?
I'm going to be married, and I'd like you to be the first to congratulate me.
Oh, sure. Congratulations.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Hey, look out! Look out, miss! Hey, what's the matter? What's happened here, huh? A woman got here. What? She just stepped out of my cab. This minute I was talking to her.
Well, get an ambulance. Get an ambulance. Quick, somebody. And this tower is the tallest in the world. 102 floors above the street. Now, if you ladies and gentlemen will just move around this way, you can see the whole of downtown New York. Now, Park lies over.
Elevator to street. Going down, sir?
What's that?
Or gone down?
Oh, no. I'm waiting for... I say, what time is it?
10 minutes after 5.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, listen. There must have been an accident somewhere.
Yes.
And up that way is the George Washington Bridge. It's not very clear tonight, but if you look carefully, you can see the red light which marks the top of the steel tower. Now, on a clear night, you can see the automobile light.
Going down?
No, not yet.
It's 8 o'clock, sir.
Well, I'm not going down yet.
Oh, yes, sir. Huh, kind of looks like a storm coming up, doesn't it? Phew, boy. Some rain, huh? It's been going steady for 3 hours. Well,
wait a minute.
Oh, you going down now?
Yes. Yes, I'm going down.
Well, Doctor, how's she doing? Will she be all right, Doctor?
Well, her x-rays aren't too encouraging. It's hard to say if she'll ever walk again. We can tell better in a few months. Oh, are you the fellow she was yelling about under the anesthetic?
No, that's another chap. She was on her way to marry him.
Mm-hmm. Well, have you notified him?
No, she doesn't want that. Because until she knows what you say you won't know for a while, she'd rather he didn't know.
I see. Now, that's being sensible. A nice girl.
I think so. May I go in?
Of course.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Terry.
Ken, this is Father Haney.
I know. We've met. He was the one who sent for me, child. We weren't very sure we were going to have you with us.
Fooled you, didn't I, Father? I guess I had this coming to me, but if the punishment fits the crime, I must have been a very bad girl. Oh, Ken's the man I told you.
Yes, I know. He explained.
Oh, he did, huh? Fine thing. Tattletale. Men like to talk, don't they, Father? You know, I was on my way to be married this afternoon. I was going to meet him. This other fellow. Do you suppose he'll wait a very long time?
In just a moment, we continue with Love Affair, starring William Powell and Irene Dunn. Meantime... Goodness, something's gone wrong over at the Browns' apartment.
Oh, Bobby, why did you pull on the tablecloth? You've broken 2 of our beautiful wedding present dishes. Oh, no, dear. Don't cry. Mother knows it wasn't your fault, really. Oh, come on now, quick and get your nice bath. You know, with all the waves and the nice white foam. Ah, there. That's a good boy. And you can bring your sailboat, too. Won't that be nice? Oh, there. Isn't it fun? Don't you love your nice bath? And tomorrow night you can have another. Yes, with nice foamy soap waves and everything. Now let's hurry and get dry before Daddy gets here. 'Cause you know Mummy has to have her bath, too. That's a good boy, Bobby, dear. Come on.
Well, a nice, warm Lux toilet soap bath has saved the day for little Bobby. And now it's going to save the day for his tired mother, too. With Bobby safely in his crib, she'll rest back in her nice, warm bath for a while and cover herself lazily with the rich, creamy lather that makes Lux toilet soap bathing such a joy. She knows this nice, rich lather is active lather that will gently carry away every trace of dust and dirt, leave her skin really fresh. After a few moments, she'll step out completely refreshed, a delicate, clinging fragrance on her skin. And later on, when she greets that young husband of hers in a fresh, becoming frock, he's sure to say nice things.
What an adorable wife I've got. Fresh as a daisy. Sweet as a... Oh, gee, darling. You are sweet.
You will find a daily active lather bath with Lux toilet soap a wonderful way to protect daintiness, to make sure of skin that's sweet. Try it. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Love Affair. For 3 months, Terry lay in the hospital, unable to move. Then at last they told her she might go out, as far as the hospital gate. But in her loneliness, Terry has found company. Children from the Lincoln Heights orphanage next door, who climb over the fence each day to sit in an adoring circle around her wheelchair.
Oh, Miss Terry, sing for us. Sing for us.
Again?
Sing that song you wrote, Miss Terry, the one about the wishing. We've been practicing it, Miss Terry. We got a trio.
No.
Uh-huh.
Well, all right. I'll sing it, and then you join in.
Keep quiet, everybody. Okay, Miss Terry.
Okay. Wishing will make it so. Just keep on wishing, and care will go. Dreamers tell us dreams come true. It's no mistake, and wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. The curtain of night will part if you are certain within your heart
So if you wish long enough, wish strong enough, you will come to know. Wishing will make it so.
You see, I've been practicing too. Now let's hear the trio. Come on, here we go.
Wishing will make it so. Just keep on wishing, and care will go. Dreamers tell us dreams come true. It's no mistake, and wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. The curtain of night will part if you are certain within your heart. So if you wish long enough, wish strong enough, you will come to know. Wishing will make it so.
That was good, Miss Terry.
Here. What's all this? Children.
He's a kid. It's all pickle puss. That's when I'm the pickle puss.
Hello?
How do you do? I'm the superintendent of the orphanage.
Yes, I know.
How long has this been going on?
Well, just a few days. I hope you're not angry.
Oh, no. When you have as many youngsters on your hands as I have, lady, you have a problem.
Oh, I don't know. I like them. I like kids.
I do, too. But they don't like me. They call me Pickle Puss.
Oh, dear.
I can see they like you. And music, too. And if it has so much influence, if you can do so much in a few days, I'm thinking...
I'm wondering if you're thinking the same thing I am. I'll be up and around pretty soon, and music has charms, and I like children, and children like me, and I'll be needing a job badly.
It would only be an experiment, you understand. We couldn't pay a high wage.
Oh, I wouldn't care anything about that. Just so you paid me enough so that I don't go around calling you Pickle Puss.
Christmas fun. Something for the Christmas fun, sir? Thank you. Christmas fun. Christmas fun. Something for the Christmas fun? Thank you.
Michael. Welcome home.
How are you, Crosby? Thought I'd pay your Christmas visit.
Good. But where have you been, Michael? I've been trying for 6 months to get in touch with you.
Oh, Madeira, mostly. You received my paintings?
Received your paintings? Come here. Look at the gallery. I have given you a one-man show.
Well.
And have they been selling? Wonderful. Oh, you haven't wasted your time, Michael.
You should have seen the 50 I threw over the cliff.
I can read the state of your mind when you painted these. Now look, for instance, you were very sorry for yourself when you painted this one.
Yeah, that's right. That was painted in August.
Mm-hmm. And this one, you were angry. You were just getting over your broken heart.
Broken heart? That's not for me.
Of course not. Oh, but here, this one of the girl in the lace shawl. In this, Michael, you, for the first time, really became a painter.
I'm not exactly ashamed of that one myself. I had a great deal to say. I tried to paint it instead.
Good. Oh, let me tell you something. A girl came in here the other day and saw this, and she, she told me that... Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes, madame? Michael, it's For you.
Hmm?
Your former fiancée, Miss Lois Clark.
Well, how does she know that? Hello.
Michael, this is Lois.
Well, how are you, Lois?
I called your hotel. They said you could be reached at this number. Oh, Michael. Michael, I've just got to see you.
Well,
I know you must be busy, but can you make the theater tonight?
well, I don't know.
Well, call me later, darling, and let me know. Do try to make it. And whatever you do, don't plan anything for after the show.
Well, all right. Well, Lois, where shall we go from here?
Well, suppose you plan where we'll go, Michael. After all, this is your evening, darling.
Afraid I don't know where to go anymore. I just got back, you know. If you...
What is it, Michael? Who's that girl you're staring at? That one sitting over on the aisle.
Hello, Michael.
Oh, hello, Terry. What were you saying, Lois?
I was saying you're never at a loss to do just the right thing.
Terry.
Oh, Ken.
Terry, why don't you tell him? I'll go and get him.
No, Ken.
It's tough. The first time you're able to get out and have a good time, you have to meet him.
And all I could say was, hello. Well, the show's over. The boy gets the girl. Shall we go?
Certainly. Usher, will you bring the wheelchair, please? You know, Terry, it seems awful to take you home when everybody's going out celebrating Christmas Eve. I'm going to ask you again. Why don't you let me help you?
All right, I'll tell you again. If you paid for my getting well, he wouldn't like it. And if he didn't like it, I wouldn't like it. And if you did get me well and I went to him, you wouldn't like it.
Then he certainly ought to know.
No, because if he found out, he'd want to do something about it. If he had the money, and I know he hasn't. And then if I didn't get well, that would be awful. No, unless I can walk to him, and when I say walk, I mean run. He'll never know. I've got my job, and I'm on a budget, and if things come out all right, and if I'm a good little girl, maybe I'll get what I want next Christmas.
We don't want to go without you.
Now wait. The doctor says I can't go, kids. Oh, look, Doctor, I could be back in a couple of hours. This is a Christmas benefit, their first public appearance. This is my team.
But, Miss McKay,
She's our coach, Doc. Sure she is, Doc.
Now, look, children. If it weren't good for her, you wouldn't want her to go, now would you?
No.
Well, I've given orders to Miss McKay not to move from this couch.
I'm sorry, kids, but you can get along without me. You'll have to try anyway.
Miss McKay, there's someone here to see you. A gentleman.
Oh, all right. Kids, you better run now. Good luck. Goodbye. Merry Christmas. All right, you can send him in now.
Come in, please.
Hello.
Michael. Oh, well, I thought it was...
May I put this package over here?
Well, yes, of course.
How are you, Terry?
Oh, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too. Why, are you lying down? Feeling all right?
Oh, yes, I'm just resting.
Good.
It's been a long time.
Yes, that's right.
Good to see you.
Yes, you said that. I'll bet you're wondering how I got here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was looking in the telephone book for a man named McBride, and I saw the name Terry McKay. So I said to myself, could that be Terry McKay, my old friend?
Mm-hmm. And it was.
Yes. And then I said to myself, I haven't been very nice to Miss McKay. After all, I had an appointment with her one day, and I didn't keep it.
You didn't keep... Oh.
And that's not a very nice way to treat an old friend, is it? So I said to myself, I must apologize. So, here I am.
That's sweet of you.
Yes, I thought so.
I've often wondered about you and how you were.
Really? I've often wondered about you, too. Well, then you didn't get angry because I wasn't there. Well, you must have been at first.
Oh, yes, at first I was furious. I I said, he can't do this to me. Who does he think he is?
Now, how long did you wait? I mean, did you wait long?
Well, let me see. I waited till about...
Midnight.
Oh.
And then what did you do?
Well, then I really got mad. You can just imagine standing up there.
Yes, in a thunderstorm.
Yes.
And then what did you say to yourself?
Well, then I said, why don't you go home and get tight?
But you didn't do that.
Didn't I?
No. Well, maybe you took a little one every hour for about a month.
Can you blame me?
Oh, I should say not. Why, the least I could have done was send you a note.
Oh, well, maybe by the time you thought of it, you didn't know where to reach me.
But you swore that if you ever saw me again, you'd ask, didn't you?
No, I remember we said that if we could make it, we'd be there. And if one of us didn't show up, there must have been a darn good reason.
Like what?
So there'll be no more questions asked, I hope. Cigarette?
Oh, thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Michael.
You know, I walked all the way here, 10 blocks, to wring your beautiful neck. And instead, I promised not even to ask you why you weren't there. You knew that was why I came.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, no wedding ring, I see.
No.
Oh, I thought of the...
Theater last night? No, he was... No.
I didn't mean to offend you.
How's everything with you, Michael?
Oh, you can ask questions.
I guess so.
Well, I thought everything was fine till I saw you. And then I knew there must be something between us, even if it's only the ocean. So I bought myself a ticket.
Oh, you're sailing?
Tonight. You're happy, aren't you?
Yes. And you?
Well, I don't know. I'm worried about the future. What will people think of me? They'll say, there goes Andre, the mad painter. There's something the matter with him. He doesn't like women.
You mean he won't even speak to them?
Oh, yes. He sails the 7 seas. And to every woman he meets, he says, where will you be in 6 months?
And they're there?
Everywhere. Tall buildings, pyramids, everywhere. Waiting.
And where is he?
Waiting. You want to change the subject?
Yes. Merry Christmas, Michael.
Merry Christmas. 6 months ago, who'd have thought we'd be spending Christmas together? Oh, I almost forgot. I brought you a present.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't one for you. I didn't know I'd be seeing you.
Well, it isn't really a Christmas present. It's a shawl.
A shawl? Her shawl. That's why my letters came back.
Yes, she died 5 months ago. I would have sent it to you, except I didn't know the address until today.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, put it on. She wanted you to have it. Well, goodbye, Terry.
Bye, Michael.
You know, the way you look now, I painted you like that, with a shawl. Wish you'd seen it. Courbet said it was my best. I didn't think I'd ever part with it, but there's no reason for my keeping it anymore. The girl came into Courbet's shop about a week ago. He told me about her. She saw in the painting what I hoped you'd see. So I told Courbet to send it to her, because he said she was poor, and not only that, she was... Oh, well... Anyway, I said, send it to her. It's the Christmas season, and if she can't afford, well, you know me, big-hearted Michael.
Yes.
What's behind this screen?
Oh, no, don't. It's nothing, really, it's nothing.
My picture. My lady with a shawl.
Michael.
You know, there's one thing more Courbet told me about the girl. You know, the girl he gave my picture to? She'd been hurt in an accident.
Please. Don't say any more.
Oh, Terry, why didn't you tell me? If anything had to happen to either of us, why did it have to be you?
Darling, don't look at me like that. It was nobody's fault but my own. I was looking up at the 102nd floor. You see, it was the nearest thing to heaven. Because you were there.
Oh, Terry. Terry. I'm not going. I'm never going. You'll be well again.
Oh, darling, of course I will. After all, if you can paint, I can walk.
A happy ending to Love Affair brings us another happy moment. The return of Irene Dunn and William Powell for well-deserved curtain calls.
Thank you, Cecil. It's always a pleasure to come back to the Lux Radio Theater.
The place hasn't changed a bit, has it, Bill?
Well, I think Cecil has installed a new gum machine. I put a nickel in today and actually got some gum out of it.
That's purely an accident, Bill. I'll have it fixed in the morning. However, aside from your contributions to the gum machine, we really have missed you both.
Oh, that's nice to know, Mr. DeMille. But out of sight is never out of mind for the Lux Radio Theater, as long as there's Lux soap. I use it myself all the time, and I can sincerely recommend it to any woman as a gentle and thorough complexion care.
Words of wisdom, Irene, from a lovely example. Bill, what's this I've heard about you writing a detective story?
Exaggeration, I'm afraid, Cecil. So far, no producer thinks it's a story.
Well, I've often wondered how it's done, Bill. Do you start out with the crime or the solution when you make up your plot?
I started with the problem, Irene, but unfortunately, on my first attempt, I invented a perfect crime. I found it was impossible to solve.
Shades of the thin man. You're disillusioning millions, Bill.
Well, I started out again with the answer and worked backwards. If you ever write a detective story, Cecil, I advise that.
Thanks. I'll let you know. At the moment, there's next week's play to think about.
What is that, Mr. DeMille?
Well, next Monday night, we're going to have two of the nation's favorite radio stars in the Lux Radio Theater, Fibber Magee and Molly. And the play is Mama Loves Papa. It was a great hit on the screen, the story of a happily married suburban couple, with Fibber Magee as the average citizen who accidentally gets into politics, and Molly as his wife. I promise you that Fibber's adventures in politics are just what you might expect.
The prospect for next week looks very brilliant, Cecil. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. We'll hang out our lucky star to bring you both back soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fibber Magee and Molly in Mama Loves Papa. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Gail Gordon as Kenneth, Bea Benaderet as grandmother, Lou Merrill as Courbet, Frank McGlynn as superintendent, Linda Douglas as Lois, Warren Ash as a doctor, Sarah Selby as Miss Lane, Phillips Teed as a painter, James Eagles as elevator boy, Tony Martelli as a photographer, Ralph Sedan as a guide, Edward Marr as taxi driver, Griff Barnett as a priest, the Bryan sisters as the trio, and Barbara Jean Wong, Bobby Larson, and Joe Panerio as children. Irene Dunn will soon be seen in the RKO picture My Favorite Wife, which was produced by Leo McCary and directed by Garson Kanan. William Powell will shortly begin work in the MGM production I'm in Love Again. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mike and Maddie gets to the root of all your problems on I Hate My Hair Week. If your curly hair's gone haywire or your straight hair stays flat, if you need to brush up on hair care products or just can't commit to a home perm, it's stylish help for the follically impaired. This week on Mike and Maddie.
What is the latest trend for teenagers? They're vowing to swear off sex until they're married. Watch the next Oprah. At 9, only on Channel 7.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
So the feller says to the pilot, I want to thank you for them airplane rides. And the pilot, he says, what do you mean rides? You only took one. So the feller says, that's right. My first and my last. You know, old-timer, someday after I get back from San Francisco, I'm going to take you all over town and see how many places we stop at that you can think up a joke about. Yeah, that'd be fun. Well, looks like my plane is loading out there. I better get aboard. You take it easy, Bill. We want to see you back here safe and sound. You take good care of things while I'm gone, Stumpy. Don't let Henry get out of hand. Oh, he won't be no bother at all. If he gives me any trouble, I'll punish him with a little of my harmonica music. Well, have a good trip. Bring us back plenty of souvenirs. I wish this were a pleasure trip rather than a business trip, Stumpy. But I'm afraid we'll be pretty busy all the time there. You'd better run, Bill. Looks like that plane's going to hold not very many more. Right. So long, Stumpy. Say goodbye to Henry for me. Tell him I'm sorry he couldn't have come out this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We'll be flying at 10,000 feet with clear weather between here and San Francisco. A slight tailwind may get us there a bit ahead of schedule, but we'll be close to the scheduled time nevertheless.
Thank God.
I beg your pardon?
I said thank God. About arriving on time, I mean. Even a little early. I need every minute that can be spared.
Oh?
Yes. You see, I'm a heart surgeon. Croft is the name. Emmanuel Croft.
Oh, yes. Mine is Bill Jefferson. Happy to meet you.
Oh, and I you.
Are you on your way to an operation, Dr. Croft?
Yes. Unusual case. And wouldn't you know I'd have trouble making reservations? Everyone and his brother seems to be going someplace this weekend. It's essential that I get to San Francisco today. The patient is in such condition that to wait, well, might be fatal.
I see. You can be thankful for our day of faster travel.
I am indeed. your uniform, some kind of police officer or something?
Forest ranger.
Up here looking for forest fires, Mr. Jefferson?
Not exactly. I am on a special assignment.
You like your work?
Very much. If you'll excuse a slight pun on your work, Doctor, I feel very close to the heart of nature.
I feel the same way exactly, and with a more definite reason.
I can't disagree with you there.
Sometimes I forget how really large and varied God's creation is. Here we are, you, a man of the forest, and me, a man of the body, flying here among clouds of indescribable variety. I find it all very inspiring.
I know. I do, too. It's hard to think sometimes that a God of so great a creation could ever really care for any one of his creatures, isn't it?
But he does.
Mm-hmm. Are you a Christian, Doctor?
Yes. And I suspect you are, too?
Right. Makes a difference in a man. The way you can appreciate God's creation when you have some idea of how wonderful the Creator is. When he's actually spoken to you.
I should say so, Mr.
Just call me Bill, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. You know, sometimes after a few months of looking at nothing but the insides of people, it does a man good to get out into space like this and see something of the magnitude of God.
And on the other hand, Doctor, for someone like myself, who spends most of his time in the, wide open spaces, I would imagine seeing the microscopic complexity and carefulness of God would be very refreshing.
Unless you have a strong stomach, I don't suggest looking in on a heart operation.
I suppose not. I'll just stick to leaves and small animals.
The heavens declare the glory of the Lord.
And the earth shows his handiwork.
Yes. Well, the light by the seatbelt sign has gone off. Now we can relax.
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten we even had them on. We use them all the time on the highway in our cars.
Oh. Are they really a help?
They're a bigger lifesaver than most people realize, Doctor. You know, it's been estimated in research that over 60% of fatalities in road accidents could have been prevented by the use of seatbelts. Why, just last July 4th, when over 400 people were killed, experts said that a good half of them might have been saved by seatbelts.
That's an impressive statistic, Bill. I know the AMA has recommended them.
Mm-hmm. And there are a great many agencies and associations that do. But as yet, less than 1% of the drivers in this country own them.
Well, I must admit that I don't have them. Never thought much about them, I guess.
I guess I got a bit preachy on the subject, didn't I? But when you've looked at as many accidents as I have and realized that over half the deaths or serious injuries that you've seen could have been avoided, well, you can see why I'm so strong on the use of them.
I'm with you there, Ranger. I've been racing all my life, and I'd probably be dead by now if it weren't for them seatbelts.
Oh?
Toby Crane's the name.
I'm glad to meet you, Toby. My name is Bill Jefferson, and this is...
I know who the Doc is.
Oh, do you?
Sure. You possibly don't remember, Doc, but I had my picture on the same page in the newspaper as you did. It was a while ago, but I thought at the time I was really coming up to be on the same page as a great doctor like yourself.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Oh, that's all right. Who would expect you to?
You said that you're a racer, Toby?
That's right. Only nothing like cars.
Oh?
I race sailboats.
Sailboats?
Everybody's always surprised when I tell them. I guess everybody thinks it's a rich man's sport. And I guess it is for most folks.
I suppose that's true around the coast area. But back in Knotty Pine, we have sail races all summer. Very few of the contestants are what you'd call wealthy.
Well, the big competition is only for them what's got the money. And those of us who crash that set, which aren't many.
You're on your way to San Francisco to race, Mr. Crane?
That's right. Tomorrow, first thing. That pilot said some sweet words when he said we might be early. The more I have, The more time I have to get my ship in shape. Ship shape. Well, anyway, the more time I have, the better. This is a big one tomorrow. If I win it, I might even make a few pages closer to the front of the paper, Doc. I'd hate to leave you that way.
I'll survive the experience.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to think you big doctors were all just a bunch of stuffed shirts. But now that I'm moving around in your circles, I find you ain't such a bad bunch after all.
You're, pretty proud to be associating with the wealthier set, aren't you, Toby?
Why not? You know what I was? I was a runny-nosed kid from the run-down part of town. My own father had to wait tables just to keep our family going. You're right, I'm proud. I'm up where the real people are.
Maybe in your learning about people, you'll find out that there are real people in every strata of society, Toby.
What's that to me? I'm finding my element.
You know, the trouble with flying is that you don't seem to be moving. At least on the ground, you have the satisfaction of knowing that you're getting to your destination.
I know what you mean. But up here, we're moving a whole lot faster than on the ground. Satisfaction or no.
I know what you mean, Doc. I'm all anxious to get to San Francisco. Man, when that race runs tomorrow, a lot of hearts are going to run high.
Well, if I don't get there soon, one heart may stop running altogether.
Say, that's funny.
Huh? What's that?
The light is on up front again.
Oh, so it is.
Fasten seatbelts. Huh, I guess I better get back to my seat. See you later, Doc.
What do you make of it, Bill?
I don't know. This plane isn't scheduled to stop anywhere between here and San Francisco.
Some of the other passengers are beginning to be disturbed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain again. I'm going to have to ask your cooperation. We're having some functional difficulty with the engines. We're going to have to make a forced landing. Now, please keep your seats. Do not panic. We're over ideal country in which to land, and I anticipate no difficulty whatsoever. Aid will be on its way soon after we land. Thank you.
Engine trouble? Bill, this means
I
that
know,
we won't...
Doctor. It looks as though you may not get to San Francisco today. In fact, there's no sure way of telling when any of us will get there.
Thank God.
We made it.
Ranger Jefferson, come in.
The stewardess said you wanted to speak to me, Captain. By the way, we all appreciate that fine landing.
Oh, thanks. That's not the largest of our problems, though.
Oh?
The major difficulty here is that no one knows we're here.
But I got the idea when you spoke over the intercom that you were probably radioing for help.
It was all I could think of to say, actually. You see, the radio went dead about, half an hour ago. The trouble all seems to be related, probably, something in the electrical system.
Well, if I can be of any help.
Well, that's why I called you up here. I figured that, you being a ranger and all, you might have some ideas on how to get out of this fix. Seems to me I'm always hearing about your kind of people getting out of tight spots.
I'm afraid that's a little blown up.
Well, it makes no matter. Any ideas?
Are we on any regular route? I mean, do planes fly over this area regularly?
Actually, it depends on wind conditions up there. But I'd say probably.
Mm-hmm. And the obvious thing would be to somehow attract their attention.
I played with that idea, Ranger, and came up with one trouble.
Oh?
The name of this airline's?
Mm-hmm. White Airlines.
Exactly. And our identifying mark?
Oh, yeah, of course. Planes painted white. We probably don't even show up against this ground of snow.
So, here we are, right back where we started from.
No, not exactly.
An idea?
I'll need as many able-bodied men as are on this flight to help me, but I think it can be done.
What is it?
Come on. Let's get a crew together.
Team 3! Attention, Team 3! Keep in a straighter line! Right this way! Straighter line!
I've got to hand it to you, Bill. It's a great idea.
I read about it somewhere, Captain.
Having those men stomp out a giant word help in the snow. You know, already you can see it taking shape from here.
That's why I wanted to stand up here on top of the plane. I needed a vantage point from which to direct the lettering.
By the size of that big help, I'd say you could see it at, 10,000 feet easy.
We've got lots of paper to do our writing on. Let's just hope a snowstorm or too strong a wind doesn't come along and act as a big eraser.
What are you planning to do after they get that big word stumped out? Just sit inside the plane where it's warm and wait?
I have one more little snow-stomping job to take care of first.
Oh?
Seems to me that if the snow is packed down around the plane, we'd stand out in better relief. That way, whoever saw the big help in the snow would probably look closer and see the plane.
Hey, that's a good idea.
I don't know how those men out there doing the work feel, but standing up here on top of this plane is a mighty cold job.
Yeah, I'll be glad to get back inside myself, even if it means that we just sit and wait.
What time is it?
A little past noon, Doctor.
And still no sign of help.
No, I'm afraid not.
Sometimes the ways of God are past finding out.
But they're still the ways of God, Doctor.
Oh, why did this have to happen to me? Just when I was about to hit the top.
You aren't out of the race yet, Toby.
I might as well be. I'm stuck here in this beat-up plane.
Well, I think you take advantage of the time.
What doing?
Giving a little thought to how shaky all this is that you're basing your life on.
What?
Toby, your whole dream castle could be shattered by a few mechanical difficulties on a plane. Sounds to me like you're on shaky ground.
The way we figure, Bill, it's a good 50 miles to the nearest town, due west.
Uh-huh. No sign of a road or highway out here.
No sign of anything out here except that giant word help and our skid marks as we came in. Mm-hmm. That and a few sheets of tail section that decided to peel off along the ground.
I guess this plane was made to use wheels, huh?
I don't see how you can be chipper at a time like this.
Captain, I'm just trying to get an idea of a way to reach that town before nightfall. I have a feeling this plane will get pretty cold tonight. And I wouldn't like to see any of us here when that happens.
And too bad we don't have a sailboat like that Crane fellow back there is used to. The wind's in exactly the right direction to sail us right into town.
Yeah, that would be swell, wouldn't it? Hey, wait a minute. Not only would that be good, that is good.
Oh, no.
We'll do it.
Oh, no, please. I was counting on you to keep your head.
I'm not as loco as you think. Come on. We've got a boat to build.
It might work, Bill. It just might work.
It's got to work. We've got to do all we can to get Mr. Croft on his way to San Francisco.
Yeah, and me on my way, too. I could still make that race.
You've got to make this race first, Toby. Now, tell us what you need. We'll do the best we can.
Who would ever thought it? building a sail sled out of ripped-off tail section.
Man, it ought to slip across this snow like nobody's business. If it's good enough, maybe we could even start a new sport or something.
I don't think it would be a very good idea, Toby.
Why not?
The airline companies would probably start complaining that they were running out of tail sections. Well, let's get to work. If this sail sled is going to do us any good, we'll have to do it well and in a hurry. Do it. Well, Toby, you think you can sail this thing?
Think? I know I can. With one addition to it, though.
What's that?
Sails.
Well, here they are, right on time. These are as many sheets as the stewardess could spare.
Well, they ought to do it. As soon as we rig these things up, we'll be on our way. You might tell the doctor that we'll be ready to leave soon.
He's already getting his things together. Everyone is watching from the plane windows.
When we get to the nearest town, we'll send help right away. I think it's best if you stay here with the plane, Captain.
Oh, I wouldn't leave it anyhow.
What's funny?
Oh, I was just thinking. Any other time this would happen, everybody would be scared and confused. But, you know, with the way you've kept things happening, everybody's been too fascinated to even think of being frightened.
Well, you just keep them fascinated, Captain. And we'll have help out here in next to no time.
Well, Toby.
Huh?
That's the first time I've heard you even mention anyone else since we boarded the plane hours ago.
Huh? Yeah. I guess that's right. Well, this makeshift sail is just about in place. If the doc's coming, let's get him here. We ain't waiting around after it's strung.
Well, this is it. All I can say is thanks, Bill, and the rest of you. And, boy, I do hope you make it all right.
There's 1,000 things that could go wrong, but we ain't thinking about them. All set?
All set here.
I'm ready, too.
Now, remember what I said about shifting your weight, in case we should get hit by a crosswind and start to topple over.
I'll do my best.
Me too. So long.
Good luck. Let's get moving. Man, this is speed.
Are you sure you can handle it?
No, but I'm sure as shooting gonna try.
This sure is a cold one today, Martha.
I know, Hank. I can just see my wash on the land, probably free of stiff.
I always like to see things like that. It actually looks like a whole lot of fellers kicking up their heels and having a wing-ding.
Aw, Hank, you're all a seeing things as tis. You don't need my wash line to inspire your imagination.
How you talk. Me always seeing things. Why,
Well, what's the matter, Hank? You look like you're seeing a ghost.
I ain't sure what I'm seeing. Look, Marthy. Oh, what's that?
Oh, dear.
Get down the car, Marthy. Whatever it is, it's coming this way.
Oh, Hank, I'm sorry for everything I ever said against you.
Shh. There's some fellers on that thing, and one of them's got some sort of uniform on.
Do they look like folks we know?
Can't say. They's all bundled against the cold.
Is it one of them spaceships?
It's stopping. Keep down and you keep quiet.
Hello there.
Well, they at least speak our language. Howdy!
If they say anything about taking them to your leader, we're done for.
Could we talk to you for a minute, please?
Oh, dear. Well, here goes. Did you want me for something?
We're trying to find the nearest town. Can you tell us how to get there?
Right down that way. Bye.
Hey, wait! Wait a minute. We need your help.
Hey, don't leave yet! Hey, wait! Oh, well, I suppose we do look a little strange.
Did he say how far away it is?
No, I don't think it can be too far.
What makes you think so?
I doubt whether that car of his could make a very long trip and not be overheated, even on a day like this.
Well, anyhow, we've found a road to follow.
Thank God. Bill, I'm beginning to feel hopeful again.
So am I, Doctor. Let's go. Okay, Colonel. Yes, right. Thank you. Goodbye, sir. Our rescue team is going right out to the plane with a bus. They'll all be safe and sound real soon.
That's good to hear. Now I must set about getting
I've already arranged for a plane to carry you to San Francisco, Doctor. It's only a few hundred miles from here, and the local ranger headquarters is happy to fly you there. Oh, you can come too, Toby. There's plenty of room.
Oh, that's swell.
It's really wonderful of you, Bill. I believe I'll be there in time to do that patient some good. At least I hope so.
You guys, I can't figure you out.
What's the matter, Toby?
Well, you remember what you said back in the plane about me only talking about myself, I mean.
Oh, that just slipped out, Toby. I'm sorry I said anything about it.
No, I'm glad you did. I've been thinking the whole way here. You're right. All I ever talk about is myself. The funny thing that I just realized is that you guys never talk about yourselves. And when the whole thing's boiled down, you guys are the ones who people will thank and look up to and all that.
I think the problem you have, Toby, is, at least in one way, something along my line.
Is there something wrong with my heart?
You might say that.
Ah, come on.
Yes, I think there is something wrong there. I believe it's hard.
Hard? My heart? What are you talking about?
We'll talk more about it on the way, Toby. Here comes the ranger car to pick us up.
I never heard of a hard heart.
So you see, Toby, you're setting your life's aims high, but just not high enough.
It's making sense, Doc. No matter how much I make of myself, I can never make something that would please God.
Who, after all, one day we shall face and give an account of what we've done with his gift of life.
Well, that kind of takes the wind out of my sails in more ways than one.
When those sails get completely empty, Toby, that's the time to ask God's forgiveness because of the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. When that forgiveness is granted, those sails of yours will be filled again, but with the Holy Spirit. A lot of times, boys and girls, we can mix up what is supposed to be the best that this life offers with the best that God, the giver of this life, offers. The Bible tells us many times that what God has for us is what is best for us. I hope you know what that means. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
This program was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show and his orchestra for singing glee with the Smoothies three. Last but not least, and with Bud Heaston. Yes, sir. More fun again with Burns and Allen and more hints about perking up fall meals with Spam, the meat of many uses. Do you realize that Spam has become one of the nation's most economical, time-saving, and delicious mealtime aids? Well, here's the reason. Spam, S-P-A-M, is grand-tasting meat. A perfect blend of pure pork shoulder with ham meat added, cooked and seasoned according to Spam's carefully guarded formula. Now, the reason you serve certain kinds of food is because they taste good and are good for you. Spam has both delicious flavor and quality, plus the fact that you can serve it cold just as it comes from the can, bake it, fry it, dice it, or slice it. Try Spam. Try one new way to serve this meat of many uses tomorrow. Just ask your food dealer for Spam, use the simple, easy recipes on the label of the Spam can, and you're all set to give your family good food for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Well, as you all know, Huey Salas, the gangster, has been threatening to kill George. To avoid being recognized, George dressed up in Gracie's clothes and pretended he was her Aunt Clara. Believe it or not, Huey Salas fell in love with Aunt Clara and proposed marriage at the point of a gun. So, tonight we bring you Gracie Allen and that blushing bride, George Burns.
Hello.
Oh, Gracie, where's the bride?
Outside getting a shave.
Boy, this is going to be a great marriage. I can just see the blushing bride lighting the husband's pipe with her cigar.
Oh, boy. Isn't this a scream? What a marriage. Yeah. Whoever gets up first will be wearing the pants from that family.
Yeah, Gracie, can't you just see the wedding breakfast? The dainty little bride opening a can of Spam with his teeth?
Yeah, if he can find his teeth.
Oh, here comes George.
Well, good. All together now. Everybody. Da, 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 da. Shut up. Shut up. Well, George, are you wearing something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue?
Now, wait a minute. You don't think for one moment that I'm going through with this marriage, do you?
Oh, why worry, George? This is Hollywood. It can't last long.
Well, I'm going to tell this gangster Huey Salas that I'm too locked in. Call this silly marriage off.
Silly? Well, I think marriage is a wonderful thing. No family should be without it.
But, Gracie, this doesn't make sense. Did you ever hear of two men getting married?
Yes.
You heard of two men getting married?
Sure, my father and my uncle.
I see. Father married your mother and your uncle married your aunt.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a genius, yes.
Say, George, calling off this wedding is certainly going to disappoint your gangster bridegroom. Gee, I can see him now with top hat, white tie, and machine gun.
Well, whatever happens, happens.
Well, I don't care what you other fellas do, but I'm with George. When that gangster comes in, I'm just going to grab him by the throat, shake my fist in his face, and say, "Scram, you mug."
You will?
Yeah, but there's one thing I want you to do.
What's that, Bud?
Talk me out of it.
Well, I don't need any help from all you fellas.
You mean you're going to tell him that you're not Aunt Clara and then just stand there?
Yes. I'll tell him I'm George Burns, and then I'll make a bolt for the door.
Oh, well, you don't have to, George. The door already has a bolt.
Gracie, how can you be that silly for so many hours each day?
I get up early.
I'm glad to hear that.
Imagine that wedding not going through. And here I had the rice for my sister Bessie's wedding all dry cleaned.
Gracie, this is a shock to me, too. I thought when George threw the bridal bouquet, maybe I'd catch it and then I'd be the next one to get married.
This may be a surprise to you, Artie, but that only goes for women.
Well, what do you think I'm going to marry, a duck?
Well, that's a very funny quack.
Oh, George, that's worse.
How I could think of witty things at a time like this.
Bueno, ¿y qué pasó? ¿Siempre te vas a casar con el hombre ese o no? ¿Qué relajo va a pasar?
What is it, Senor Lee?
You mean that you and that gangster are not going to get married? You're not going away on your honeydew?
It isn't honeydew, it's honeymoon.
Honeydew?
Honeydew?
Si, senor. Honeydew the dishes, honeydew the laundry, honeydew these, honeydew...
Gracie, what have you done to me? This is all your fault. Made me get dressed up like Aunt Clara. The gangster falls in love with me. Now he wants to marry me. And if I tell him I'm George Burns, he'll kill me. Can I get out of this?
Canada Dry pays out $10 for that question.
Get around here. Now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Ferry Boat Serenade.
I love to ride the ferry. I have never been aboard a steamer. I am just content to be a dreamer. Even if I could afford a steamer, I would take the ferry boat every time. I love to ride the ferry where music is so merry. There's a man who plays the concertina on the moonlit upper deck arena, while boys and girls are dancing, while sweethearts are romancing. Life is like a Mardi Gras, Canicula. Happy as we cling together, happy as we sing together, happy with a ferry boat serenade. When we hear the concertina play, we listen to the serenade, and the gang all listens to the sweetest music ever played, the ferry boat serenade. We all sway right with them, we all sway in rhythm. Sweet dreams we're dreaming, and our eyes are gleaming. I love to ride the ferry.
My.
The music is so merry. There's a man who plays the concertina on the moonlit outer deck arena. Wow, both the girls are dancing. Wow, sweethearts are romancing. Life is like a Mardi Gras, Panicula. Happy as we sing together, happy as we sing together, happy. Happy are we, I'll say we're happy. Happy are we, I'll say we are.
Listen to the boat. Listen to the boat. As it
Round along, keep the rhythm of serenade.
George, this man will save your life. Don't be stubborn. Oh. I've never gotten into trouble, and all I want is a chance.
Gracie, I've had enough. It's better this way. Let Salis come. I'm not afraid to die. I'm ready. Who knows what lies beyond those green hills? Those fleecy clouds and that blue sky.
I know. Glendale.
Well, I guess it's no use. Nobody can save me.
Well, Togo can. Of course, if you're not interested, but...
Togo?
Sure, but if you're not interested, you won't bother them.
Who is Togo?
Well, this Filipino I hired to teach you the art of self-defense. So when that gangster Huey Salas comes in...
Just a minute. Does Togo know jujitsu?
Well, he should. They went to school together.
No, Gracie. Jujitsu is a form of wrestling. You know, they knock you down, and then you pick yourself up, and they knock you down again.
Oh, you mean like Galladay?
Yes, like Galladay. Say, that's not a bad idea. Where is this Togo?
Right here.
Oh, so happy to meeting you, Oliver, sir.
This Oriental skinny Ennis is going to protect me?
Sure. George, shake hands with Togo.
Okay.
Pick yourself up, George.
What was that?
Oh, that was lesson number 1, you know.
He's pretty good, isn't he, George? He can do that all day.
Well, he might be able to do it all day, but he can't do it to me.
Yes, he can.
Now, listen, Togo.
Oh, that's all right. Now, Mr. Burns, please. Togo, now giving you lesson number 2, you know. I'm showing you how easy it is to escaping from attack when gangster rushing at you.
I see.
Uh-huh. Thank you. So, now, grab hold my right ear with one hand, please.
Like this?
So. Then grab hold my left ear with other hand.
Like this?
Thank you. Now, holding very tight to both my ears. Oh, so. You see, I escaped.
Well, what do I do now?
Huh?
What do I do now?
Huh? George, give Togo back his ears.
Oh, pardon me.
Senor Burns,
Yes.
hey, Poopsie. To be a great jiu-jitsu wrestler, you have to have strong muscles.
Muscles?
See?
You mean muscle?
Muscles.
No. The way Togo threw me down, he needs a muscle.
Sure. But the way you landed, you need a bustle.
But he's right, too, George.
You said it.
Now, Togo giving you lesson 3, you know.
You also don't happen to be Madame Lozanga.
Oh, he's not. He's not so. Now, very simple, you know. You're standing very firm on both feet, and when you're shaking hands, you twisting wrist gently, so. Oh.
See? Nothing happened.
Pick yourself up, George.
Hey, I think I've got it. Say, Bud, will you try it with me?
Oh, not me.
Oh, a coward, huh?
A coward? Say, if we weren't in the middle of a broadcast right now for Spam, which is a grand tasting meal of tender, delicious meat, which is great for breakfast and lunch, I'd tell you something.
Yes? Well, what would you tell me?
But it's good for dinner, too.
Well, this is fine. I finally got a trick to throw this gangster down when he comes in, and nobody's here to try it with me.
Well, why don't you try it on Artie Shaw? Benny Goodman says he's a terrible wrestler.
Really?
Yeah.
What did Benny Goodman say?
Well, he said that every time Artie Shaw tackles Old Man River, he goes flat in his clarinet.
I know what I'll do. I'll try it on the sound man. Say, Togo.
Yes, Mom?
Now, all I do is just shake hands and then do that little twist, huh?
Yes, oh, yes.
Good. Hey, sound man. Hey, 4 years in Harvard. Come here.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
You always try scientific experiments, so I'd like to try a little scientific experiment with you.
Gladly, Mr. Burns.
Now, give me your hand.
There you are.
See? Now, I hold it like this, and then I twist it like this. Up!
Well, look, he's on the floor.
Pick yourself up, Mr. Burns.
Tracy, didn't I have enough trouble with that gangster without you bringing in Togo?
Senor Burns, I will tear that Togo to pieces. Oh, so I will tear you to pieces,
Oh,
please.
so I will tear you to pieces. Boys.
Pick yourself up, George.
Say, Togo, will you get out? Go on, Togo, get out.
Now that the fall season is ended, Artie Shaw and his boys will play Through the Years. Say, Gracie, I've just thought of something that will help people who are in trouble.
What's that, Bud?
Well, this is a perfect solution to the problem of giving the family a grand dinner that's economical and easy to fix. Serve Spam.
Oh.
This tender, juicy meat is a perfect main course, and here's why. Just open a can of Spam, take out the delicious meat, stud with cloves, and pop it into the oven. Baste with a little pineapple juice, and in just a jiffy, you'll take to the table a taste-tempting surprise that will satisfy your family completely. Wait until your family gets a whiff of baked Spam. And watch the faces light up when they take the first bite of the tender, juicy, lip-smacking goodness and the meaty flavor of baked Spam. It certainly makes a hit with husky appetites these cool fall days. So, serve baked Spam tomorrow. Get a can or two when you shop. Just be sure, though, to insist on Spam, S-P-A-M. Then try the other recipes on the label. You'll discover Spam has dozens of different uses, served cold or hot.
Oh, Bud, you really got something there.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Extra, George Burns taken for a ride. Read all about it. Extra, George Burns taken for a ride.
Calling all cars, attention all cars. George Burns taken out of studio during broadcast by gangster Huey Salas. Driving south in black sedan. Description follows. Burns has one gold upper tooth in his mouth. That is all.
Well, that's me, all right.
Shut that radio off.
Yes, Mr. Salas.
And one move out of you, Burns, and I'll let you have it right in the head.
Now, Mr. Salas, don't forget you promised to drop me off at my sister Bessie's, and Artie Shaw wants to get off at the station, and Bud and the rest of the people...
Shut up back there. Here I am taking a guy out to be killed, and all you people going along just for the ride. What will Humphrey Bogart think?
Mr. Salas, where are you taking me?
I can't kill you until I get you outside the Los Angeles city limits.
Oh, gee, George, you've got a long time to live.
Gracie, please.
Oh, Mr. Salas, now, I don't mind romantic men, and I don't mind holding your hand, but you don't have to hold it so tight. Please, you're hurting me.
I'm not touching your hand.
Oh, pardon me, it's caught in the door.
This ride is beginning to get me.
Thought you'd fool me by dressing up as a woman, huh?
Well, I don't feel well. 1 minute I'm warm, and the next minute I have a chill.
Well, you're like Spam, George. Cold or hot, you're on the spot.
Well, Spam isn't the only thing that's getting plugged tonight.
Mr. Salas, you've got no right to drive me out.
Another word out of you, and I'll stuff this handkerchief in your mouth.
A handkerchief in George's mouth.
Gracie, what's so funny about that?
Oh, George, you haven't had a good gag in years.
Hey, Salas, stop the car. This is where I get off.
Well, Artie, I want to say goodbye. And if I've ever said anything that hurt your feelings, I was only kidding. You know I didn't mean it.
That's right, George, and I've never met or worked for a nicer boss.
Thanks.
You've been fair, square, and a true pal, and when you're gone, I'm really going to miss you, it says here.
Well, goodbye.
Come on. Let's get going. It's getting cold.
Well, that's all right. You can wear George's coat coming back.
That's our golden thought for today.
Mr. Salas, I get off at the next block.
Well, goodbye, sound man.
Before I go, Mr. Burns, I have one request. Would you leave your brain to the Harvard School of Medical Research?
Harvard wants my brain?
Yes, Mr. Burns. They want to find out how such a small brain can make such a large salary.
Well, goodbye. Boy. Oh, well. What friends I have.
You said it, George. I never saw such people.
Yes.
Lucky for you, you won't have them much longer.
What a finish for a brilliant career.
Hey, you, turn on the radio. That might cheer this mug up.
Bud, shut that radio off.
I can't find the button.
Third one to the right. Until I smile.
I think the radio needs a tube.
It was awful, wasn't it?
Un momento, senor. This is where I get off. Pull up the couch.
Well, goodbye, senor. Please, Gracie, I'm supposed to feel sad. You're making me laugh.
What's that radio? Huh?
Well, goodbye, senor. And don't forget to tell the world what happened to me.
Now, don't worry, Senor Burns. I will sit right down and left myself a letter.
You mean write yourself a letter? Left, right.
I'm in the draft already?
Well, goodbye.
A few more minutes, Burns, and I'm going to take this gun and let you have it.
Oh, gosh, if you give George the gun, what'll you use?
Gracie, I'm afraid he doesn't mean that.
Well, stop the car. Here's where Gracie and I get out. I'm having dinner at her sister Bessie's house. Goodbye, George. I'll never see you again.
Oh, Bessie's cooking isn't that bad.
Well, Gracie, this is it.
Oh, George,
Yes.
this is awful. I can't stand it.
I know.
Terrible. I just can't tear myself away from here.
You feel that bad because I'm going, huh?
No, my hand's caught in the door again.
Goodbye, Gracie.
Come on. Now we'll get this over with. This is it. Get out.
Say, Salas, that was great. You did a swell job.
Really, Mr. Burns? That's the first time I was ever on the radio.
Well, it's worth $75 to find out what my friends really think of me.
Oh, boy, it's going to be awful quiet for me in the May Company basement selling perfume again.
Well, Ted, you were really grand, and here's your money.
Oh, thanks. You've really been swell to me. I had such a good time. Before I go, I'd like to shake hands with you.
Oh, sure. Put it there.
Pick yourself up, Mr. Burns.
I thought so. And now Gracie and the Smoothies will sing I'm an American.
We are Yankee Doodle boys, Yankee Doodle dandies.
We can shout and be proud that we can say what we want out loud.
We can sing and be gay.
And I can tell a funny story every day.
We are thankful we live here.
So let's all stand right up and cheer. I am an American.
I am an American.
I am an American. On the street is a home, in the crowd or alone.
Shout wherever you may be.
I am an American. I am from the heart of me. Rich or poor, young and old, let this message be told.
Shout wherever you may be.
I am an American. I'm proud of my liberty.
In the factory, in the mill, through each valley, from each hill, raise your voice and give America a thrill.
On the farms, in the schools, let's have one set of rules.
Shout wherever you may be.
I am an American. I am every part of me. From Alaska's snowy peaks to the Southland's muddy creeks, listen in because America now speaks.
I am an American. We are. I'm proud of my liberty.
In the factory, in the mill, through each valley, from each hill.
Raise your voice and give America a thrill. On the farms,
the schools, let's have just one set of rules. Shout wherever you may be, say,
I am an American.
We are.
I am an American. I am every part of me.
Folks, for dinner tomorrow night, serve baked Spam. It's so easy to fix and so good to eat. Just open a can of Spam and bake according to the simple directions on the label. Takes but a jiffy and brings to your table an economical main course that satisfies hearty appetites. That's because Spam, S-P-A-M, is tender, taste-tempting meat with a delicious flavor. So plan to serve a Spam bake for dinner. Just remember to ask your food dealer for Spam, a Hormel product, when you shop tomorrow.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Good night.
Well, I was taken for a ride and you didn't even feel bad, huh?
Oh, I knew he wasn't a gangster.
How did you know?
I listened to the broadcast.
Oh, good night, all.
Be with us again next Monday night, same time, same station, for another George Burns and Gracie Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne the way Hormel makes it is different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the best time of our lives. I do some opera singing, and my husband Jim is a violinist.
Ah, smells good. Let's have this one.
And we both love to eat. For me, Stouffer's tastes like home cooking. Stouffer's macaroni and cheese is as good as my grandmother's. The manicotti has 3 different kinds of cheese.
What's this?
We eat Stouffer's because it's real good food. The kind I'd cook myself. Nothing comes closer to home.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Road to Riches. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before beginning our story, here's an important message. Men, how about getting 90 days leave from your present job to make a real contribution to the war effort? America's foundries are in urgent need of 20,000 strong, husky men of all ages to make castings for engines for heavy trucks and armament. Men who qualify for this foundry work will be given government releases from present jobs, will be guaranteed a release from the foundry when the 90-day hitch is completed, and will be returned to their present status. Make your application now. Wire collect to Forge and Foundry Chief, War Manpower Commission. Be sure to include your name, address, present employment, and draft status. Men who qualify will be notified in a day or two. Wire collect right away. And now, the Green Hornet. Sergeant Burke had a day off. He was spending it driving Ed Lowry, ace reporter for the Daily Sentinel, on a country assignment. Burke muttered under his breath as the car hit a bump in the poorly surfaced country road.
Glory be, Lowry. How much further is it? This road is the limit.
It's not the road, Sarge. It's this old jalopy you call a car.
Is that so now? A fine way to talk after me offering to drive you out here. Ain't we almost to that farmer's place by now?
Oh, yeah. There's a crossroads now. Kenton's farm's just up around the next bend.
Are you sure, Lowry? I don't want to be driving all night.
Oh, pipe down, Sarge. Kenton gave the directions in his letter. I know where we're going.
Letter? What letter?
The letter that came to the Sentinel from Kenton.
Say, what are you talking about anyway?
Just this. A farmer by the name of Kenton wrote into the Daily Sentinel saying there'd been a lot of funny things happening on farms out his way. So, having nothing better to do, Gunnigan sends me out to see what it's all about. Me, the ace reporter of the Sentinel, on a hick assignment like this.
Is that so now?
Sure it's so.
Look, Lowry, you're holding out on me. Come clean.
Holding out? Why, what makes you think that, Sarge?
Just before you started out, I saw Gunnigan whispering something to you. Up to that time, you were beefing about the assignment. Then you shut right up.
Okay. I'll put you wise, Sarge. I guess you heard there's going to be a new superhighway built, haven't you?
Superhighway? What about it?
Well, they're planning to build a 4-lane highway heading out of the city in this direction.
Oh, yeah. I did read something about the highway committee working on something like that.
Sure. Well, they haven't decided just where that highway's going to run yet. Phelps, Lewis, and the rest of the highway commissioners are deciding that.
Yeah, I remember reading that.
You're not as dumb as you make out to be, Sarge. I guess you can see that if somebody had inside information about where they plan to run that highway, that somebody could cash in plenty.
Well, I wish they'd built it along here. This road doesn't fit even for farm wagons.
Maybe they will, Sarge. You can't tell.
You think they'll put it through here, then?
Oh, I was just thinking out loud. Anyway, that's why we're coming out here, to see this farmer. Gunnigan thought maybe this funny business might lead to something big.
You mean maybe somebody's causing all this funny business so as to get the farmers out here to sell their land cheap?
Well, you never can tell, Sarge. You never can.
Glory be. What's that?
Sounds like somebody ringing one of those big farm bells.
It's coming from up ahead. I wonder. Holy Moses, Lowry. Look at that glare over there.
Why, that looks like a big fire. Hey, you hear that siren? It's coming from that small town we passed through a ways back.
Hey, look. That fire's getting brighter. Must be a big one.
Well, step on it, Sarge. As far as I can make out, those flames are the farm we're heading for. So hurry up. Step on it. Hurry up. Went down the house. The sparks are flying that way.
Look at that, Lowry. Some fire.
Yeah, that barn's a goner for sure.
No use trying to put that out.
Move them horses away further. Hurry up. Get them away from here. I'll take care of them, Mr. Kenton.
Hey, that's Kenton, Sarge, right over there. Come on. Hey, Mr. Kenton.
You calling me, mister?
Yeah. How'd the fire start, you know?
Nope. I looked out the window, and there it was, going up in smoke. Got all the livestock out, though.
Oh, I guess there's not much hope for the barn.
Oh, you're right about that.
I'm from the Daily Sentinel. We got your letter.
Yeah, so you fellas are reporters, huh?
Yeah. Now, about that letter, I want...
Kenton, I've been looking for you.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Maynard. What's on your mind?
Come on over near the house. I want to talk to you.
Hey, just a minute. Now, young fella, you were saying that you...
Oh, go right ahead, Mr. Kenton. It's all right.
Well, just as you say. Well, come on, Mr. Maynard. We'll go to the house. There's nothing more I can do here.
Hey, Lowry, why didn't you question that guy Kenton about the letter? That's what you come out here for.
Look, Sarge, didn't you hear him call that other guy by the name of Maynard?
Sure,
Well, Maynard's a big real estate dealer from the city. Pals around with some of the highway commissioners. Wait till Gunnigan gets a load of this.
Well, I don't get it. Well, what are you going to do now?
Well, wait a while and ask Kenton some questions and take the answers back to the Sentinel. I smell a good story here.
What's up?
What's going on?
The side wall of the barn. It's falling outward. Come on, run for it.
It's crashing. Hey, look out there, mister. Look out!
Sarge, look out. Run, Sarge.
The following morning, Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, was busy in the outer office when the young publisher of the Daily Sentinel entered.
Good morning, Miss Case. Has Lowry been in this morning?
Well, not that I know of, Mr. Reed. Oh, by the way, I noticed a story in the early edition about a fire on the Kenton farm. Wasn't that the man Lowry went out to interview last night?
Yes. I'm anxious to know the outcome of his interview with Kenton.
Well, evidently you thought there was something behind that letter, since you had Gunnigan ask Sergeant Burke to drive out there with Lowry.
To my way of thinking, that letter hinted at some sort of double dealing. I thought perhaps it might be wise to have the police in on it if Lowry did turn up anything suspicious. But evidently they didn't...
Oh, here's Lowry now.
Hi, Chief.
Oh, hello, Lowry.
Hello, Casey.
Hi.
Guess you read about that fire out at Kenton's place, huh, Chief?
Yes, Gunnigan told me you said Sergeant Burke almost had an accident out there.
Yeah. Sarge just missed getting clipped by a falling beam when the side wall fell toward us. He's okay, though.
What started the fire, do you know?
Nope. But I'd say it wasn't any accident. I saw Maynard out there last night.
Maynard there, huh?
Well, what's Maynard got to do with it, Mr. Reed? Isn't he that big real estate dealer?
Yes. As for what he might have to do with events out there, well, it seems every time the Highway Commission has authorized a new highway or an improvement on state roads, Maynard's been found to own the land around it.
Yeah. And with the rise in values that always takes place, he cashes in plenty, too.
It seemed that way. By the way, Lowry, what did you find out from Kenton last night?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, but that doesn't make sense. He wrote that letter to the Sentinel expressing indignation about happenings out that way.
Yeah, but something seemed to change his mind about talking to me after he talked to Maynard.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll have to let the matter rest there, then. Well, now, you'd better get on down to the city room and see what Gunnigan has for you. Maybe Kenton will change his mind again and get in touch with us. I still think there's a big story behind that letter. If there is, of course, we want the Sentinel to be the first to get it. Perhaps before long we will. Who can tell?
That evening, Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. The young publisher's talk with Ed Lowry that morning had given him food for thought. And after reaching the apartment, he had come to a decision.
Cato, I'm going to make a little trip tonight, out into the country.
You go see Kenton as publisher of Daily Sentinel?
No, Cato, he refuses to talk to anyone from newspapers. Any information gotten from him will have to be more or less forced out of him.
Oh. Perhaps you mean Green Hornet better for getting farmers to talk freely.
That's right. His farmland is on one of the possible routes for that new superhighway. And last night he was talking to Maynard, the real estate man.
I hear you speak of Maynard before. Black Beauty's ready. Also a gas gun and mask, Mr. Britt.
Good. I have a hunch there's a story behind all this that will show a betrayal of trust by one or more men in public office. So let's get going, Cato. If there is such a story, the Green Hornet will turn out a scoop for the Daily Sentinel. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness. Meantime, in their farmhouse in the country, Mr. Kenton and his wife were preparing to retire for the night when they heard a commotion among the livestock outside.
Well, listen to that, Marthy. Something's raising up a fuss out there.
Oh, I hear it all right enough. Can't see anything out of the window. It's too dark.
Well, I guess that fire last night made me kind of jumpy. I get to thinking of prowlers all the time.
Oh, maybe the dogs are scared up a jackrabbit or something. Don't reckon it's anything to get head up over. Well, I'm going on to bed. You can go out and take a look around if you've a mind to.
Yes, I reckon I'll do that. Well, good night, Marthy.
You'd better not go snooping out there without taking a lantern with you.
Yes, I guess you're right. They're sure raising a ruckus out there. Where's that lantern now? Oh, yes, here it is. Well, that'll do it. Maybe I should have brought along my shotgun. Just listen to them critters. I guess I'll go back and get that gun just in case.
Don't move, Kenton.
What in tarnation?
I came here to talk to you.
Who are you? Why do you come sneaking around outside like this?
Hold your lantern high.
I still don't... Masked. A masked man. Why, you're the Green Hornet.
Now that you know who I am, keep your voice down.
Well, you got a gun. What do you want with me? I'm just a poor farmer.
I came here for information. Tell me, who set fire to your barn last night?
Well, I don't know. That I don't. Burned up all my feed and hay. Everything I was depending on. Don't know what I would have done if I hadn't had an offer for the farm right away.
So you had an offer for the farm, huh? Are you going to sell?
Yep. Right after the fire last night, I had the offer. Selling out to Mr. Maynard. He's drawing up the papers.
Maynard, huh? So he didn't waste any time getting here, it seems.
Look here now. Ain't none of anybody's business if I want to sell my farm. Maynard was passing by last night and saw the fire, so he came in.
I see. Now, you listen to me, Kenton. I'm telling you not to sell to Maynard or anybody else right now. Understand?
Now, see here. Hornet or no Hornet, you ain't telling me what I can do with my own
I'm
property.
telling you once and for all and for your own good. Don't sell this farm to Maynard. Be quiet about my visit here. I go on back into the house. I'm leaving.
Well... All right. That don't take all. The Green Hornet. Well, I got to do something about that right away. Maybe he was the one doing all the dirty work around these parts. Maybe he set fire to my barn, too. Oh, where in tarnation's that operator? Operator, get me the police and hurry up about it. I just been threatened by the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. The next time you buy something and your storekeeper asks you to take it home unwrapped, do it if you possibly can. It's every American's job to help beat the paper shortage. Today, there's a greater demand for paper than ever before, and this demand is coupled with a drastic shortage of the manpower needed to cut timber for the mills. This is serious business because paper is a vital war material. Now, a portion of the paper shortage is made up by salvaging waste paper, but thousands of tons of new paper can be saved by cutting down on needless wrapping and packaging of things we buy. Do your part to help relieve the paper shortage. Accept unwrapped goods whenever possible. Use and reuse your shopping containers. Then save every bit of waste paper for your local scrap collection. And now, back to our story. The morning following Britt Reed's visit to the Kenton farm, The young publisher was in his office when Ed Lowry entered.
Oh, hello, Lowry. You're back sooner than I expected.
Yeah, Chief. I checked up the office of the Recorder of Deeds and found out that Maynard bought up part of 2 other farms out in Kenton's district.
I see. I thought you'd find something like that.
What's it add up to, Chief? Of course, we know Kenton called the police last night and told him the Green Hornet threatened him because he'd made a deal to sell out to Maynard. But if Maynard has a dough to buy, I guess it's legal.
It's within the law, all right. Up to a certain point.
Yeah, I know what you mean. If the highway should go through there, Maynard stands to make a lot of dough. You really think he's getting an advance tip about that?
I'd like to know that as well as you would, Lowry. In each case, so-called accidents have happened on those farms, causing losses so great the farmers more or less had to sell out. Now, if we could just find out what's behind all this, maybe we could save not only Kenton from making the same mistake, but other landowners in that section.
Look, Chief, suppose I run over and try to get something out of Maynard. See if I can, get him to say something that might give a clue.
Go ahead, Lowry. Might be a good idea. If you do get him to say anything, let me know.
Well, after all, we would like to know how that Green Hornet fits into the picture. Sarge is going crazy trying to figure that one out. What do you think about that, Chief?
Well, really, I couldn't say, Lowry. Personally, I never expect to come face to face with the Green Hornet. But if you do find out anything about that, I'd be even more interested to hear about it.
Okay, Chief. I'll get over to Maynard's office right now. See you later.
Well, what can I do for you?
Oh, I'm from the Daily Sentinel. I want to talk to Mr. Maynard.
Oh, reporter. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Maynard isn't in.
Oh, not in, huh?
That's right. And if he were in, I'm certain he wouldn't see you.
Guess he didn't like the article in the Sentinel this morning. Is that it?
That's exactly it. You people have a lot of nerve making such a fuss over the fact that Mr. Maynard is buying a little farming land.
You're right about that. If all his deals are on the level. But if they aren't, then it is a Sentinel's business. If you know what I mean, sis.
Well, you can forget that sis stuff. I told you Mr. Maynard isn't in, so it's useless for you to take up any more of my time.
Okay. Don't get huffy about it. I'll be seeing you. So long, sis.
Fresh guy, that one. I'd better tell Mr. Maynard about him being here. Another reporter was just here, Mr. Maynard.
I thought I heard voices out there. Did you get rid of them all right?
No, not as easy as I did the one from the Clarion. This fellow was quite nosy. Frankly, I didn't like some of the things he said.
What do you mean?
I think he suspects something. And he said he was anxious to find out about what connection the Hornet had with your deals.
Oh, he did, huh? That Green Hornet affair is liable to cause us some trouble. Have you succeeded in contacting Commissioner Phelps yet?
No, not yet. He doesn't seem to be in his office today. His secretary said she'd have him call you at your home tonight.
All right, I'll talk to him then before I run out to close the deal with Kenton. I'll make sure no more reporters get in. I won't see any of them.
Very well, Mr. Maynard. I'll turn them away if any come. If any of them found out about, what's going on, it would...
If they should find out from you, it would be very bad. Very bad indeed. For you. I'll get back to your work.
A short time later, Britt Reed was busy in his office when the phone rang.
Hello?
Hello, Chief. This is Lowry.
Well, yes, Lowry. What's up?
I went to Maynard's office. His secretary said he wasn't in, but his hat was on the hat rack there in the outer office.
So he wouldn't see you, huh?
Nope, but listen to this. After I went out, I waited a minute and then sneaked back in. The girl had gone into his office, and I could overhear what they were saying. She said something about it being bad if people found out, and mentioned Phelps' name. Said he would phone Maynard at his home tonight. Maynard more or less threatened the girl if she talked to anybody.
So you think something's really crooked then?
Sure. Oh, I'd like to hear that telephone conversation between Maynard and Phelps tonight.
Phelps, huh? Hey, that's interesting.
Well, there's one other thing, Chief.
What's that?
I found out at the Highway Commission office that the route of the new superhighway is to be announced tomorrow.
I see. Well, see what else you can find out, Lowry. I'm glad you called me.
Right, Chief. So long.
Goodbye, Lowry.
That evening, Maynard, alone in his study, was talking on the phone to Commissioner Phelps.
Well, it's about time you got in touch with me, Phelps. I wanted to make sure the tip you gave me on the superhighway route was correct before I closed the deal with Kenton. Now, what's that? Oh, nobody can hear our conversation in this private line. Don't worry. Now, what about it? Mm-hmm. It's going that way, huh? Oh, good. Of course you'll get your cut. Don't worry about that. I'm going out to see Kenton tonight. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Goodbye. Well, that's that. Now to get out.
So you and Phelps are working together now, man.
What? The Green Hornet?
Right the first time.
You mean coming here like this?
Since you and Phelps are about to make some easy money, I might get in on the deal.
Just what is it you want?
You stand to make a big profit on all that land. I want the same as Phelps gets.
Why, of all the preposterous. If you didn't have that gun, I'd...
But I do have it. Now, how about that deal?
There won't be any deal with you, Hornet. You aren't so smart. My houseman is standing in the doorway behind you with a gun.
I have him covered, Mr. Maynard.
I did overlook the fact you might have a call button on your desk.
Now I'll tell you what to do, Hornet. My man there can shoot you down, and I can still collect the big reward offered for you, dead or alive, by the Daily Sentinel. I dare not let you go knowing what you do.
Shall I shoot, Mr. Maynard?
I think not.
Look out behind you there. Shoot!
Oh.
Good work. And now
no,
for
wait.
you...
I'll make a deal. I promise.
Now, the police. They must have heard that shot. Now, listen, Maynard. I'm leaving now. You get rid of them. I'll be back after they've gone. You can count on that. Now, let's get going.
Well, thank goodness the police heard the shot. I hope it is the police. I'll go let them in. If that Hornet thinks I'm crazy enough to let him come back and make a deal, then he's less smart than I gave him credit for.
Hey, what's going on in here? I was going by and we
Come
heard
right
a
in,
shot.
officer, both of you. Well, thank goodness you've come here. The Green Hornet was here and said he'd be back.
Holy Moses. The Green Hornet? And coming back, you say? Cassidy, here's the chance we've been waiting a lifetime for. Don't worry, Mr. Maynard. Let him come back. We'll be right here to grab him once and for all.
You really going back to Maynard's house, Mr. Britt?
No, Cato. As you saw, that was Sergeant Burke and one of his men who went in there. They'll probably hide, hoping I'll return, as I said. But instead of that, I have a better plan. I'll leave the Hornet disguise in the car and go to a phone. After that, we'll return to the vicinity of the Maynard home to make sure my plan works. Let's stop the car in the shadows up ahead, Cato. I'll get to the nearest phone.
Hello?
Hello, is this Commissioner Phelps?
Yes, who's calling?
This is Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel. Is it true that Mr. Maynard's going to appear before the commission to accuse one of the members of graft?
Did Maynard say that?
Well, I can't disclose the source of my information, Mr. Phelps, but I thought I'd call you personally, since you're chairman of the commission, to check on it.
It's absolutely untrue. I'm sure none of the members are guilty of such thing.
I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Phelps. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Double-crossing Maynard. What's come over the man? I'd better get over there and find out before he ruins me for life.
Back at Maynard's home, Sergeant Burke and Cassidy waited patiently behind the drapes for the Hornet's expected return. Maynard sat at the study desk, hoping that the Hornet would walk into the trap set for him. When a knock was heard at the front door, the houseman, having recovered from the blow received from Cato, went to open the door.
Why, Mr. Phelps, Mr. Maynard.
Step to one side. I'm going in to talk to Maynard right now.
But, Mr. Phelps, you'd better let me announce
I know my way to is steady. I'll announce myself. You go about your business. This is a private matter.
Yes, sir. Very well.
Phelps, what the devil are you doing here?
See here, Maynard. I paid you the money to buy up that land. I engineered things so the new superhighway would run
Wait
through
a
it.
minute, Phelps. Be quiet this minute.
No, I won't be quiet. You caused those so-called accidents on those farms so you get the land and get it cheap. You set that fire on the kitten place. I risked my neck giving you tips on the highway route, and now you intend to pull some sort of a double cross by paying the
That's
police.
it, eh? Don't move, either of you.
What's this? Maynard,
You fool, I tried to warn you.
This is rich. We stand behind those drapes waiting to catch the Green Hornet, and we catch a couple of double-crossing crooks instead. Put the cuffs on him, Cassidy. Watch it, Cassidy. Can't tell who that might be.
What's this? Sergeant Burke.
Say, what's going on here?
What are you two doing here?
We followed the Green Hornet out this way. Well, we thought he thought he might be coming here to Maynard's. When we saw somebody holding a gun on somebody else through the window, we just busted in. And find it's you. What's the idea, Sarge?
Just this, Lowry. There before you stands one of the biggest scoops of the month. Phelps and Maynard were in cahoots on cheating the poor farmers out of their land on account of that there superhighway. And Maynard there's the one who fired that barn last night, too.
Suffering snake. What a story. But where does the Green Hornet come in?
Do you hear that? That spalpeen's too wise to come in, Lowry. Maybe he was in on this deal, too. But as usual, when he finds out his pals are cornered, he runs out on them. We've got these rats. Someday, we'll get that other one. That slippery, no-good Green Hornet.
That's the Lux Street baseball! Maynard and Phelps and Dinah, farmers profit by new superhighway route. Green Hornet implicated in big grass deal. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lux Street baseball!
The United States Navy is asking for more waves. Navy quotas call for thousands of new volunteers. Women 20 to 36 years of age with 2 years of high school and no children under 18. If you're not working at an essential job, find out more about the waves. Visit your nearest Navy recruiting office or write directly to Waves, Washington 25, D.C. When you serve in the Waves, you do war work with a future. Your training and experience fits you for an excellent job in the post-war world. You receive good pay, live in good quarters, lead a pleasant social life, and have many opportunities for travel. Get behind the men in your Navy. Enlist in the Waves now. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Photo Booth sells Glimpse of the Future at 4.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the early days of the western United States, the honest settlers had more to fear than outlaws and hostile Indians. Confidence men and swindlers crowded the new territory, but these criminals found one man who could match their cleverness. The masked rider of the plains outwitted them at every turn. He fought for justice through the length and breadth of 7 states. Nothing could discourage him, and he finally brought law and order, peace and security to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We must stop the Ridgeville stage. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! It was the dead of night, and the stagecoach, rolling and tossing on the trail to Ridgeville, was still many miles from its destination. Ahead of the stage, listening to the thunder of its approach, were 2 men, one masked, the other an Indian. They were mounted on powerful horses and hidden behind a clump of trees when...
There it is, Tonto. Remember, keep the attention of the guard and driver after we stop them. I don't want them to see what I'm doing.
Tonto, do that.
Careful now. Don't show yourself until I give you the word.
Now, come on, get him up, Scout. Stop that stage! Pull up your horses before we fire!
Oh, hold up! Get up! Get along, you critters!
This is a warning! I fired over your heads. The next shots will come closer.
Aim 2 times, blast their eyes. Oh!
Don't reach for your guns, Sleepy.
Masked fellow and the Indian. The other fellows held us up 4 nights ago. What in place do you think you're after? We ain't carrying cash or dust.
You won't get no more from us tonight than you did the other time.
Never mind that. Watch them, Tonto.
Me watch them.
See that they don't try anything.
Hey, where are you going, stranger?
He's climbing atop the back end of the stage.
Eyes front, both of you. Now that you know what to do, they disobey.
You look this way.
I sure wish I could figure you 2 fellers out.
By thunder, outlaws holding up this stage just don't make sense. Shucks, it ain't once in a year we ever carries anything worth the taking. If you fellas really wanted good pickings, you'd go where they was to be had.
You not talk.
Now, look, Injun, we ain't...
You keep quiet.
But there's nothing...
All right, Tonto. I can go on now.
You don't savvy what you wanted, masked man. But we told you wouldn't find it, whatever it was.
On your way.
Come on, Dan. Whip up them horses and hightail.
Get up! Get along! Get up there! Get along! Get up there!
They didn't see me put that letter in the mail sack, did they, Kemosabe?
No. Them not see it.
Good. Leif Custer will get it in the morning and act on it. There's no other way we could do it. We'd try to convince him his brother was sending false information in order to ruin him. He'd never have believed us. He can't imagine that Nate hates him enough to loan him money on the ranch, then scheme to make him lose everything so that Nate can take it over.
That's right.
We're going to get to Ridgeville ahead of the stage, Tonto. We'll make camp close to town, then we'll see what happens. I'll find out what orders Leif gives his foreman, and you keep an eye on Leif to see that he doesn't learn the truth before he should.
Me do that.
Then come, Kemosabe. We'll have to finish what we've started. Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
In the morning, when the stage, driven by Dan and Sleepy, reached Ridgeville, Leif Custer, the rancher, was one of the crowd on hand to greet it.
Oh, there. Oh, blast you. Pull up there. Easy. Oh.
Hey there, Dan. Letter come from me yet?
Hello, Leif. You'll have to wait till Mr. Crosby gets a chance to look through the bag. Sleepy, climb back and throw that mail sack down.
You sure will, Dan. Gosh, if it ain't come this time, I don't know what's keeping it. I've been looking for word from Nate for a week or more.
Well, it's likely on the way.
Here you are, Mr. Crosby. Hatch.
I got it. Say, I was near forgetting. You know, them same 2 armies that held us up the other time stopped the stage again last night. Yeah, it's a fact, so help me. The one of them was masked, and the other was a redskin, like I told you they was afore.
They get anything?
Nothing so far as me and Sleepy could find out. Ain't that so, Sleepy?
Well, if they did, I don't know what it could have been. But I think I got them fellas figured out.
Yeah?
The way I look at it is this. They're likely greenhorns at stage robbing, see? And after they stop the stage, they get cold feet and clear out without even making a search for valuables. Tell them how we fooled them fellas last night, Dan.
We told them we wasn't carrying anything worth stealing, and they just the same as took our word for it. And us with a whole box full of folding money sent through for the bank.
Hey, there's the colonel.
Hi there, Colonel. What are you doing away from the fort?
Hello, men.
Good
morning,
morning,
Colonel.
Thought you soldiers was too busy to come to town.
Well, as a matter of fact, Leif, all I came for was to find out whether you started your drive yet or not.
I can't do it till I hear from Nate. It's doggone funny that he don't write.
Came, Leif.
The letter from Nate?
There she is.
Say, that's the best news I've had in a coon's age. You give me that.
What's it say?
Well, give me a chance to read it, won't you?
Is it Abilene or Cheyenne?
Well, let me see. Looks like Nate had somebody else write it for him. He never was much of a hand with a pen.
Doggone, what's it say?
Boys, it's Abilene.
They're paying top prices, Leif?
They are from what's writ here. Come on, Colonel. Let's ride out and give Whitey the word to get started. So long, fellers.
So long. Where have you got your herd, Leif?
Shucks, they're just north of town out in the flats. All set to go. The boys are keeping them bunched. The chuck wagon's loaded with grub, and as soon as I give the word, they'll be on their way. Hold still there, fella.
This means a lot to you, doesn't it, Leif?
Sure does, Colonel. Get up, boy. Get up. I'll be able to pay Nate what I borrowed, buy some more purebreds to improve the stock, and fix up the house the way Marthy'd like to have it fixed.
Leif, I was just wondering if I could mention something.
Huh? Mention something?
We've been friends for a long time, and
Ever since you come west and was put in charge of the fort.
And I've known Nate as long as I've known you, Leif.
What are you getting at?
You won't be offended if I speak my mind?
Colonel, anytime one friend can't say to another what he'd like to say, then they ain't friends, that's all.
Well, in the first place, I suppose you knew Nate hoped to marry Martha. He wasn't very well pleased when she married you instead.
Colonel, he was madder than a hornet.
Yes. But what I'm getting at is this. Are you sure he got over being mad?
Say, you ain't serious, are you?
I wondered if I...
Who ever heard of anybody bearing a grudge for 10 years and more?
You couldn't, Leif. But there's a lot of difference between you and your brother.
I don't know as I just savvy this.
Leif, who was it suggested that Nate find out which would be the best market for your beef?
Why, it was Nate. And doggone nice of him, too.
You don't think that, that he'd like to see you lose out, do you? After all, he holds a mortgage on your place.
Colonel, you're loco.
I just mentioned it.
Then forget it. I ain't getting mad because I savvy blame well you wouldn't say anything lest you figured it was for my own good. Nate ain't easy to understand, but you can take my word for it, he's all right.
Then there's no one more happy than I am to know it.
Sure. I knowed you'd take it that way. Well, here we are. You just watch me start the boys hustling. There's Whitey now. Hey, Whitey!
Howdy, boss. Any word yet?
You're heading for Abilene.
That's what Nate wrote you?
Whoa. He sure did. Now get a move on. Tell the boys there ain't no time to be wasted. I want this herd in Abilene while the market's paying top prices. Get, Whitey, get.
You bet, boss. Tex, Shorty, Lem. We're heading for Abilene. Round up your horses. Get your gear. Boys, we're on our way.
With Whitey, the foreman, in charge, and with a large trail crew to assist him, the herd began the long trek to Abilene. A week, 2 weeks passed by, and then one evening Tonto raced into the well-hidden camp he shared with the Lone Ranger.
Whoa, Scout. Whoa. Me here, bad news.
Bad news, Tonto?
They find out about brother.
You mean he's learned Nate was trying to trick him?
That's right.
How did it happen?
Him help clean out bunkhouse. Him find letter.
Yes?
It letter Nate write to feller named Whitey.
Leif's foreman. But what did the letter say?
It say Whitey and other feller do what Nate want. Nate pay him good.
Whitey and the rest of the crew are in Nate's pay?
Letter tell all about scheme.
I was afraid this might happen.
Leif ride to fort. Talk to Colonel. Ask help.
Help from the soldiers?
Leif want soldier ride after cattle. Stop herds.
Tonto, we can't allow that. How long has he been at the fort?
Him not go there when me ride way, but
Him say him go there.
Here, Silver. Tonto, we've got to ride to the fort and tell Leif what we did. Tell him that we took his brother's letter from the stage and put a different letter in its place a few days later. He's got to let his herd continue to Kansas. Steady, old fellow.
Maybe him not believe you.
He'll have to believe us. If he doesn't, if he sends his herd to Cheyenne instead, he'll be ruined. Come on, Kimosabe.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Leif Custer, both confused and angered by the discovery he had made, arrived at the fort and was ushered into the presence of Colonel Hogan, while the masked man and Tonto were still on their way. Leif told the colonel what had happened and appealed to him for aid.
You've got to help me, Colonel. If you don't, I lose every dollar, every acre, every head of cattle I got.
I'm not surprised at this, Leif. But how did you find it out?
Nate wrote to Whitey, and Whitey, the double-crossing coyote, pushed the letter down behind his bunk. I'd never knowed anything about it if I hadn't got the notion of having the bunkhouse cleaned while the boys was gone.
I'll do anything I can, of course, Leif. But what do you wish?
Send troopers after them skunks. Head the cattle off and get them started for Cheyenne before it's too late.
But, Leif,
it's all that can be done, Colonel. They've got a 2-week start. They clear the state by now. If I asked the sheriff to go after him, he wouldn't have no jurisdiction anyhow.
Yes, that's true.
And besides, there's 12 of them polecats in the crew. The sheriff couldn't handle them fellers even if he had the right to.
Yes, but
Colonel, I reckon you savvy I wouldn't be asking nobody for help if it wasn't that I didn't have to.
I know, Leif. And I'm not hesitating because I don't wish to help
And you will?
Yes, Leif, I will. I may be stretching my authority, but I'll do it.
I knowed it, Colonel. I knowed you would.
I'll take a dozen men with me.
Huh? You're going yourself?
Things are quiet here. If this is going to be done right, I'll see that it's done right.
Colonel, you're the kind of a friend worth having.
I suppose you know I'm sorry about Nate.
I wouldn't have believed if I hadn't seen the evidence with my own eyes. Why, honest, it never once come into my head that Nate didn't think as much of me as I always thought of him. Funny thing, though.
Yes?
When I told Marthy about it, she didn't seem no way surprised. All she said was that she had Nate figured that way, and that's why she didn't never consider getting hitched to him.
Martha's a clever woman.
And a fine one. Well, Colonel, when do you think we can get started?
There's no reason why we can't start first thing in the morning. The herd has a 2-week start on us, but it shouldn't take us long to catch up. Yes?
Sir?
Well?
The sentry reports 2 outlaws approaching the fort, sir. One is masked, and the other one seems to be an Indian. It's thought they're the men who've been holding up the stage.
By golly, them crooks?
I can say we're certain it's them, sir.
Fine. Leif, the fact that those 2 men were known to be at large in this district was the only thing that made me hesitate to do as you asked. But now not even that's going to stand in my way.
Yeah?
Here's our chance to make them prisoners and rid this country of 2 more outlaws. Orderly.
Yes, sir.
We'll fix a trap for those men. Tell Sergeant Lawson to take a detail of men and set a trap. If they attempt to escape, he's to shoot them down. I want those men captured by any means. By heavens, 2 outlaws as good as ours, and more to come. Leif, that's a good sign.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. When an orderly reported that the Lone Ranger and Tonto had been seen approaching the fort, Colonel Hogan believed them to be outlaws and ordered a trap set for their capture. Now we see the masked man and his faithful Indian companion racing toward the fort, unaware of the danger ahead. There's the fort, Tonto. Leif must still be there. If he'd left, we would have met him on the trail.
That's right.
Come on, old fellow.
Get him up, Scout.
I wonder if...
What matter?
It's possible that we've been seen approaching. Back the trail a ways, I think I saw a rider swing from cover and take a shortcut across country to the fort.
Me not see him.
I might have been mistaken. Silver, come on, boy. What are you stopping for? What's wrong, Silver? Come on, old fellow.
Him not want go on.
Silver usually knows what he's doing. What is it, Silver? Do you see something? Hey, Tonto, watch out. Back, Silver. Back, old fellow.
Scout.
It's a trap, Tonto. I saw the glint of a gun. Tonto, you hit.
Me all right.
I can't run their fire.
Then run horse.
Then come this way.
Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
Silver saved our lives, Tonto.
Him plenty smart horse.
He saw those soldiers before we did. Tonto, they must think we're outlaws. And now that they're looking for us, our last chance to get to Leif is gone.
Now what we do?
There's just one thing left to do.
What that?
You and I have done our best many times, Kemosabe, to set the law after outlaws. Now, however, we've got to do exactly the opposite. To save Leif, to get his cattle safely to Abilene, we've got to see that the law doesn't capture Whitney and his men.
That's plenty strange.
It is strange. But, Tonto, if the soldiers reach White and his men before Leif's herd is in Kansas, everything we've worked for is lost. Come on, Silver! The troopers pursued the masked man and Tonto, but in the end they were forced to admit failure and return to the fort. This did not interfere with Colonel Hogan's plans. In the morning, he assembled 12 picked men, and placing himself at their head with Leif at his side, rode out of the fort toward Abilene.
How soon do you figure we ought to catch up to them, Colonel?
That's difficult to say. We can cover as much ground in one day as they can in 3 or 4. We're bound to reach them long before they get to Abilene.
They pressed on day after day over rough and level country, treading narrow canyons, galloping across open tableland, fording swift mountain streams and quiet rivers. They paused only when necessary and took up the trail again at the earliest possible moment. Throughout the entire journey, unknown to them, the masked man and Tonto paralleled their course. You see the soldiers, Tonto?
Them far off.
You can just make them out below us there.
Them find herd soon.
But before they reach the herd, they must pass through Keyhole Pass. When they get that far, I think they'll meet with a surprise. Come on, old fellow.
Scout.
As they drew near Keyhole Pass, Leif Custer, Colonel Hogan, and the troopers were aware that the herd they were following could not be far beyond.
It won't be long now till we show them, Colonel.
It won't. If we don't see your cattle before we're through the pass, Leif, then I missed my guess completely. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Ride ahead and find out if anything can be seen.
Right, sir. Get up there.
What was that for, Colonel?
Take a look through the pass. We can get a fairly good view now. Doesn't that look like dust to you?
By thunder, it does.
The kind of dust a trail herd would raise?
That's them sure shooting.
We'll know as soon as Lawson returns.
Hey, he's waving. That's them, all right. Yep, here comes the sergeant back like he's trying to win a race.
Is it them?
It is, sir. We'll be up to them in less than an hour.
Don't slack pace.
Colonel.
We got... Well?
Take a look up above. Look where that ledge is.
The ledge. Well, I'll be...
A white horse and a paint horse. And that one fella. Ain't he wearing a mask?
The outlaws we almost captured. But what can they be doing up there?
I don't know.
Ah! Straight up, men! Oh, there, boy. Steady, boy. Steady, boy. Get in there now. Steady, boy.
Them side miners is blasting powder up there.
Colonel, look. The pass is blocked up. That landslide blocked it tighter than if there was a mountain pushed up against it.
Those men will pay for this.
But what do we do?
The only thing we can do. Look for another way through these hills.
But maybe that'll take days.
Maybe. Leif, I've been through this country before. I know it will.
The yellow coyotes. Look, there they go. Colonel, there's just one thing I'm hoping for. That I can take care of them skunks personal.
There's no use wasting time talking about it. The thing to do is to find a way through the hills just as fast as we can. To the east, men! Forward!
Colonel Hogan and his party searched for a second opening in the hills. It took them 3 days to find one, and those 3 days saw Leif's herd that much closer to its destination. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger and Tonto had kept in the rear of the herd, on the alert for the troopers' reappearance. When the soldiers had found a trail and made camp for the night beyond the hills, the masked man had already planned his next move. We see him with Tonto just before dawn the next morning.
Quiet, Silver. Tonto.
Me fix them.
You've taken the hobbles off their horses? Get mounted. Be careful of noise.
You ready?
Yes. And Tonto, I think this is going to win for us.
The herd needs only 12 hours more, then Abilene.
That's right.
And by the time the soldiers have recaptured their horses after we've scattered them, the herd will have the 12-hour start. You saw no one stirring?
No. Them all sleep.
Good. Now all the noise we can make, Kimosabe. Keep firing as fast as you can. Come on,
Get away, Scout!
Get them moving!
The horses! It's the masked man again.
Fire at them! Shoot them down!
The dirty coyote!
Blast them, they left us afoot.
I'd like to get those crooks and break their necks!
And we was almost up to the cattle again. Colonel, what in blazes are we going to do this time?
Go after the horses. What do you suppose? Into your clothes, men, and get those horses back.
The frightened animals led the troopers a weary chase. Several of the horses escaped completely, and the others were regained only after hours of footsore pursuit. Ahead of them, at the end of the long overland trail, Whitey and his crew were hazing the cattle into Abilene's public corral.
Run 'em in, boys! Prod those critters along! Whitey! What you doing here? Hey there, Whitey!
Nate!
Whoa there, whoa.
Nate, what the dickens are you doing here in Abilene?
What am I doing here? Why, you loco idiot. What in the name of 1,000 devils are you doing here?
Why, we brung Leif's cattle like you wrote us to.
Like I what?
Say, are you crazy? You wrote Leif and said he was to send his critters here. You think I'd have come here if you hadn't?
I never wrote no such thing. I said as plain as can be that Leif should send his cattle to Cheyenne.
You didn't. I seen the letter.
Huh?
I seen it, I tell you. Leif showed it to me.
You know what this means?
I don't
It
savvy.
means you've got to sell Leif's cows right here. If you took 'em out again, word'd get back to Leif. Just as sure as you ain't got the sense of a maverick steer. Abilene's paying top prices. Leif will clean up. He'll pay off what he owes me, and my plans will go for nothing.
But how was I to know? I just done like the letter said and Leif told me. Look what's coming. A masked man with the redskins.
Stay right there. Go, Silver. Go.
Now, what in the deuce?
There's going to be some explanations, Nate.
What right have you got?
And I believe those men you see riding this way will be interested in hearing them.
What men? Troopers.
If you look closer, you'll see your brother is with them.
It's late. I'm getting out of here.
No, you don't.
Put up them guns.
Not until the soldiers take over, which won't be long.
Hold that masked man. It's him that's holding us.
Nate, where'd you come from?
Well, it's like this, Leif.
I'll do the explaining, Nate. And don't attempt to make a break for it.
Stranger, I'm putting you under arrest, and the Indian with you.
Very well, but hear me out first.
What do you got to say to us? If Whitey's had a chance to settle these critters yet, you've the same as busted me.
Wait,
But
it's Abilene that's paying top prices, Leif. Go on, Nate. Tell them the truth. You've got nothing more to lose now.
Nate, is what the masked fella says true?
Yeah, I reckon it's...
But I don't savvy this. Nate, I know all about your crookedness. I found the letter you wrote to Whitey here.
The letter? You couldn't have.
Yep. Found it behind his bunk. So there's no use in your trying to lie out of it. But what I can't see is, when you wanted to trick me, why you'd send me where beef prices are good.
He didn't.
Huh?
I'll prove it to you. Take a look at this. I've been saving it for you.
It's a letter.
The one Nate really wrote. It advises you to send your cattle to Cheyenne.
I still
Hear me
don't-
out. One of your men was away from the ranch for several weeks recently, wasn't he?
Well, there was Tex.
Right. He was here in Abilene. I heard Nate boasting to Tex in one of the cafes about what he planned to do to you.
You did?
I couldn't tell you the truth because you wouldn't have believed me. Instead, I took Nate's letter from the stage and put another in its place several days later, which told the truth about the markets.
Then you aren't stage robbers. That was your reason for stopping the Ridgeville stage.
It was, Colonel. Later, when Leif found out his brother was attempting to trick him, he thought he'd be ruined if his herd reached Abilene. Tonto and I rode to the fort to explain, but we were fired upon. The only thing left then was to prevent your interference.
Mister, I reckon me and the colonel here, and most of the men with us, got some apologies to make to you. But there's just one thing more I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
Why was Nate right here on the spot?
Because he thought it was the safest place. He'd written you to go to Cheyenne and had no reason to believe that message wasn't delivered. He reasoned that by staying here, he'd be sure to dodge you.
Stranger, I take back what I said about putting you and the Indian under arrest. It's Nate and the crew that sold out to him who'll go to jail.
One moment. Let me have Nate's letter that I gave you to look at, Leif.
Why, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Now then.
Hold on there. You're destroying the only real evidence we got.
I am.
But you can't.
Leif, I think you'll understand.
I do, stranger. Well, you see, Colonel, even if Nate is a crook, he's my brother, too. And it warn't nobody but me that he tried to harm.
But these other men, the ones who helped him.
Can't hardly jail them without jailing Nate, can we?
Perhaps you're right. But if I
Shucks, I ain't a revengeful man. I figure they've been punished enough. Nate was punished by his scheme not going through. The rest of them got it two ways. They lose good jobs with me, and I got a suspicion that with the way things turned out, they won't be getting paid what Nate offered them either. Nope. We'll do like the masked man hinted. Let bygones be bygones.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! Come on, Silver, old fellow! There's an Indian uprising near Red Bank! Hurry, old boy! Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Maybe no one ever told you that you are a healer. There is no stronger medicine than the power of your words, no touch softer than the sound of your voice, no better remedy for bruised feelings and broken hearts. Introducing Time Bank. Only Time Bank awards you 1 free minute for every 5 you spend on the phone. It's about time we were recognized for something we do so well.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is money. M-O-N-E-Y.
Rally.
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
A real schlemiel. Hey, that's me! Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Last week we lost $6,000 on the show. Remember that?
Yeah. Well, Groucho, we asked for young single people to volunteer tonight, and just before we went on the air, we selected Mr. Kenneth Anderson and Miss Betsy Sherman. And now I'd like them to come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Mr. Kenneth Anderson and Miss Betsy Sherman, and neither of you is married, huh? Where are you from, Betsy?
I'm from Lake Okeechobee, Florida.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
29, huh?
Yes.
Gee. Young-looking girl to be so old.
Thank you.
It's the most ambiguous compliment I think I've ever had. Kenneth Anderson, huh?
Yes, sir.
How old are you, Ken?
31, Mr. Marks.
And where are you from?
Wilmington, Delaware.
Wilmington? Oh, that's where the DuPonts live, isn't it?
That's right.
Do you know any of the DuPonts?
Not personally, but you see them around town.
You do, huh? You know, in the past 20 years, I bought over 100 cans of their paint. And in all the years, all the times I've been in Wilmington, none of them has ever asked me up to their house for dinner. Kenneth Anderson, eh? What'll I call you, Ken or Andy?
No, you may call me Dick, Mr. Marks.
Call you Dick?
Dick, yes.
Naturally. What else could I call you? What sort of work do you do, Al? I've certainly gotten away from Kenneth, haven't we?
Absolutely. I'm from the circus, Mr. Marks. I'm in the Flying Heralds.
You're a Flying Herald?
Yes.
I get one up on my porch every afternoon. I meant to talk to the newsboy about that, too. Now, let's start all over again, huh? Your name is Kenneth, they call you Dick, and you're one of the Flying Heralds.
Yes.
Well, I'll call you Charlie, huh?
Okay.
And you can call me Herman.
Okay, Joe.
Fine, Frank. Now tell me, what are the Flying Heralds?
We are a flying trapeze act.
You mean you're the daring young man on the flying trapeze?
One of them.
Betsy, you'll have no trouble catching this guy. All you have to do is stand under him with a net. What circus are you with?
Clyde Beatty Circus.
Oh, well, they're around here someplace, huh? Let's find out some more about you two. Betsy, what sort of work do you do?
I'm a skip tracer.
Now you're talking. What kind of a stripteaser are you? That's the kind of talk I like to hear.
I said that I was a skip
I'm pretty
tracer.
sick of this mamby-pamby stuff.
I said...
Come on, whip it up, Betty.
I said
Let's
that
get going. Two on the aisle.
I said that I was a skip tracer for the National Credit Exchange at 112 West 9th.
Oh, what a
Room
letdown,
615.
huh? A skip tracer, huh? No, that certainly is. You must be a... Are you sure you're not a stripteaser?
Well...
She's not as sure as she thought she was. It would only take a little prodding, I think. Why don't you abandon that other thing, Betty, and declare yourself? What's a skip tracer?
Well, a skip tracer finds people, and I look for people that don't want to pay their bills, and people who could pay them but don't want to, and...
Let's not get personal.
My main purpose is to get money out of people and all that sort of thing.
Money! You said money. Well, you got money out of us. You said money, and money is the secret word tonight, so you get $50.
Well, thank you.
And Flying Freddy over here gets $50. Well, you both like excitement. You're the right age for each other, and I can see no reason why you shouldn't get married immediately. Betsy, this is leap year. Why don't you go ahead and propose to the flycatcher here?
Well, I don't think I want to get married.
Dick, it's up to you. Go ahead. You ask her to marry you.
Why don't you ask her?
Okay, I will. Betty, do you have any objections to marrying Dick?
Yes.
Yes. She said yes, and I pronounce you Barnum and Bailey. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. But first, I want you to listen to some information that'll be of value in the years to come.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Take the 5-mile trial.
All over the nation, folks are going to their DeSoto Plymouth dealers to take the 5-mile trial in either the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the new DeSoto Power Master 6. And they're marveling at DeSoto full power steering. Not partial, not part-time power steering, but full power steering that makes turning the wheel as easy as dialing a phone. Right, Groucho?
Frankly, I didn't believe this till I actually tried it myself. Full power steering in the new DeSoto makes parking a cinch.
DeSoto full power steering makes control of the car easier and safer at all speeds. Discover full power steering for yourself by driving either the DeSoto PowerMaster 6 or the mighty Fire Dome 8 with 160 horsepower V8 engine. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and take the 5-mile trial tomorrow. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. Fire Dome Fenneman, would you mind explaining the rules?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
See how high you can build your $20. From our list of 20 categories, you selected number 19. That's river cities of the United States. Right?
That's right.
Here's your first question. How much will you bet? And talk real loud.
19.
19. On what river is the city of Louisville?
The Ohio.
Ohio is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $39.
Round on both ends and high in the middle. Woo-woo. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $39 will you try this time?
38.
38. Okay. On what river is the city of Wichita?
Missouri.
Kansas?
No, I'm sorry. It's the Arkansas River.
Arkansas.
Or Arkansas River. I don't know how they pronounce it.
You've dropped to $1.
You've dropped to $1, and here's your third question. How much of the dollar are you going to bet?
50
All right.
cents.
On what river is the city of Omaha?
Missouri?
Missouri is right.
You now have $1.50.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $1.50 are you going to go for?
$1.
Might as well.
Okay. On what river is the city of Albany?
Hudson.
Hudson River is right. Sorry, you lost.
Well, you
What
wound
a
up
kid.
with $2.50, and that's not enough, is it, Groucho?
Oh, no, I should say not. Nobody leaves here with less than $25. I'll give you this one question for $22.50. No coaching. This is a tough question. You ready? Who is buried in Grant's tomb? Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We invited some English professors to the program tonight, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Elmore Leppert. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Amanda Elizabeth Willingham Stewart. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome. How do you do? Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Now, then, let's see. Mrs. Amanda Elizabeth Willingham Stewart.
Yes, sir.
Is that one person, or is that Phil Spadolny's all-girl orchestra?
Just one person.
That's you?
Yes, sir. That's me.
Well, howdy-doody.
How do you do, sir?
Howdy-doody, And, Elmore Leppert, eh?
That's right.
You look a little like Dennis Day. Kind of a cross between Dennis Day and Will Rogers, Jr. A couple of very attractive young fellas, by the way. So you're an English professor, huh?
That's right.
If I was smart, I'd stop right here and let Amanda do all the talking.
Yeah?
What's your hometown, Amanda?
Well, I was born in Llano County, Texas, on Grandpa's cow ranch in 1895.
And where did you meet your husband?
I met him at my aunt's.
Where was your aunt's?
She lived in Cottle County, Texas. That was in 1913.
And where did she live in 1912?
Well, I don't know where she lived in 1912. I wasn't there.
Where were you in 1912?
I was in Oklahoma.
Well, is that all there is to it? How did you meet your husband?
Well, I met my husband at my aunt's. He come over there to visit, and I met him there at my aunt's in Cottle County.
He came to visit your aunt?
Yes.
He didn't know you were going to be there?
No, he sure didn't.
Well, where did he propose, Amanda?
He proposed in the cotton patch. You know, one of those places where they go out to pick cotton.
Oh.
You've seen them, haven't you?
I have a cotton patch in my trousers. Nobody's ever proposed there. Well, Amanda, a cotton patch is a place for easy pickings.
Yeah, that sure is.
Now, what did this Casanova say when he proposed?
Well, he says, we was talking about people getting along, and he says, well, now, Mandy, how do you think me and you'd get along?
What'd you say?
I said, well, we might get along just fine if it wasn't for them boys of yours.
What boys?
Well, his sons by his first wife.
Oh, he had a child by his first wife?
Yes, 9 of them. And they ranged all the way from 3.5 years to 21 or 2.
Well, how could you resist a proposal like that?
Well, it wasn't very hard to resist.
Cotton patch and 9 children, huh?
It wasn't very hard to resist.
Well, it was pretty convenient marrying a ready-made family. Didn't that save a lot of trouble, Amanda?
No, sir, it sure didn't. We had 11 of our own. He had 6 boys and 3 girls by his first wife, and I had 6 girls and 5 boys.
You certainly made a bum out of his first wife, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Do you have an album in your parlor, Amanda? Do you look through old pictures?
Well, I look through old pictures, but they're not in an album.
Well, the reason I ask, because there's a new album coming out. It's a Decker album, and it has 6 songs in there written by Harry Ruby and sung by me. And I may be prejudiced, but I'm crazy about it. And
yeah.
By the way, Professor, what do you think of my English?
Oh, I think your English is excellent. You seem to have fine vocabulary. Get across what you want to say.
Do you happen to notice any errors in my speech? If you do, I wish you'd let me know, because...
All right, I'd be glad to.
Well, let's not get delirious about it. Amanda, let's get back to you and your family. With 20 children, I would venture to hazard that you have in the neighborhood of 30 grandchildren by now. How is that, Professor? Pretty classy, eh?
Well, you wouldn't say, I venture to hazard. That's redundant. You would say, I venture to say that you have 30 grandchildren, in the neighborhood of 30 grandchildren by now.
Really?
Yeah,
I better move out of that neighborhood.
Yeah, but
Amanda, what would you say is right, him or me?
You're both wrong.
Why do you say we're both wrong?
Because I've got 47 grandchildren. Besides the great-grandchildren.
Professor, you may know your English, but Amanda knows her onions. Well, I just love to continue this conversation, but it's time you earn some money. And, Professor, if you take a ride in the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8, even you will be speechless. It's a great car. Now then, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The trapeze artist and his partner won $2.50, and the secret word is money.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected biblical quiz.
Yeah.
Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
What do you
Talk
think?
it over.
What do you
Well,
think? You feel pretty sure of this?
I think about $18.48 or 52.
Why 48 or
He doesn't
52?
teach mathematics. He teaches
No.
English, you man.
Well, I'll do the mathematics.
This is a real covered wagon girl.
Yes, it is.
I'll bet she came west with a pair of mules. All right.
How much are you going to bet?
And a husband. And
About 1852, I think.
1852. Okay. It's just 100 years ago. Who wore the coat of many colors?
Joseph.
Joseph is right.
You're on your way. You have $38.52.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the swag are you going to bet on this question?
All right, what's the question?
I'll tell you what I'll do, Amanda. I'll give you the answer, but I won't give you the question.
So you have $38.52 right now.
$38.52.
$38.52. Well, let's bet $38.40.
$38.40. Here we are. Who captured the city of Jericho?
Joshua.
Joshua fit the Battle of Jericho.
You now have...
Joshua fit the Battle of Jericho. Jericho. Joshua fit the Battle of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down. Yeah, the walls came...
Besides which, you have $76.92.
All right, now how much of that money are you going to try this time?
75?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, 70.
All right. On what mountain did Moses receive the stone tablets containing the Ten Commandments?
On the Mount Sinai.
Mount Sinai is right. Mandy, you read your Bible, haven't you? Huh?
Yes, sir.
You now have $151.92.
And it's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of this are you going to go for?
What do you say?
Well, what do you say? I've
Isn't
said
fair
so
the other
far.
couples now.
You want to shoot the works?
Yeah.
No, I guess not.
I think we can just go ahead and shoot the
You want
works.
to shoot the works?
Yeah.
All right. How much?
Shoot the works.
The whole thing.
Shoot the works.
All right. What prophet was beheaded to please Salome or Salome, whichever way you want it?
Oh, is that in the New Bible?
I haven't been home all day, Amanda.
What prophet was beheaded?
To please Salome or Salome.
I think I know the answer. Shall I tell him?
Yeah, you know it.
You feel you know it?
I don't think I know that.
Well,
answer.
get together on one
remember.
answer between you.
All right, that was John the Baptist.
That's right, John the Baptist. Give him a big kiss. Put it there. Nice work, Professor.
And you'll wind up with $303.84.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
That was right, but I wasn't sure because you didn't pronounce that word, just that name.
I told you I haven't been home all day.
Now we have a man with an unusual occupation for you, Groucho, along with a young lady volleyball player who was selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Mr. Dick Sprague and Pat Bearer. Come in and meet Groucho Marx, please.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you use every day. Mr. Dick Sprague and Pat Bearer. Huh? Well, this is indeed a stroke of luck. Huh? Tall, beautiful blonde. Huh? Where are you from, Pat?
I'm from Skokie, Illinois. I was born across the street from an ice skating rink.
Oh, you married a gay blade, I suppose. We have jokes for all occasions. Where are you from, Dick?
Well, I was born in Philadelphia, but I left when I was 1 year old.
Why?
I've never found out.
You're a volleyball player?
Yes.
I understand that's a wonderful thing to be. Now, just what is volleyball?
Well, volleyball is a game played on a court with a 7'6" net, and there are 6 people on each side of the court. And the object is to get the ball going as fast as you can until your team gets the advantage to hit the ball down on the other side, so the other team can't return it.
That sounds like a fast game. Where do you play this?
Well, we usually play on the beach.
I played some fast games on the beach myself. Occasionally my opponents were faster than I was. In that case, there was no game. You play on any particular team, Pat?
Yes, I play for the Wahinis.
Wahini, is that anything like a Frankfurter?
No, Wahini means girl in Hawaii.
Oh, hot dog. How long have you been playing with this outfit?
Well, the Wahinis were formed last September.
Well, you look like you're very well formed, Pat. How does this team represent any organization like the Marinated Meat Packers?
Well, no, we're independent, but we're looking for a sponsor now.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, if you're not too independent, perhaps you'll find one. I may be interested myself. What would I get out of this?
Well, you'd get your name on the back of our warm-up suit.
That's life for you, huh? 40 years in show business, and I wind up with my name on the back of a warm-up suit. Well, Dick, let's find out something about you. You have an unusual occupation, I understand. And since I'm a keen student of human nature, I bet I can figure out what you do. You want to bet?
No.
Well, that eliminates my first guess. You're not a bookie, huh?
No.
Well, give me a hint. Who do you work for?
Computer Research Corporation.
You call that a hint? I'll guess once more. You make toupees for bald-headed eagles.
No, I design electronic digital differential analyzers.
You know, that's an amazing coincidence. That's just what I was going to guess next. What kind of work do you do, Dick?
Well, are you familiar with electronic brains?
Are you referring to my own, or... If you're referring to mine, I would say I'm not familiar with one.
Well, I design computers which have been...
Could you design me a new brain?
It's possible. These computers I work on are actually referred to as electronic brains.
Uh-huh.
They perform all sorts of automatic calculations on complicated scientific problems, and some people think they will actually do dull routine thinking for you.
Well, do you have a name for this monster?
Well, the last computer I designed was called KDAC, but there have been a number of them. One called Maniac, another one called Shadrach, Meshach, Univac, and the granddaddy of all these machines was called ENIAC.
The granddaddy was ENIAC?
That's right.
And who was the grandmother?
Well, there wasn't any.
These machines may be brilliant, but they sure lead a dull life. My guess is they're outsmarting themselves. Well, you're a very nice couple, and I hope you win lots of money, because it's time to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,000. You feel real smart tonight?
Well, I'll tell you in a minute.
Well, all you got to do is run your $20 and no more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
Amanda and the English professor lead with $303.84.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected comic strip characters. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
20.
How much?
$20.
Shadow is the pal of what high school hero? They slipe sodas at the Sugar Bowl.
Harold Teen.
Harold Teen is right.
You're on your way. You have $40.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $40 are you going to risk on this?
40.
40, the whole thing. Louise is the wife of what comic strip hillbilly?
Snuffy Smith.
Snuffy Smith is right.
Really climbing, you have $80.
You give me $1 million, I couldn't answer that. Here's your third question. How much you going to bet this time? 80? K.O. is the kid brother of what comic strip character?
Moon Mullins.
Moon Mullins is right.
You're really climbing. You have $160.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 160?
All of it.
Shoot the works.
Okay. Terry has a freckle-faced pilot friend who shares in most of his adventures. What is his name?
Hotshot Charlie.
Hotshot Charlie and the Roy Boys.
And you wind up with $320, and that means that you two, in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
For anything pertaining to cars, the best man in town to see is your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And he wants you to know you're always welcome when you walk through his doors. He considers it a pleasure to show you the two great new cars he sells, the beautiful new DeSoto and the handsome new Plymouth. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is proud of his fine line of used cars, of every make and model. He wants you to see his modern service shop, where master technicians use the finest equipment there is to do a really expert service job, and to do it faster, which means a saving to you. Not only that, you'll notice the folks who work in his shops, offices, and showroom not only believe in courtesy, they practice it. Yes, that's the DeSoto Plymouth dealer in your neighborhood. Why not stop in and see him tomorrow? And here's the volleyball player and Mr. Sprague, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
Well, Mr. Sprague, I don't know whether that mechanical gadget of yours is going to help you any this time. Here we go for $1,000. I give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the kibitzers. Here it is. Of all the states that border the oceans in the United States, which has the shortest coastline? Talk it over. You got 15 seconds. One answer between you. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
New York?
No, I'm sorry. It's New Hampshire with only 13 miles of general coastline. That's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
$320 in the quiz.
Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto Fire Don't Make tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
I would just like to thank you for letting me include photos from my family album in tonight's episode. Oh, that's okay. Well, they really appreciate it. They like the shout-out. Think nothing of it. I'd also like to thank you for letting them come here for the family reunion next week. Oh, that's okay. Wait, what?